Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Seraphina. The scent of blood and smoke clings to the air as I run. The city is alive tonight, a beast of stone and shadow, watching me with hungry eyes as I weave through its streets. The moons hang bloated and heavy overhead, their silver glow licking at the black spires of the dark elf capital. My breath is ragged, each inhale burning my lungs as I duck beneath an archway, pressing myself into the alcove's damp stone. I count the seconds between my heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. Footsteps echo in the alley behind me, slow and deliberate. They know. I press a hand against the satchel strapped across my chest, feeling the stolen parchment crinkle beneath my touch. This piece of paper, it's nothing and everything. A scrap of ink and vellum, yet it might be the key to my freedom, if I can live long enough to use it. A voice cuts through the night, sharp as a blade. She was here. Find her. I recognize that voice. Kiernan, one of Lartina's dogs. If he catches me, I won't make it to sunrise. I slip further into the shadows, pressing my body against the wall. My clothes are damp with sweat, my skin raw from the chase. My heart slams against my rib cage as I listen to the patter of boots on stone, the whispered hisses of dark elves speaking in their guttural tongue. "Check the rooftops," another voice growls. Damn it, I don't have the luxury to hesitate. As soon as the footsteps retreat, I bolt. My boots slap against the uneven ground as I sprint toward the nearest stack of crates. I leap, catching the lip of a sagging awning, and haul myself up just as a patrol turns the corner. A sliver of moonlight betrays me. There! The shout rips through the night, and then they're after me. 3, maybe 4 dark elves. Their armour doesn't clank, their movements are swift and deadly, but I've lived my entire life outrunning monsters. My legs burn as I propel myself higher, scaling the side of a crumbling building, my fingers scrabbling against the slick, moss-slicked stone. Arrows snap against the rooftop as I vault over the ledge, rolling to absorb the impact. My vision tilts, the world spinning for a beat before I push back onto my feet and run. I won't make it to the outer gates. They'll expect that route. Every exit from the city will be guarded, and I'll be dead before I even make it past the checkpoints. I need a different way out. I need a ghost. Rylan. His name slithers through my mind like a whispered incantation, a promise and a curse. He's not a man you find, he finds you. But I have something he wants, and for once, I might have enough leverage to make him listen. A shadow moves in my periphery. Too late. A hand snags my wrist, yanking me back so fast my vision explodes with stars. "Got you, little thief!" I wrench free and spin, driving my knee into my attacker's stomach. Kiernan grunts, but his grip tightens like an iron vice. I snarl, twisting, trying to break free, but he's stronger, his dark elven strength coiling around me like a serpent. "You made a mistake," he breathes against my ear, his fingers digging into my arms. "Lady Lartina is eager to speak with you." My stomach clenches. I would rather die than be dragged back. Kiernan doesn't expect me to smile. His grip falters for half a second. I throw my full weight back, knocking him off balance. As we stumble, I twist my body and sink my teeth into the soft flesh of his wrist. He curses, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I don't hesitate. My dagger is in my hand before I even register drawing it. One quick slash. Blood spills between us. Kiernan lets out a strangled gasp, clutching his arm as crimson leaks between his fingers. His expression twists with rage. I run, down the side of the building, over the edge of the rooftops, into the underbelly of the city where the filth runs thick and the desperate hide among the ruins. The slums, Rylan's hunting ground. I push through the narrow alleyways, my breath a harsh rasp in my throat. The stone walls press in, suffocating, endless. But I know this place. I know where he lurks. The midnight den. I slip into the shadows of a forgotten corridor, my body trembling with exhaustion. The den is close, an unassuming door hidden in a maze of ruined buildings. No signs, no markings, but the air tastes of danger and ink, of secrets waiting to be sold. I stagger forward, knocking once. Silence. Twice. The air shifts. I feel him before I see him. Then the door opens, and Rylan steps out of the darkness. His emerald eyes flick over me, unreadable. The scent of him hits me. Smoke, leather, something darker. You're bleeding, he says, his voice low and amused. Trouble, little human? I force myself to stand straighter, though my body screams in protest. I raise my chin. I have something you want. A slow smirk curves his lips, dangerous and knowing. Do you now? I hold up the satchel, letting the moonlight graze the stolen parchment. His gaze sharpens, his amusement vanishing. Let me in, Rylan. My voice is raw, edged with exhaustion and desperation. We need to talk. For a moment he only watches me, considering. Without a word, he steps aside, allowing the darkness to swallow me whole. I walk willingly into the wolf's den.
Chapter 2. Rylan. The stench of blood follows her inside. The human steps over the threshold, her breath ragged, her body trembling from exhaustion. A crimson stain blooms at her side, soaking through the threadbare fabric of her tunic, but she doesn't falter. Instead, she lifts her chin, meeting my gaze with something that looks a hell of a lot like defiance. She's bold, too bold for a human. That makes her either incredibly valuable or incredibly dangerous. I close the door behind her with a quiet click, sealing us in. The midnight den is silent, save for the faint crackle of the torches lining the stone walls. The air is overflowing with ink, parchment, and the faint metallic bite of steel hidden in the shadows. I don't speak. Not yet. Instead, silence reigns, stretching like a blade waiting to be unsheathed. She's the first to break it. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here? I step closer, slow and deliberate. The flickering light casts long shadows over my skin, turning me into something more monster than man. Her fingers move a fraction at her side, not a flinch. A tell. A fighter's instinct bracing for the moment I strike. Interesting. You reek of desperation, little human, I murmur. I don't need to ask why you're here. The real question is why I shouldn't toss you back to the wolves you ran from. Her eyes flash, a dangerous, reckless light sparking in those sapphire depths. I have something you want. I arch a brow. Do you? She lifts the satchel, tilting it just enough for the moonlight filtering through the cracks in the ceiling to graze the parchment inside. It's old, fragile, and unmistakably stolen. I don't reach for it. Not yet. Instead, I step closer, drinking her in. She smells like sweat, blood, and the filth of the slums, but underneath it, fear. Not of me, though. No, her fear is sharper, honed by something worse than the unknown. She isn't afraid of the dark. She's afraid of what's chasing her through it. You bled to get this, I say, voice low, watching the way her pulse thrums at her throat. Who did you steal it from? Her jaw tightens. Does it matter? My lips curl. It does if I don't feel like dying over it. Then I guess you'd better hear me out. She sways just slightly, and I see the way her body is failing her. She's run herself to the edge, and now she's standing on the precipice, held together only by sheer will. She's close enough now that I can see every fleck of silver in her irises, the way the torchlight carves hollows into her sharp, defiant features. She's small, thin from years of hardship, but there's a fire inside her that hasn't been snuffed out yet. A shame. I've seen men and women with less spirit broken beyond recognition. I wonder what's kept her intact. I step around her, circling like a predator. Let her feel the meaning of my silence. Let her stew in it. You came to me for a reason, I murmur, voice silken with quiet amusement. You must know what I do. She watches me warily. You buy and sell secrets. I smile. Secrets, lies, lives if the price is right. I tilt my head. And what are you offering me exactly? She exhales sharply, shoulders stiff. Information, a trade. My amusement deepens. You're in no position to negotiate, little thief. You don't even have a blade. Her chin lifts, defiance warring with exhaustion. I don't need one. My smirk lingers, but I don't push. Not yet. I let the silence weigh between us again, watching the tension coil in her frame, the way her fingers tighten around the satchel like it's the only thing keeping her alive. I could take it from her. Could snap my fingers and have her pinned against the wall, defenseless, bleeding out before she could even scream. She knows it too. And yet she doesn't cower. That intrigues me more than anything else. Sit, I command, gesturing to the worn leather chair near the desk. She hesitates. A warning flickers in my expression, and she obeys, lowering herself carefully into the seat. Good. I cross the room, pouring a measure of dark elven wine into a glass before returning. I don't offer her any. She doesn't ask. Start talking. I lean against the desk, watching her with the patience of a man who has all the time in the world. She exhales, slow and measured. Lartina. The name slithers through the air, dripping with venom. Now she has my attention. I keep my expression neutral. What about her? She shifts, gripping the satchel tighter. She's after something. Something connected to you. I don't know everything, but I know enough. Her gaze sharpens. And I know she'll kill me to keep me from telling you. A thrill dances up my spine, dark and electric. I crouch before her, watching the way her pupils dilate as I invade her space. Her breath stutters just slightly. Tell me, I murmur, voice barely above a whisper. She wets her lips. I track the movement. I will, she breathes. But I want something in return. A chuckle rumbles in my chest. Of course you do. She squares her shoulders, fire burning behind her exhaustion. I want protection. I hum, tilting my head. Protection isn't cheap, little thief. You can't afford me. Her fingers tighten around the parchment. Then consider this a down payment. I hold her gaze, my smirk curving sharper. And the rest? A spark of something crosses her face. Doubt. Hesitation. A secret. Her voice is softer when she speaks. When the time comes, you'll want me alive. She says it like a prophecy, a promise. And God's help me, I believe her. I reach for the satchel. I pluck it from her grasp, letting my fingers brush against hers. Cold. You have my attention, little thief, I murmur. Let's see if you can hold it. I rise to my feet, flipping open the satchel. My gaze flickers over the ink-stained parchment, and everything stops. The air turns razor sharp. My veins ice over. My pulse thrums once, hard. I recognize the seal stamped onto this parchment. I know exactly who it belonged to, because this paper should not exist. And if she stole it from Lartina, it means one thing. Lartina has been keeping secrets from me. Very dangerous secrets. I glance, staring down at the human before me. She may have just changed everything. I take a deep breath and asks, "What's your name, little human?" "Seraphina." "Seraphina," I repeat, gazing into her eyes. "I'd rather call you little thief."
Chapter 3. Seraphina. Rylan leans against the desk, studying me like I'm something sharp and dangerous, like he's trying to decide whether to keep me or cut me loose. I roll my eyes at his comment about my name. "Little thief," he muses, rolling the words over his tongue like smoke curling from a dying ember. "It suits you." I hate the way my body reacts to his voice, low, edged with amusement but sharp enough to cut. I clench my fists against my thighs, forcing my spine straight despite the exhaustion clawing at my limbs. I can't afford to appear weak. Not here, not in his presence. The Midnight Den is more than just a hideout. It's a lair, a nest woven with secrets and whispered threats. I can feel the weight of them pressing against my skin, coiling around my throat like an invisible noose. Every flickering torch in the chamber casts shadows in shades of black and silver, and the smell of parchment, ink, and something darker, him, fills the air. Rylan moves with the unhurried grace of a predator, circling me with all the patience of a man who already knows he's won. "You're bleeding," he says, tilting his head. His voice is smooth, velvet lined with steel. "Did you plan to die on my floor, little thief?" I force my breath steady. "Not tonight." His smirk is a slow, dangerous thing. Good. I don't flinch when he reaches for me, but my muscles coil tight as he brushes his fingers over the blood-stained fabric at my side. A mere whisper of a touch, but enough for me to notice the heat radiating from him. His hand lingers for a moment too long, like he's testing something, before he pulls away. A game. Everything with him is going to be a game. I force myself to hold his gaze. "Are you going to take the deal or not?" His fingers drum lazily against the edge of the desk. Desperate and impatient. A bad combination. I grit my teeth. "I can't afford to play word games with you, Rylan." The smirk fades. Just like that, the air shifts. He steps closer, and his overwhelming presence suffocating. He doesn't touch me this time, but gods, it feels like he does. "You don't tell me how this works, little thief." His voice drops, dark as the space between stars. "You don't make the rules here. You brought me a stolen secret and asked for protection. Now that means you play by my rules." My pulse hammers, but I don't look away. "And what are your rules?" He watches me, those emerald eyes gleaming with something I don't understand. Amusement? Interest? Hunger? Whatever it is, it's lethal. He leans down, voice a whisper against my ear. "You don't lie to me." A shiver ghosts down my spine. I swallow, throat tight. "I haven't lied." "No?" His breath is warm against my skin. "You came here bleeding and desperate, clutching a secret you barely understand, and you want me to believe you just stumbled onto it." I go still. He's testing me. The truth is dangerous, but so is a lie. I exhale slowly, keeping my voice even. "I already told you that I stole it. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time." His lips quirk like he knows I'm feeding him half-truths, but he doesn't press. Instead, he straightens, rolling his shoulders back in a show of quiet dominance. "What's in it for you?" he asks. I hesitate. The real answer is survival. But men like Rylan don't deal in desperation. They deal in currency, in power. If I tell him I stole the document to escape, he'll see weakness, and weakness doesn't buy protection. I want out, I say instead. Not just from the city. From them. From all of it. Rylan hums, thoughtful. You're asking for something bigger than protection, little thief. I don't have a choice. His eyes glint with something wicked. There's always a choice. You made one when you stole that parchment. A beat of silence. He's waiting for a reaction, for me to slip, for me to flinch. I don't. Instead, I raise my chin. Are you taking the deal or not? Another pause. Rylan moves. Before I can react, his hand is beneath my chin, tilting my head up toward his. The touch is deceptively gentle, but I feel the warning in it. You don't bargain with me like an equal, Seraphina. My name rolls off his tongue like silk, like a slow, decadent threat. You came to my den, into my hands, and you're in no position to demand anything. His grip tightens, just enough to make my breath catch, not in fear, in something far worse, awareness. Heat coils low in my stomach, sharp and unwelcome. I hate it. Hate him. But he's right. I walked into the wolf's den, and now I'm at his mercy. Still, I force a smirk. Yet here you are, still listening. A low chuckle rumbles from his chest. He releases me, and I step back before I can do something foolish, like lean into the warmth of his touch. Rylan turns his attention back to the satchel, pulling the parchment free. His expression darkens as his eyes scan the contents. He looks genuinely surprised. I watch him carefully. So, is it worth your protection? For a long moment he doesn't answer. He looks at me, something unreadable flashing behind his gaze. You stole something that should not exist. His voice is softer now, but no less dangerous. My stomach tightens. Then I suppose you should keep me alive long enough to tell you why? Silence. A slow, sharp smile. Very well, little thief. His voice drips with amusement, but there's something dark curling at the edges, something that makes my pulse stutter. I suppose I'll keep you, for now. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100-book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100-book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 4. Rylan. I've always known that power has a scent. Fear has one too. But desperation? Desperation smells like blood and sweat, like the sharp tang of breath stolen in fear. It smells like her, Seraphina. She sits in my chair like she belongs there, like she hasn't just bargained for her life in a den of vipers. A human in the heart of a dark elf city, holding stolen knowledge she doesn't yet understand. She has no idea the kind of game she's playing. And yet, she plays it well. I watch her, this little thief with her head held high, as though she's already won. It's almost amusing. I rolled the stolen parchment between my fingers, feeling the delicate texture of aged vellum. The seal, Lartina's seal, glares up at me like a specter of the past, a reminder that I've been played before. Not this time. You're either very brave, I murmur, trailing my thumb along the parchment's edge, or very stupid. Serafina's lips twitch. Maybe both. I lean against the desk, close enough that I see the flicker of exhaustion in her eyes, the subtle tremor in her hands. She's barely holding herself together, a wounded animal pushed into a corner, forced to snarl to keep from breaking. I wonder how much further I can push her before she snaps. Tell me something, little thief. My voice is smooth, laced with quiet menace. How does a human, a slave, come into possession of something that should not exist? Haven't we already talked about this? She mutters back. I smirk. Perhaps I'm unsatisfied with your answer. Her fingers curl against her thighs. Luck. I chuckle, low and dark. Luck doesn't get you in my door. She says nothing, but the tension in her body betrays her. Whatever the truth is, she's not willing to hand it over yet. That's fine. I enjoy making people talk. I straighten, my smirk slow, deliberate. Do you know what I do to spies? Serafina tilts her chin up, meeting my gaze with fire. I'm not a spy. No hesitation. Interesting. Then what are you? I step closer, letting silence spread, letting her feel my intimidating presence. A liar? A runaway? Or are you just someone who enjoys bleeding for secrets you don't understand? Her breath catches. Just a fraction, but I hear it. Good. I shift, circling behind her, my voice low, coaxing. If I take this deal, you become mine. Do you understand that, little thief? She stiffens. I rest my hands on the arms of the chair, caging her in, close enough to hear her heartbeat, close enough to feel the heat rolling off her skin. Her breath is sharp, but she doesn't pull away. Yours. A slow smirk tugs at my lips. Did you think I'd offer protection out of kindness? She swallows, her throat bobbing. And what does that mean exactly? I lower my mouth near her ear, let my words ghost over her skin like a promise wrapped in silk. It means no one touches what belongs to me. Not Lartina, not her guards, not the ones hunting you in the dark. Her pulse stutters. I wait. She whispers. And the price? There it is. I straighten, letting my hand drift under her jaw, tilting her face up. Her skin is warm beneath my fingers. Too soft for this world. The price, I murmur, is your obedience. Her breath shudders, her body going rigid. She thinks this is about submission, about control, and maybe it is, but it's also about something more dangerous. She has secrets. Secrets I need. She has a fire inside her, one that Lartina clearly fears. That alone is worth keeping her close. But more than that, I want to know what makes her burn. She exhales sharply. So, I'm a prisoner. No, I say softly. You're an investment. Her laugh is bitter. And what if I say no? I tighten my grip, not enough to hurt, but enough to remind her of exactly where she is. You won't, I say simply. She stills. She knows I'm right. I let her go, stepping back, watching her closely. Swear it. She hesitates. I don't move. I don't blink. I let her savor the moment, the weight of me. Slowly she nods. I swear. Something dark coils in my gut, satisfaction curling through my veins. Good, I say, turning away. Then let's begin.
Chapter 5. Serafina. Rylan watches me like he's waiting for me to break. I won't. I refuse. But gods, he makes it hard. I sit in the dim glow of his study, hands clenched at my sides, my skin still warm from where his fingers lingered on my jaw. My body betrays me in ways I can't control, shivers racing along my spine, breath catching in my throat. It's not fear. I know fear. This is something else, something far more dangerous. He leans against his desk, exuding quiet dominance, his emerald eyes glinting with amusement as he takes me in. The way I hold myself too stiffly, the way my fingers twitch, aching to curl around a weapon that isn't there. He's testing me. I meet his gaze, my voice steady despite the war raging beneath my skin. What now? Rylan smirks. Now, little thief, we see if you can follow orders. Orders. The word sits heavy inside me, a reminder of the chains I can't see but can already feel tightening around my throat. I've been a slave before. I know what it means to belong to someone else. I fought to escape that life. And now I've thrown myself into the hands of a dark elf who is too powerful, too perceptive, too damn tempting. He moves, slow and deliberate, circling me. I force myself to stand still, refusing to let him see how much his presence unsettles me. Take off your tunic. My breath catches. My stomach turns to ice. What? His voice is infuriatingly casual. You're still bleeding, Seraphina. I can smell it. I don't move. I can't. I know if I strip down in front of him, it won't just be skin he sees. It will be the scars, the map, the past I've spent years trying to bury. Rylan watches my hesitation with something dark curling behind his gaze. Defiance is admirable, little thief, he murmurs, voice like silk dragged over a blade. But it's wasted here. I don't respond. Because he's right. I don't have a choice. I lift my hands to the ties of my tunic, my fingers brushing the frayed fabric. I feel his gaze press against my skin as I pull it over my head, leaving me in the thin underlayer beneath. The silence is suffocating. Rylan steps closer, and everything tightens. His fingers ghost over my side, just above the wound I barely feel anymore. Too light to be casual, too firm to be meaningless. I swallow hard, every muscle locking into place as he traces a path just beside the raised ridges of my scars. Scars I never let anyone see. His voice is a whisper of heat against my skin. You've been cut before. My breath shudders. What does it matter? Rylan hums, his fingers still lingering. It doesn't. But it tells me something about you. I finally force myself to move, gripping his wrist before I can process my actions. His gaze flicks to my hand, then back to my face. Amusement dances along his features, but beneath it, something else. Something like curiosity. You think you can stop me? He asks, voice a quiet taunt. I should let go. I should put distance between us. But something reckless rises inside me, something that wants to see how far I can push him. So I tighten my grip instead. Try me. For a moment, neither of us moves. The space between us is thin as a blade, charged with something I don't want to delve deeper into. His pulse thrums beneath my fingers, steady, controlled. I expect him to rip his arm free. I expect him to remind me who has the power here. But instead, Rylan just smiles, slow and wicked. You don't know what game you're playing, little thief. He moves. One moment I have him. The next he's twisted free, catching my wrist and dragging me forward. My body collides with his heat swallowing me whole. I hate how my breath catches, how my pulse betrays me, hammering wildly in my heart. You want to fight me? His voice is quiet, edged with amusement. Be careful what you ask for. I glare up at him, refusing to let him see the way he affects me. You think I'm afraid of you? I whisper. Rylan leans in, his breath warm against my cheek. No, he murmurs, That's what makes you dangerous. A slow, deliberate beat of silence. He lets me go. I stumble back, furious at myself for how unsteady my legs feel. The smirk never leaves his face as he turns away, pouring himself a glass of dark wine, like our entire interaction meant nothing. Like he didn't just pin me to him and unravel something inside me that has no business unraveling. Tomorrow, he says casually, you'll start working for me. I narrow my eyes. Doing what? He takes a slow sip, his gaze burning over the rim of his glass. Whatever I tell you to do. I clench my jaw, fingers curling at my sides. I didn't agree to be your servant. No, he agrees. You agreed to be obedient, to be mine. I hate the way my stomach clenches at those words. I hate him. Rylan sets the glass down, stepping toward me again. But this time he doesn't touch me, doesn't need to. His presence alone is enough to make my skin burn. You wanted protection. You have it. His voice is low, smooth as sin. But that means something, little thief. It means I own you now. I swallow hard, refusing to let him see how those words unnerve me. And if I decide I don't like being owned? Rylan's smirk deepens. Then run, he whispers, leaning close enough that I feel heat of his breath. But I promise you this, you won't get far. His words coil around my throat, wrapping tight. I know he's right. Despite everything, despite the fire in my heart and the hatred I want to cling to, I know the truth. I can't run. There's nowhere for me to go.
Chapter 6. Rylan, she doesn't know what she is yet. I see it in the way she holds herself, too tense, too alive for a human who spent her life under the yoke of dark elves. She should be broken by now. Bent, at the very least. Instead, she meets my eyes with fire, even as she stands in my world under my control. Seraphina. A name that rolls like embers on my tongue. I shouldn't care. Shouldn't want to say it again. And yet, I exhale slowly, pushing the thought aside. This isn't the time to be intrigued by fragile things, even those wrapped in steel. She stares at me now, bare-armed, her tunic still discarded from our earlier conversation. The dim torchlight casts shadows along the raised scars on her ribs, some old, some fresher than they should be. I recognize lash marks when I see them, the wounds of ownership. She spent her life fighting it, and now she's walked willingly into my hands. The irony is almost amusing. I turn away from her, pouring another glass of wine. You don't trust me. Her laugh is sharp, bitter. Should I? I take a sip, enjoying the way the silence stretches. I think you want to. Seraphina scoffs. I think you have an overinflated sense of your own importance. Defiant, even now, even after everything. I place the glass down with deliberate care. If I wanted to crush you, I would have done it already. She doesn't flinch. And if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have come here at all. I chuckle, low and dark. Is that so? She doesn't answer, just watches me. I push off the desk, closing the space between us with slow, measured steps. She tenses, her fingers twitching, but she doesn't move away. Tell me, little thief, I murmur, reaching out. My knuckles barely brush her chin, coaxing her to tilt her head up. Why do you fight so hard? Her breath catches. Why do you? Clever girl. I drag my fingers away, turning slightly, pacing a slow circle around her. It's simple, really. I fight to win. She exhales sharply, a sound half amusement, half frustration. Then what am I fighting for? I let the question hang in the air before answering. Your life. She stiffens. I step behind her now, close enough that she can feel the warmth of my breath against her bare shoulder. Her pulse thrums at her throat, but she holds herself perfectly still. You're still playing a game you don't understand, I whisper. So let me make it easy for you. I move around to face her again, pinning her with a gaze that brooks no argument. Loyalty or death, Seraphina. Those are your choices. She exhales sharply, nostrils flaring. That's not a choice. It is. I tilt my head. Just not a kind one. Her lips part slightly, her expression unreadable. She doesn't want to give in. I can feel the war raging inside her, the part of her that craves freedom warring against the part that wants to survive. I lean in to feel the warmth of her breath against my skin. Swear yourself to me and I will keep you safe. You'll be under my protection and no one, not Lartina, not the guards hunting you, will dare lay a hand on you. She swallows. And if I refuse? My smirk is slow, deliberate, cruel. Then I give them exactly what they want. A flicker of emotions appears on her face. Fear. She knows what will happen if I hand her over. She's smart enough to understand what dark elves do to humans who steal from them. I don't trust you, she says, voice tight. I don't need you to trust me. I let my gaze flick over her lips, down the curve of her throat, before meeting her eyes again. I need you to obey. Silence. After a long, agonizing moment, she nods, a small, sharp movement, a reluctant surrender. I feel something in me tighten. I've won. And yet, it doesn't feel like a victory. Good, I murmur. Now let's seal the deal. Her brows knit. What? I reach inside my coat and pull out a small, silver dagger. The blade is thin, wickedly sharp, gleaming under the dim firelight. She steps back, just slightly, but I catch her wrist before she can put real distance between us. Easy, I say softly. It's just a cut. She looks up at me, wary, searching for deception. She won't find any. This is how dark elves swear oaths, I explain, guiding her palm upward. Her skin is soft, warm beneath my fingertips. A drop of blood given freely. No magic. Just a promise made in flesh. She exhales shakily, hesitating. I watch her, waiting. She nods. Brave little thief. I bring the blade to her palm, pressing just hard enough to draw a single drop of blood. She doesn't flinch, just stares at me with something unreadable in her eyes. I release her hand, lifting the dagger to my own palm. A quick slice, another bead of red welling against my skin. I press my hand to hers. Heat. Her breath stutters. So does mine. The moment stretches, charged with something neither of us dares name. Slowly, I pull away. It's done, I say, voice lower than I mean it to be. Seraphina exhales, flexing her fingers, watching the faint smear of our mingled blood on her skin. She doesn't realize it yet. She's mine now. Not in the way she fears, not yet. But she will be.
Chapter 7. Seraphina. The blood on my palm has dried. It lingers as a thin, dark stain against my skin, a silent reminder of the promise I just made. A promise sealed in flesh, in heat, in something I don't dare name. I should feel victorious. I secured Rylan's protection, wove myself into his world before he could shut me out. Instead, I feel trapped. Not by chains, not by steel, but by something far worse. By him. Rylan watches me from across the room, his long fingers wrapped around the stem of a crystal glass filled with deep, inky wine. His green eyes gleam in the dim light, studying me with an expression I can't decipher. He hasn't spoken since the blood pact. He doesn't have to. I feel him. His presence coils through the room, a silent current that brushes against my skin, warning me that I've stepped too close to something I shouldn't want to touch. I exhale sharply, tearing my gaze away. What now? Rylan smirks. Eager, little thief. I hate that name. Hate the way it slips from his lips like silk, like possession. I cross my arms. I just don't like waiting for whatever game you're playing. His chuckle is quiet, indulgent. You think this is a game? I meet his gaze without flinching. I think everything is a game to you. Something flickers in his eyes, something I don't recognize. But then, just as quickly, it's gone. He leans back in his chair, tilting his head slightly. Tell me, Seraphina, he drawls, voice smooth as sin. How do you feel about noble women? The shift in subject is abrupt, calculated. My stomach knots. I school my features into careful indifference. I try to avoid them. His smirk deepens. How unfortunate. A sharp knock at the door shatters the air between us. The energy in the room shifts, crackling with something colder, sharper. Rylan doesn't move right away. Instead, he watches me for a heartbeat longer than necessary, as if waiting for something. Lazily, he lifts his glass to his lips and calls out, "Enter." The door glides open on silent hinges, and the smell of amber and something darker, something venomous, slithers into the room. I don't need to turn to know who it is. I feel her before I see her. Rylan, a voice purrs, smooth as velvet, edged with poison. Lady Latina. She steps into the room like she owns it, her presence cold and commanding. Her gown, black as midnight, kissed with silver embroidery, clings to her tall, elegant frame. The deep violet of her lips curves into something that isn't quite a smile, and her crimson eyes flick toward me. A pause, a slow once-over, a calculated lingering. I keep my expression blank, but my pulse quickens. I know women like her. Women who smile as they carve knives into your back. Women who will burn entire cities just to watch the embers glow. She is dangerous. And Rylan let her in. She turns her attention back to him, ignoring me like I'm a piece of furniture. I was hoping we could talk in private. Rylan takes another slow sip of his wine. And yet you're talking in front of an audience. Her lips curve. So I am. My fists tighten at my sides, nails digging into my palms. He's testing me. This is a test. And I can't afford to fail. I say nothing. I do nothing. But I feel everything. Latina moves toward him, slow, deliberate. It's been too long, she murmurs, resting one perfectly manicured hand on the tip of his chair. You've been avoiding me. Rylan smirks. Have I? You have. She leans in, her fingers trailing along the carved wood of his chair, just shy of touching him. Her crimson gaze flickers to his mouth, then back to his eyes. A practiced dance. A well-worn intimacy. I should look away. I don't. I need to see this. I need to understand what she is to him. Rylan doesn't move, doesn't pull away, but he also doesn't indulge. You don't like being ignored, he muses. Latina's lips part, her breath brushing against his cheek. I don't. A slow, taut silence. Just as easily she leans back, her gaze flicking toward me once more. And this? She asks, voice dripping with false curiosity. A pet? Something inside me snaps. I don't move, don't flinch, but the air in my lungs burns. Before I can speak, Rylan exhales, long and slow. She's under my protection. The words slither over my skin, wrapping tight. Not an answer, not a denial, a claim. Latina tilts her head slightly, studying me the way one might study a strange, caged creature, assessing, calculating. She smiles, sharp, knowing. Of course, she murmurs, before shifting her attention back to Rylan. We'll speak soon, won't we? A game. Everything about her is a game. All of these dark elves think that toying with the lives of those beneath them is just one twisted game. Rylan merely smirks, If you're lucky. Lartina chuckles, then turns, her gown brushing against the stone floor as she sweeps out of the room. The door shuts. Silence. A silence that stretches too long. Rylan lifts a brow. Jealous little thief. I scoff, folding my arms. Just wondering how many knives you've had to pull out of your back. His lips curl. Only the ones I let them plant. I shake my head, stepping away. She's still in your life. It's not a question. It's a fact. Rylan leans back in his chair, gaze heavy on mine. Does that bother you? It shouldn't, but the truth slithers beneath inside me, cold and unwelcome. I sensed danger the moment she entered the room. Lartina isn't done with him, and if I'm not careful, she won't be done with me either.
Chapter 8. Rylan. Lartina always knew how to walk into a room like she owned it. She doesn't knock, doesn't announce herself. Just arrives, like a whisper of perfume curling through the air, like the slow drag of silk over bare skin before the knife, hidden beneath it, bites deep. I don't turn immediately. I don't need to. I feel her presence before she speaks, her confidence pressing against my back. Rylan, she purrs. I sip my wine. You're persistent. Her laughter slithers through the dim room, smooth as poison, curling around me in ways I shouldn't let it. You used to like that about me. I finally turn, resting the glass against my knee, my gaze sweeping over her. She looks the same. Too perfect, too poised, too dangerous. A gown of obsidian silk clings to her frame, slit high enough to reveal the endless length of her legs. Dark elven runes, delicate and shimmering, trace along her collarbone. An old spell. One I remember pressing my mouth to once upon a time. She smiles when she sees my gaze linger, as if daring me to remember the way she used to own me. I smirk. I remember. But I don't miss the way her crimson eyes flick toward my desk, toward the space where Serafina sat not long ago. She's intriguing, Lartina muses, stepping forward. The little human. I don't react, but my muscles coil. She's watching me, testing me. She reaches for my wine glass, lifting it without permission, taking a slow, deliberate sip. Her lips stain the rim red. Tell me, Rylan, she murmurs, swirling the glass in her hand. Is she special? I tilt my head. Why do you care? Lartina hums, setting the glass down, stepping closer. Because you don't protect things unless they're valuable. She lifts a hand, her fingers trailing up my chest, slow, knowing. And you used to only value me. Her touch is warm, familiar. My breath remains even, controlled. But something in my jaw tightens. You're assuming I ever did. She smiles, leaning in, her breath brushing against my throat. Oh, darling, she whispers. You can lie to everyone else, but not to me. She still smells the same. Amber and dusk, laced with the faintest hint of something burning. I remember that scent tangled in my sheets, on my skin. I remember the way she used to taste like sin and victory in equal measure. She presses closer, her fingers trailing along my jaw. Do you miss me? I don't answer, because the truth is a sharp, unwelcome thing. Once, I might have. Once I would have dragged her against me, bitten her lip just to feel her breath stutter. Once, I would have indulged in the games, the venom, the desire twisted with danger. Now? I don't know. Her lips curve as if she can feel my hesitation, as if she feeds off it. You know, she whispers, voice softer now, almost intimate. I could help you. Help me? How cute. She tilts her head. You have something I want. I chuckle. I always do. Lartina lifts her hand again, this time pressing 2 fingers under my chin, tilting my face toward hers. "What if we stopped fighting?" she breathes. "What if we made a deal?" My throat tightens. This is what she does. She turns things into temptation, power, passion, possession. She used to be my greatest weakness, and she knows it. Silence ensues, and I let her think I'm considering it. Slowly, I lean in, my mouth hovering just over hers. Close enough to tease. Close enough to remind her of what she used to have. Lartina stills. She doesn't look quite so in control. Just as she begins to close the distance, I pull back. Her breath hitches, just barely, and I smile. "I'm not the man you used to know, Lartina." My voice is quiet, edged with something cold. She blinks once, twice. She laughs, a low, wicked sound. "Of course not," she whispers, stepping away, smoothing down her gown. "But you're still mine, Rylan." My jaw clenches. "If that's what you believe." Without another word, she turns and glides toward the door as if she's already won. She pauses before stepping out, her crimson gaze flicking over me once more. "Be careful with your little human," she murmurs. "I'd hate to see her break." She's gone. The air she leaves behind is heavy, suffocating. I rub my hair, exhaling slowly, staring at the door she disappeared through. Because despite everything, despite all the years, despite all the betrayal, she's still under my skin.
Chapter 9. Seraphina. Days seem to pass so slow since I arrived here in Midnight Den. Rylan hasn't asked me to do anything, and it only makes the tension heighten. He calls me into his office, letting me stand at the side. I can't help but watch him under my lashes, feigning nonchalance, but my heart is racing. Suddenly, I hear a whistle of something unexpected. The knife sings through the air before I even register the shadow moving behind Rylan. Instinct kicks in. I don't think. I act. My body collides with his, shoving him sideways just as the blade buries itself into the wood where his heart had been a heartbeat ago. The room explodes into chaos. Rylan recovers fast, too fast. He spins, drawing a dagger from his coat, his eyes flashing emerald fire as he searches for his attacker. I don't wait for him to make sense of what just happened. I already know. My gaze snaps to the assassin, a lithe figure dressed in dark silks, blending seamlessly with the shadows. A dark elf. Their face is masked, but I see the glint of silvered steel in their hands, the poised stance of someone ready to kill again. They lunge. I move first. I snatch the blade from the wooden wall and turn it on them. Steel collides with steel in a vicious clash, the impact vibrating up my arm. I grit my teeth, forcing my weight forward, but the assassin is faster, stronger. Their arm hooks around my throat, yanking me back against them. "You should have stayed out of this, human." A voice hisses against my ear. I snarl, twisting, breaking their grip, driving the dagger up. They jerk away at the last second, but not before my blade slices through fabric and flesh. A sharp curse follows, but the assassin doesn't falter. They're trained, efficient, deadly. Rylan moves, a blur of darkness and steel. He doesn't hesitate. His blade flashes once, twice. Silent, calculated violence. Blood spatters across the stone floor. The assassin falters, clutching their side. But they smile. Too late, I see the vial in their free hand. "Poison!" I snap. Rylan lunges. The assassin shatters the vial against their own skin. Smoke erupts, thick and acrid, burning my throat as the assassin disappears into the haze. By the time the air clears, they're gone. I choke on the bitterness clinging to my lungs, blinking through the sting. My heart hammers. The stench of blood lingers, hot and metallic, mixing with the sharp tang of something darker, something that makes my skin crawl. Rylan stands rigid, his jaw clenched. His gaze sweeps the room, assessing, calculating. Then he turns to me, The silence is deafening. I brace myself for his rage, for accusations, for the sharp edge of his suspicion. Instead, he tilts his head, his emerald eyes dark with something unreadable. You saved my life. I exhale sharply, rolling my shoulders. Don't sound so surprised. He watches me, gaze flicking to the blood smeared across my arm. Not mine, the assassin's. I wipe it on my tunic, meeting his eyes. Any idea who wants you dead? He chuckles, low and dangerous. You'll have to be more specific, little thief. My chest tightens. Latina. She had been here 3 days ago. She left a threat hanging between her painted lips like a blade waiting to drop. I take a step forward. Was it her? His smirk lingers, but his eyes sharpen. You think Latina ordered the hit? I fold my arms. You tell me. He exhales through his nose, shifting slightly as he thinks about it. Ponder, calculate. Finally he murmurs, not her style. I narrow my eyes. Then who? He says nothing. But I see it. The momentary flicker of something in his gaze. Recognition. He knows. Rylan. My voice is steady, pressing. Who was that? For a long, breathless moment he says nothing. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against my wrist. I swallow, my breath uneven. Why did you do it? He asks softly. My pulse stumbles. Do what? His grip tightens, not painful, but enough to feel it. Why did you save me? His voice is lower now, quieter, filled with something I refuse to name. I wet my lips, forcing myself to stay still. If I move, I might lean into him. That would be a mistake. I need you alive, I say, keeping my voice flat. That was the deal, wasn't it? His smirk returns, slow, curling at the edges. But his grip on my wrist lingers a moment longer than it should. He lets me go. The air between us shifts. Something unspoken coils between us. Something fragile, something dangerous. Trust, or the closest thing to it. Rylan exhales, dragging a hand through his hair, eyes flicking back to the empty space where the assassin had stood. This isn't over, he murmurs. I glance at the blood drying against the stone floor, at the lingering scent of poison clinging to the air. No, it can never be. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 10. Rylan, blood pools beneath the chair, dark and slick. The stench of it thickens the air, mingling with sweat, fear, and the acrid tang of burnt flesh. The assassin kneels before me, his arms bound behind the chair with iron chains. He slumped forward, his breathing shallow but steady, despite the wound carving a deep slash along his ribs, one I gave him when he tried to run. A coward. He can never escape me. How dare he made me chase him for hours after his escape? I would have spared him from more suffering if he was nice enough to just sit through the torture. I paced the dimly lit chamber, my boots dragging faint echoes across the stone floor. The midnight den is silent tonight, its halls swallowing sound like a living thing, keeping this moment trapped between shadow and breath. The assassin hasn't spoken since I dragged him in, but he will. I crouch beside him, fingers wrapping around his jaw, forcing his head up. His mask is gone now, revealing sharp, dark elven features. High cheekbones, jet-black skin slick with sweat, lips slightly parted from the pain. His crimson eyes flick to mine, daring. I smirk. They always try to act brave at first. You should have killed yourself when you had the chance, I murmur, tilting my head. It would have been cleaner than what I'll do to you now. He exhales through his nose, barely a wince. Torture, then? I hum, dragging my thumb along the bruising edge of his jaw. Torture is such a crude word. He huffs a weak chuckle, his split lip cracking. Call it whatever you want. I won't talk. I lean in, close enough that he can feel my breath against his skin. Close enough to make him nervous. Oh, you will, I murmur. You just don't know it yet. I press 2 fingers against the gash in his side. He stiffens, a shudder running through him as fresh blood seeps between my fingers. His breath turns ragged, but he still doesn't break. Not yet. I smile. Let's start simple. Who sent you? Silence. My hand tightens, fingers digging into the wound, pressing against raw flesh. He grits his teeth. You know, I say conversationally, I could do this for hours, days even. But you don't have that long. His breath shudders. You think you frighten me? I sigh, almost disappointed. No, but pain does wonderful things to a creature's resolve. Without warning, I twist. His scream rips through the chamber. I let go, watching as he slumps forward, panting, his forehead resting against his chest. Blood drips in slow, steady beats against the stone floor. Nilian, he rasps, his voice hoarse. Nilian, a name I haven't heard in years. My fingers twitch at my side. I don't move, don't react, but something sharp coils in my chest, tight and venomous. Nilian sent you. My voice is quiet now, too smooth, too calm. The assassin doesn't lift his head. Not directly, but his coin paid for the blade that was meant for your heart. I exhale slowly. Nilian, my father's closest friend, his brother in all but blood. A man I once trusted. The same man who helped orchestrate my family's downfall. A slow, simmering heat spreads through my veins, laced with something sharp and ice-cold. I press my fingers against the assassin's throat, forcing his head up again. His breathing is shallow now, sweat beading along his brow. Where is he? My voice is barely a whisper. He pauses, eyeing me. Close. I narrow my eyes. How close? His lips curve, weak but mocking. Close enough to finish what he started. A sharp, cold laugh drags from my throat. You should have sent someone better. His smirk falters, just slightly. I hold his gaze, let him see the violence coiling beneath my body. Nilian isn't coming for me. He's already here. That changes everything. I release the assassin, letting him slump forward again. He's barely conscious now, his body trembling from blood loss, pain, and the inevitable pull of death. But I'm not done with him yet. One more question, I say, rising to my feet. Did Nilian know about her? The assassin's breath hitches. My fingers twitch. I knew it. I crouch again, my voice turning low, deadly. Did Nilian know about Serafina? The assassin says nothing, but his silence speaks volumes. I smile, slow and cold. I hope your gods are kind, I murmur. I won't be. With one smooth movement, I drive my dagger into his throat. A wet, gurgling sound escapes his lips. Blood spills in thick, pulsing waves, coating my hands in heat and crimson. I watch as his body slumps, twitching once, then going still. Silence falls over the chamber. For a long moment, I just stand there, Nilian, alive, here, moving pieces I hadn't seen until now. And Seraphina. He knows about her. My jaw clenches, my breath comes slow, measured. She saved my life. Now I might have to uphold my half of our little deal and save hers.
Chapter 11. Seraphina. The Midnight Den is a labyrinth of stone and shadow. I've spent days wandering its halls, learning its breathing, the way the walls seem to press in, like they have a heartbeat of their own. It's quieter than it should be, always thick with the implications of secrets not meant to be found. And tonight, I find one. The smell of damp earth clings to the air as I press my palm against the cool stone in one of the back corridors. I shouldn't be here. Rylan made that clear. There are places in this house that belong to him, and him alone. Places where the walls whisper his name, where the shadows remember his voice. But rules have never suited me. I lean in, inhaling slowly. The corridor is empty, yet the air carries a faint disturbance, something just slightly off. A draft, curling from somewhere it shouldn't. A hidden door. I move my hands along the uneven stone, searching. My fingers find it. A narrow gap, barely visible in the dim light. I press. The wall shifts with a soft, grinding sound, revealing a dark, narrow passageway. My pulse quickens. I glance behind me once before slipping inside, the cold swallowing me whole. The smell of dust and old stone invades my lungs as I step carefully, my movements light, silent. Then I hear the voices, low and hushed. I move toward the sound, the walls pressing tight against me. The passage opens to a hidden alcove, a narrow slit carved between the stone, just wide enough for me to see into the adjacent room. And there, standing in the glow of candlelight, is Latina. Her figure is a sharp silhouette against the flickering flames, her black gown pooling like ink around her feet. She stands near a desk, fingers idly tracing the curved edge of a dagger lying there. And across from her, a man I don't recognize. He is tall, broad-shouldered, with silvered hair and dark elven features that are too sharp, too cruel. A scar runs down his jaw, disappearing beneath the high collar of his tunic. I still. Something in my gut tightens, warning me. I know who he is. The dark elf is famous for all the wrong reasons. His cruelty knows no bounds, and he's a frequent visitor in the pleasure clubs, with the females ending up dead come morning. Nilian. The name slithers through my mind like a curse, heavy with the heaviness of danger. I barely breathe. You took too long, Latina murmurs, her voice silk-soft but edged with steel. Nilian exhales sharply, crossing his arms. Patience never was your strong suit, was it? Latina lifts a delicate brow, amusement flickering in her crimson eyes. Not when I have something I want. Nilian chuckles, dark and bitter. And what is it you want, Latina? She steps closer, trailing a single finger along the surface of the desk. The same thing you do. Nilian tilts his head. You want Rylan dead? A slow, sharp smile curves Latina's lips. I want Rylan ruined. There's a difference. My fingers curl into the stone, my nails biting into the rough surface. She's working with him. She wants him destroyed. Nilian exhales, rubbing a hand down his face. He's more slippery than I expected. The assassin failed. Latina waves a hand dismissively. Did you really think a single blade in the dark would be enough? Rylan thrives in the shadows. You'll need to do better. Nilian's jaw tenses. And you? What are you offering? Latina leans in slightly, her voice dropping into something almost intimate. I know how he thinks. I know his weaknesses. And I know about the girl. My stomach drops. Nilian lifts a brow. The human. Latina's smirk deepens. He keeps her close. That means something. And that, my dear Nilian, is how you break him. My breath turns shallow. Nilian hums, considering. Rylan doesn't care about people. He never has. Lartina laughs softly. That used to be true. But people change. She straightens, her expression sharpening. If you want to crush him, you take what he values. Make him choose between survival and her. The words press against my ribs like a dagger. I force myself to think. I need to get out of here. Carefully, I step back into the shadows, moving as silently as I can. My heart hammers as I retrace my steps, my pulse a drumbeat in my ears. The passageway closes behind me, sealing the secret inside. I press my back against the wall, trying to steady myself. But I can't shake the implications what I've just heard. It's something very dangerous. This isn't just about Rylan's past. This isn't just about power. This is about me.
Chapter 12. Rylan. I shouldn't want her here. Not in my space. Not in my thoughts. And certainly not standing so close that the scent of her, wild, sharp, something that shouldn't tempt me, clings to the air between us. But she is. Seraphina stands by the window of my study, arms folded, eyes distant. The candlelight casts flickering gold over her skin, catching in the loose strands of her dark hair. She's too still, too lost in thought. I don't like it. I should send her away. I should be thinking of more important things, like the assassin bleeding out in my dungeons, like the fact that Nilian, the man who destroyed my family, is moving pieces I didn't see until now. Like Lartina, who I should still crave, who once owned me in ways I never let anyone else. But Seraphina stands here instead, and for some reason I don't want her to leave. I step forward slowly, my boots soundless against the stone. You're quiet. Her shoulders tense slightly before she turns to face me. Should I be filling the silence? I smirk, leaning against my desk. Usually you're sharper than this. I'm starting to think I'm wearing you down, little thief. Her gaze flickers over me, calculating, noticing too much, as always. You wish, she mutters, but her usual fire is dim. I narrow my eyes. Something is wrong. Out with it, I say. She exhales, shaking her head. It's nothing. Lie. And I don't like when she lies to me. I push off the desk, closing the distance between us in 3 slow steps. She doesn't move as I stop just before her. Close enough warmth of her breath reaches me. Try again, I murmur. She lifts her chin, defiant, always. But I see it now. The tension in her jaw, the way her fingers twitch. Seraphina is never still unless she's hiding something. My hand moves before I think, tilting her face up with 2 fingers under her chin. Her skin is warm beneath my touch, too soft for someone who survived the things she has. Her breath shudders, just slightly, but I feel it. You're looking at me like you want something, she whispers. Her words are a challenge, a dare. My pulse thrums hard against my ribs, but my smirk never falters. Am I? Her lips open, but no sound comes. I don't know what possesses me to do it. Maybe it's the way the candlelight catches the blue of her eyes. Maybe it's the fact that she saved my life, risked herself when she had nothing to gain. Or maybe it's something darker. My hand shifts, fingers tracing just beneath her jaw, lingering at the delicate line of her throat. I shouldn't be touching her. I shouldn't be thinking about how easily I could press my lips to the hollow of her pulse, about the way she hasn't stepped away. She does move, just barely, just enough that I think she might pull away. I tighten my grip. Not hard, not demanding, just enough to make her stay. Her breath catches. Rylan! I don't know what she's about to say, and I don't care. In this moment, I don't want to listen to her words. I want to understand why I crave her more than I ever craved Lartina. I don't kiss her, But I don't step away either. The silence stretches thick with something I don't want to recognize. Softly, too softly, I murmur, "You're not telling me something." Something passes on her face and I can't catch it. What is it? Guilt? Hesitation? Fear? I hate that I can't tell. She swallows, her throat shifting beneath my fingertips. "It's nothing," she says again. Another lie. The same one. I exhale sharply, forcing myself to release her. She steps back, blinking rapidly, as if clearing something from her mind. I let her. But as she moves toward the door, I say, "If you lie to me again, little thief, I won't be gentle about getting the truth out of you." She pauses, her back to me. Without turning, she murmurs, "Neither will I." The door shuts behind her. I exhale slowly, running my fingers through my hair. This was nothing. It has to be nothing. If it's not, I don't know what to do with it.
Chapter 13. Serafina. Latina smells like honey and death. She steps into my path with all the grace of a woman who has never had to ask for anything, only take. The corridors of Midnight Den is dimly lit, the flickering torches painting her sharp features in molten gold and shadow. I don't stop. I don't slow. But she does. Her fingers, cold and unyielding, slide around my wrist before I can brush past her. "Going somewhere, little thief?" I go still. Rylan calls me that too, but when he says it, it's mocking, amused, intrigued. When she says it, it's disgusting. I exhale and turn to face her fully, shaking off her grip. "If you have something to say, Latina, say it." She smirks, tilting her head slightly. Her eyes are deep pools of crimson, predatory and knowing. "Bold," she murmurs. "He does have a type, doesn't he?" I cross my arms. "Is this the part where you tell me to run while I still can?" She laughs, soft and venom-laced. "No, darling. You lost that chance the moment you let him touch you." My pulse stumbles. I mask it, keeping my expression calm, unreadable. "I don't know what you think is happening between us, but—" Her fingers skim my jaw. I react before I think, knocking her hand away with a sharp flick of my wrist. She chuckles, pleased. "Defensive already?" she muses, eyes gleaming. "Good. You'll need that fire when he eventually destroys you." I should walk away, I should ignore her. But something about the way she watches me, about the cruel patience in her gaze, makes the air feel thick, suffocating. She isn't just trying to scare me. She believes every word she's saying. I lift my chin. "You think you know him, don't you?" She smiles, slow and serpentine. "I don't think, Serafina. I know." My jaw tightens. "Then maybe you don't know him as well as you think." The amusement in her eyes turns sharper, colder. "You mistake interest for affection," she purrs. "Rylan doesn't care about people. He collects them, uses them. He's done it before. He'll do it again." I keep my expression unreadable. "You sound jealous." Her lips part, her head tilting. "Jealous?" She laughs, not soft, not bitter, dark, delighted. "Jealous of what?" she whispers, stepping closer, too close. "You think you mean something to him?" Her voice dips, turning almost gentle. "I loved him once too." Something inside me twists, not at the words, at the way she says them, not bitter, not longing, just stating a fact. I clench my fists. "Then why did he let you go?" Her smile curves, slow and taunting. "Who said he let me go?" The hallway feels smaller, the air heavier. I don't like this, don't like her, but I listen, because Latina isn't lying. "Rylan is a man who plays games," she continues, voice softer now, like she's letting me in on a secret. "He plays them well. You're just his latest piece. I hold my ground. Then why warn me? Latina exhales, her amusement dimming. A pause. She leans in, lowering her voice to something only for me. I don't waste my time with the ones who don't matter. She steps back, straightening the delicate sleeves of her gown. The candlelight flickers against the jewels at her throat, her elegance unshaken, untouchable. And I know, without a doubt, that Latina is not just dangerous, she is deadly. I exhale slowly. I appreciate the warning, I murmur, voice smooth, controlled. But I don't take orders from you. Latina smiles, pleased, expectant. Good, she murmurs. I do love a fight. She steps past me, the smell of amber and something sharp, something lethal, trailing in her wake. But just before she disappears down the hall, she pauses. One last thing, she calls over her shoulder. I don't turn. I don't trust myself to. She hums, thoughtful. You should ask Rylan about the last woman he protected.
Chapter 14. Rylan, loyalty isn't given. It's tested. And Serafina still has something to prove. I don't trust her, not yet. There's too much about her that doesn't add up. Her boldness, her defiance. The way she watches me like she's trying to figure out how to dismantle me piece by piece. So I set the terms. A mission. A test. She doesn't hesitate. Not when I send her into Lord Varash's estate, where humans don't leave unscathed. Not when I tell her to extract a name, a single thread of information tied to Nelian's growing influence. Not even when she realizes she might not come back alive. She simply nods and disappears into the night. And I should be satisfied, except I'm not. 'Cause hours pass, then more, and she doesn't return. By the time I hear the heavy doors of the midnight den swing open, I'm already standing, already bracing myself for what I know is coming. The stench of blood is thick before I even see her. Then Serafina stumbles inside. Her tunic is torn, fabric clinging wetly to her ribs where blood seeps through in sluggish, uneven patterns. Her lip is split. Bruises bloom along her arms, deep and vicious. But it's not the wounds that stop me. It's her eyes. Not broken, not afraid. Burning. She sways slightly, one hand gripping the doorframe, the other clutching a crumpled scrap of parchment. I don't move. Neither does she. The silence thickens. She tosses the paper onto my desk. The name I wanted. Marith. I glance at it only briefly before my attention snaps back to her. You're late, I say, voice dangerously calm. She exhales sharply. You're welcome. Wrong answer. I move fast before my mind can process my action. She flinches, but only slightly, as my hands slam against the chair on either side of her, caging her in. You barely made it back, I murmur, voice low, measured. Do you even know how stupid that was? She lifts her chin, refusing to shrink beneath my presence. I did what you asked, she grits out. At what cost? I shouldn't care. I shouldn't be furious. But I am. Her lips twitch like she's about to say something cutting, something to piss me off. But then, her balance wavers. I catch her instinctively. Her body leans into mine, just for a breath. Just for a second. Just as quickly, she jerks away. I'm fine, she mutters. I exhale sharply, stepping back. I should let this go. Instead, my eyes flick downward, and I see the wound on her ribs. Deep, sloppy. I step forward. She notices. Her body tenses, but she doesn't move away. Sit, I order. She hesitates. Serafina. My voice is a blade. Sit. Down. She exhales, but this time she listens. I move to the desk, retrieving a cloth and a vial of healing salve. When I turn back, she's watching me warily like she expects me to strike. I don't. Instead, I kneel before her. Her breath catches just slightly. I ignore it, Instead, I push her tunic up, revealing the deep gash along her ribs. She hisses at the contact but doesn't pull away. "You're lucky it's not worse," I mutter, pressing the cloth against the wound. "Didn't feel lucky," she grits out. I smirk, but it doesn't reach my eyes. "What happened?" She exhales sharply. Varash didn't like being questioned. Something cold slithers down my spine. "He touched you?" She snorts. "Is throwing me into a wall count?" Rage. A slow, simmering heat that shouldn't be there. I shouldn't care. I really shouldn't. But my fingers tighten around the cloth, pressing a little too hard. She winces. I ease off immediately. Damn it, I shouldn't be angry. I should be pleased. She got the information I wanted. She proved herself. But instead of satisfaction, all I feel is this seething, restless thing curling in my ribs. "You don't go near him again," I say, voice lower than I mean it to be. She exhales sharply. Didn't realize I had a choice. I lift my eyes to hers. "You do now." A beat of silence. Her fingers curl into fists against her lap. "Why does it matter to you?" I don't answer. I don't know. If I admit that, I might never stop. I finish binding her wound in silence, my movements slower, more careful than before. Then I rise, turning away, putting distance between us. "You did well," I say, voice cold, detached. She doesn't move for a long moment. "You don't mean that?" She turns and walks away before I can respond. I don't move until the door clicks shut. Then, only then, do I exhale, pressing my fingers against my temple. I'm not pissed at her. Not really. I'm pissed at myself. For caring. For sending her on that mission in the first place. For damn it. I don't know. I'm just pissed. Chapter 15. Rylan. The envelope is waiting for me when I return to my study. It's a simple thing. No seal, no name. Just dark parchment, folded with precision, left exactly where I would find it. Someone had been here. Someone had walked through the fortress of my home, through the guarded halls of the Midnight Den, and left this. I don't move right away. I listen. The room is silent, save for the faint crackling of the fire. The air is still, no trace of another presence lingering. But that means nothing. The kind of people who send messages like this, the kind of men who slip past doors and guards and all the barriers I've built, don't leave traces unless they want to be found. A slow exhale. I reach for the parchment. My fingers barely brush the surface before I feel it. A shift. A pulse. Dark magic. Not active, not dangerous, not a curse, but a signature. A whisper of power laced into the fibers of the paper. A calling card. I flip it open with careful fingers, scanning the inked words inside. They are few, precise, too sharp, too intimate. I read them once, then again, and my breath slows. The past is not as buried as you think. It's waiting, watching, and it wants what was stolen. Shall we dig up the bones together? No name, no signature, but I don't need one. I know exactly who sent this. Nilian. My pulse remains steady, my breathing even, but something coils inside me, cold and lethal. I fold the parchment once, twice, tucking it between my fingers. I throw it into the fire. The flames devour it instantly. The black parchment curls, twisting into smoke, and yet the words linger, burned into my mind. I know what he's saying. I know exactly what he means. The past isn't buried. It's been waiting for me. And now, it's coming. I pour myself a drink. The glass trembles slightly against the surface of the desk. I grip it tighter, lifting it to my lips, letting the burn of the wine anchor me. I should have known this was coming. Nilian has always been patient, playing the long game, shifting pieces before his opponent even realizes the board has changed. And now, he's made his first move. A warning. A taunt. An invitation. I let out a slow, measured breath, pressing my fingers against my temple. The past is not as buried as you think. What does he know? What has he found? I stare into the fire, watching the last traces of the parchment turn to ash. If Nilian wants to dig up old bones, then fine. I'll show him a graveyard. The door creaks open behind me. Seraphina lingers in the doorway, but I feel her gaze, sharp and cautious, scanning the space before settling on me. She doesn't speak right away. Good. She's learning. I take another slow sip of my drink before finally turning to face her. She's dressed in the same tunic she wore earlier, the fabric loose where the bandages wrap around her ribs. A reminder of what I let happen. What I sent her into. Her hair is still slightly damp, as if she had tried to wash away the blood. But there's a stiffness in her stance, a wariness she hasn't shaken. She shouldn't be here. And yet she is. I lean back against the desk, tilting my head slightly. Couldn't sleep. She exhales sharply, stepping further inside. Didn't try. Liar. Her eyes flick toward the fire, narrowing slightly. What was that? I lift a brow. What was what? The parchment, she presses. The one you burned. I smirk. Clever girl. It wasn't important. Her arms cross over her chest, and I shouldn't be amused by how unimpressed she looks. You only burn things when they are important. I chuckle, swirling the last of my wine. And you only ask questions when you already know the answer. Her gaze sharpens. She doesn't move, but I feel the shift in her. The quiet realization that whatever I destroyed wasn't just a message. It was a threat. She doesn't ask again. Instead, she exhales, moving closer, fingers brushing the corner of my desk. You're worried, she murmurs. I hum, tilting my head. You sound surprised. You don't worry. I don't show it, I correct. That doesn't mean it isn't there. She studies me, gaze flickering over my face, as if searching for something. I let her look. Let her try to read me, piece me together. She won't, not fully. But she gets closer than most. Her fingers tighten against the desk. Who was it from? I don't answer. Not immediately. Instead, I shift forward, closing the last of the space between us. Her breath catches, not in fear, in something else. Careful, little thief, I murmur, voice low. You're asking the wrong questions. Her eyes flash. And what are the right ones? I reach past her, lifting the half-finished glass of wine from the desk. Not touching her, but close enough that I could. Close enough that I want to. I take a slow sip, watching her over the rim of the glass. Not the ones you want the answers to. Her throat bobs slightly as she swallows. A slow, deliberate pause. Then tell me anyway. The fire crackles. The silence stretches. Stay out of it. I left her standing there waiting for an answer that won't come. Should I tell her? If I do, she'll be pulled even deeper into this war. Not sure I want to watch someone else burn.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 16. Seraphina. Some wounds never close. They don't heal with time, don't fade into forgotten scars. They fester. And now, standing in Rylan's study, staring at the last wisps of burned parchment curling into the fire, I know I've found one of his wounds. A fresh one, a dangerous one. He didn't want me to see it, didn't want me to ask, but I did. Because the more time I spend in the Midnight Den, the more I realise Rylan is not the man he pretends to be. He hides behind sharp smiles, behind amusement that doesn't reach his eyes. But I see him. I see the way his jaw clenched when he read the message. The way his fingers twitched, as if resisting the urge to crush the parchment between them. Something about it rattled him. And I want to know why. I wait until he leaves, until the tension in the room lingers like the ghost of a battle unfinished. Then I move. I search. Not like a common thief rifling through his things. I don't need to. Rylan isn't careless. He doesn't leave secrets lying around. But a man like him, a man built from shadows and lies, has to keep pieces of himself somewhere. And I've been watching him long enough to know where. The desk. It's carved from blackwood, polished smooth, the edges lined with silver. Expensive, impenetrable to an outsider. But I've never been just an outsider. I run my fingers along the edge, searching, feeling. Then, there, a small indentation near the underside, invisible unless you know exactly where to press. I push, a faint click, and the drawer shifts. Unlocked. My pulse thrums as I slide it open, revealing a stack of neatly bound documents, letters, records, and beneath them, tucked away as if it didn't matter, a dagger, not one of the ones he carries. This one is different, smaller, the blade old, worn from years of use. The handle bears a single engraving, a name too faded to read. But meaning of it, God's, I feel it. This was his, a relic of who he used to be. I place it carefully on the desk and turn to the papers, flipping through them quickly, but not carelessly. Most of them are coded exchanges, cryptic notes, nothing that tells me what I need to know, until I reach the last one. A single letter, stained with something dark in the corner, blood or ink, I can't tell. And the name at the bottom makes my breath catch. Nillian. I skim the words, absorbing them in quick, sharp beats of understanding. You're still living under the wrong name. Still wearing a dead man's skin. How long do you think you can keep pretending, boy? I swallow hard. A dead man's skin. Something cold slithers through me. Because suddenly things I'd ignored, small, fractured details, start fitting together. Rylan doesn't use his last name. Ever. He's built an empire of secrets, yet his own past is the one thing no one speaks of. And Latina. Gods, Latina. Ask him about the last woman he protected. She didn't just say that to rattle me. She said it because she knew. There's something here. Something Rylan is keeping buried. Something so dangerous it might ruin him if it ever came to light. I hear footsteps in the hall. Too late. I barely have time to shove the letter back into the drawer before the door swings open. Rylan. His presence floods the room before he even speaks, his gaze locking onto me like a blade pressed to my throat. Find what you were looking for. I don't flinch. I don't let my breathing hitch, but he knows. Of course he does. He closes the door behind him, slow, deliberate, like a predator deciding whether to strike. I exhale, rolling my shoulders. You should really change your locks. He moves before I can blink. One step, then another, and suddenly he's in front of me, too close, the warmth of him pressing against my skin like a brand. That drawer, he murmurs, voice a thread of silk and steel, is locked for a reason. I tilt my head, matching his gaze. And yet it was so easy to open. His lips curve, but there's no amusement there. Only danger. You're pushing me, little thief. I lift a brow. You started it. Silence. A heavy, electric silence. He doesn't move. Neither do I. And suddenly I feel everything. The tension coiling between us, thick and suffocating. The sharp, measured control in the way he hasn't touched me yet, not because he doesn't want to, but because he won't allow himself to. I breathe in slowly. Who is Nilian to you? His jaw tightens. Drop it, Seraphina. I step closer, barely a breath between us now. What did he mean? My voice drops, quieter. A dead man's skin. Rylan goes still. Not just his body, his breath, his presence, his very essence. Like the air has been sucked out of the room, like something invisible and violent is unravelling inside him. His hand moves, too fast, too reckless, and suddenly his fingers are gripping my chin, tilting my head. I should pull away. I don't. Don't dig where you don't belong, he warns, his voice barely above a whisper. But his fingers stay on me, pressing just enough to make me feel it. Enough to remind me that this, whatever this is between us, is just as dangerous as the truths I'm trying to uncover. I lift my chin, unshaken. Maybe you should stop burying things. A sharp inhale. His thumb brushes against my jaw, a fleeting, unwanted touch. Just as quickly, he releases me, steps back, and rebuilds the wall between us. Stay out of it, he mutters. I know I won't be staying out of anything.
Chapter 17. Rylan, some lines aren't meant to be crossed. And yet, standing in the dim glow of my study, watching Seraphina watch me, I know I'm about to shatter the ones I built. She's pushing me. Again. Her defiance burns like a blade against my throat, daring me to react, daring me to lose control. I should have thrown her out the moment I saw her at my desk, hands where they didn't belong, fingers ghosting over the past I refused to acknowledge. I should have been furious, and I was. But the moment I stepped too close, the moment her breath hitched and she refused to back down, everything changed. Now she's standing in front of me, chin tilted up, fire in her eyes, and I hate her for it. Hate that I can't decide if I want to punish her for her insolence or kiss the fight out of her. My fingers twitch at my sides. She notices. Of course she does. You can glare at me all you want, she says, voice smooth but breathless. But I'm not going to apologize. I exhale sharply. For breaking into my things? For wanting the truth. My jaw tightens. You don't want the truth, little thief. You just want to see how far you can push before I break. She steps closer. The space between us shrinks, the warmth of her body teasing the edges of mine. Then break. Her whisper is a dare, a challenge. And God's help me, I take it. I move before I can think about it, one hand snapping out, gripping her waist, yanking her flush against me. My other hand cups the side of her face, fingers threading through the wild strands of her hair, tilting her head up. She doesn't resist. She leans into me. That's the breaking point. I crush my mouth against hers, claiming, devouring. Seraphina burns. I feel the fight in her, the sharp gasp swallowed by my lips, the way her nails dig into my arms, dragging me closer. She meets me head on, without hesitation, without fear. It's a battle all teeth and heat and the war we've been fighting since the moment we met. I don't kiss her like a man offering affection. I kiss her like a man claiming something he has no right to want. Her hands fist in my shirt, pulling, clawing, refusing to let me set the pace. She's not passive in this. She's not waiting to be wanted. She's taking as much as she's given, and damn, it undoes me. I press her back against the corner of my desk, caging her in, trapping her beneath me. She gasps into my mouth, not in protest, but in something raw and reckless. I drink it in. I lose myself in it. And then, her teeth graze my lower lip. Something snaps. I grab her wrists, pinning them above her head, forcing her still, forcing her to feel the full weight of what she's doing to me. Her breath stutters, not out of fear, out of power. She knows exactly what she's done. Her gaze locks onto mine, lips swollen, chest rising and falling with sharp, uneven breaths. "Let go," she murmurs. I don't. I can't let go. She shifts, testing my hold, her body taunting me with its warmth, its shape, its defiance. "Let go," she says again, softer this time, dangerous. I lower my head, dragging my lips along her jaw, drinking in the way she trembles beneath me. "You think you can handle what happens if I do?" I murmur against her skin. Her breath catches, but she doesn't back down. She tilts her head, baring her throat. A silent invitation. A mistake. I bite down, just enough for her to feel it, for her to know. Her pulse shudders. "Try me," she whispers. "And God's help me, I do." My lips crash against hers again, harder this time, deeper. The kiss turns rough, messy, spiraling into something beyond control. She meets me, challenges me, refuses to be overtaken. She wants this fight. She wants me, and damn, I want her too. Too much, too deep, too wrong. The realization hits like a blade to the ribs. This is a mistake. I rip myself away, chest heaving, hands shaking as I put distance between us. Serafina remains where she is, breathless, blinking up at me as if she's just as wrecked. But she isn't confused. No! She knows what I just let slip through the cracks of my control. Knows exactly what I want and exactly how much it's killing me to not take it. She swallows, stepping forward. "Rylan! Don't!" My voice is hoarse, raw. A warning, a plea. I turn away, raking a hand through my strands, forcing myself to breathe. I can't do this. I grip the desk, knuckles white. "Get out." The silence between us is heavy. Then, a sharp exhale. I hear her move, hear her hesitation, hear the way she lingers. But in the end, she leaves. The door clicks shut. I squeeze my eyes shut, cursing myself. I should have stopped sooner. I should have never touched her. Because despite all the warnings, all the reasons, all the risks, I already want more.
Chapter 18. Serafina. I hate him. I hate the way my lips still burn, the way my pulse hasn't settled, the way my body still trembles, not from fear, but from something worse. Something I don't have a name for. I hate him for this, for making me crave something I shouldn't, for making me want him. I shove the door shut behind me, my breath coming fast, uneven. The dimly lit corridor feels too narrow, too tight, too suffocating. My hands shake, my fingers curling into fists as if I could fight the feeling crawling in my veins. I should run. I should find some cold, dark corner of this cursed place and drown in my own fury. But I don't. Because no matter how hard I try to ignore it, my lips still taste like him. Like heat and hunger and a war I didn't mean to start. I press my back against the wall, tilting my head up, squeezing my eyes shut. "You think you can handle what happens if I let go?" His voice still echoes inside me, dark and velvet and infuriating. And the worst part? I had wanted to know. I had wanted to see what would happen if he lost control completely. My nails bite into my palms. Gods, I've survived so much. Chains, masters, years of silence, years of belonging to someone else. But Rylan, he is different. Not because he owns me. Not because I am bound to his world, his will, his deadly games. But because I don't know if fighting it is what I want. That terrifies me more than anything. I don't sleep. The shadows press too close, and every time I close my eyes, I feel him again. The way his body caged mine against the desk, his breath hot against my throat. The way his hands, strong, unyielding, had pinned my wrists like I was something fragile. And the way I had let him. I don't know what unsettles me more, the way he touched me, or the way I wanted it. The night drags on, the hours stretching too long, too empty. I should rest, should try to forget, but my body is wired, restless. So I do the only thing I can. The midnight den is silent at this hour, a heavy, breathless silence, the kind that hides monsters in its depths. I keep my steps light as I navigate the dim corridors, not sneaking, just needing space, needing air, needing distance, but no matter how far I go, I still feel him. Rylan. His presence lingers in the stone, in the air, in the way the torches burn lower, softer, like they know what he's done. What we did. I swallow hard, forcing the memory down. This isn't real. None of it is. He is still a dark elf. He is still my master. And I am still just a pawn in his games. Nothing more, nothing less. I exhale, pushing forward, trying to banish the feeling in my chest. The feeling that whispers, liar. I don't realise where my feet have taken me until I reach the training room. It's empty at this hour, dark save for the soft glow of enchanted torches lining the walls. Weapons gleam from the racks, waiting, watching. Good. I need something to hit. I cross the room, grabbing a blade from the wall, a simple dagger, the weight familiar, solid. I need to move. I start with slow, careful motions. A drill, the kind I learned when I was young, back when I still had something to fight for. I twist, pivot, strike. The blade slices the air, sharp, perfect. Again, faster, harder. I move until my muscles burn, until my breath comes in sharp gasps, until the ghosts in my head shrink beneath the rhythm of steel and sweat. I fight until the only thing left is me. But even then, he is still there, lurking in the back of my mind, watching, wanting. I curse under my breath, gripping the dagger so hard my knuckles ache. This means nothing. The words sound hollow in my own head. To believe is to give my trust. I don't believe because of the way he looked at me, like he was on the precipice of something deadly, something uncontrollable, wasn't nothing. It was everything, and I'm clueless as what to do with it. A sound, soft, distant, but I know I'm not alone. I stiffen, turning sharply, dagger raised. But I don't need to see the figure in the doorway to know who it is. The air shifts, and then his voice. Low, rough, like he hasn't slept either. You always train when you're running from something. I hate that my breath stutters. I hate that he sounds so damn calm when I know he's just as wrecked as I am. I force myself to straighten, gripping the dagger tighter. I don't run. His lips curl slightly. No, he murmurs. You don't. He takes a step inside. The flickering torchlight catches on the tip of his silver-streaked hair, casting his emerald eyes into shadowed depths. I hold my ground, but I feel it. The pull. The thing neither of us will name. He doesn't move closer. He doesn't need to. He's already too close. You shouldn't be here, I say, voice steady, distant. His gaze flickers, dragging over me slowly, not lustful, assessing, like he sees more than I want him to. Neither should you, he says simply. I inhale through my nose, trying to steady myself, trying to remember who he is, trying to remember who I am. You kissed me, I say finally, the words like a dagger unsheathed. A long silence, then soft, dangerous. You kiss me back. My fingers tighten around the dagger. I want to argue, I want to deny it, but we both know the truth. We are standing on the precipice of something neither of us can control, something that will burn us both. I lift my chin, swallowing the war inside me. It won't happen again. A beat of silence. Then Rylan smirks, slow, dark, unforgiving. Liar. His voice is silk and steel, soft and sharp enough to cut. And God's help me, I hate him for it. Or I loathe myself because he's right.
Chapter 19. Rylan. There are many ways to kill a man. A blade to the throat is the simplest. Poison, slower but more insidious. And then there is doubt. Doubt can rot a man from the inside out, a slow, creeping decay, unraveling everything he thought was certain. I tell myself I'm immune to it, that I have always been able to see through the lies, the manipulations, the games. But when Lartina's message arrives, carried by one of her trusted servants, I feel it. At first, sharp sting of something dangerous. I read the letter twice, then a third time, before I slowly set it down. The fire beside me burns low, casting deep shadows against the walls of my study, but it does nothing to chase away the cold settling in my chest. Lartina is clever. Too clever. And she plays her games well. I know she's trying to get inside my head. I know this is bait. But that doesn't stop the words from sinking their claws into me. You're losing your edge, Rylan. You let a human get too close. And now she's leading you exactly where Nilian wants. I exhale slowly, rolling my shoulders, forcing the tension out of my body. I won't let her win. I won't let her words take root. But the problem is, I don't know if she's lying. An hour later, I still haven't moved. The letter sits where I left it, taunting me, whispering things I'm not interested. I press my fingers against my temple, shutting my eyes for a moment. She's always been a question I haven't been able to answer. Too bold, too fearless, too damn comfortable in my presence. And now I begin to wonder, was that strength real? Or was it just another carefully crafted lie? The thought shouldn't hurt, but it does. Are you avoiding me? Seraphina's voice is even, but there's something off in it as she lingers in the doorway. Something too aware. She knows something is wrong. I keep my back to her, staring into the fire. Why would I? I don't know, she says carefully. You tell me. I smirk, but it feels hollow. Don't flatter yourself, little thief. The name should make her bristle, should pull that familiar fire from her. It doesn't. She just watches me, waiting, testing. I exhale, finally turning to face her. And God's help me. She's standing in the center of the room, arms crossed, brow slightly furrowed. Her hair is still messy from whatever restless night she had, her tunic slightly wrinkled like she had thrown it on in a hurry. I force my expression into something unreadable. What do you want, Seraphina? Her lips press together. You tell me. My jaw tightens. Don't play games with me. She tilts her head slightly, searching my face. And I hate that she notices the shift in me, the hesitation, the doubt. Doubt is weakness. And I have never been weak. Finally, she exhales, rubbing a hand over her jaw. If this is about earlier, it isn't. I cut her off too fast, too sharp. Her eyes narrow. Then what? I don't answer. The moment I do, the moment I say the words Lartina planted in my head, I won't be able to take them back. I step closer. Her breath catches. She doesn't step away. I don't know why that makes something worse inside me. You trust too easily, I murmur. She blinks, caught off guard. Excuse me? You trust me? I tilt my head. Don't you? She hesitates. And that's the worst part. If she were truly a spy, she wouldn't. If she were working for Nilian, she wouldn't have saved my life. She wouldn't have kissed me back. And yet, I still hear Lartina's voice in my head. You let a human get too close, and now she's leading you exactly where Nilian wants. I step closer. Close enough that the fire casts its glow across her face. With our closeness, I feel the warmth of her body. If I gave you a blade, I whisper, would you drive it into my heart? Her breath hitches. She doesn't look away. I almost want her to. This would be easy, but she meets my gaze head-on, unflinching, unreadable. "If I wanted you dead," she murmurs, "I wouldn't need a blade." A slow, curling smirk. Gods, she's either telling the truth, or she's the best liar I've ever met. And I can't decide which is worse. The silence stretches between us, something thick and tangled wrapping itself around my ribs. A war is happening inside me. One I never meant to fight. But the truth is simple. Either I trust her, or I don't. If I don't, I will have to kill her.
Chapter 20. Seraphina. I stare the ceiling of my chamber as unease coils in my gut, almost eating me inside and out since the moment I found Latina with Nilian. It's like an executioner's axe as I wait for it to cleave at my neck, a judgment waiting to happen. I don't have any idea as to what Latina is planning, but I have a feeling she's going to do something big. Nothing good can come out of it. Hours ago, Rylan and I talked about trust. Can it even exist between us? I don't think so. I'm a thief, and he's my so-called master. He's a dark elf monster while I'm a slave, a mere human. Suddenly, a voice interrupts my thoughts. I jolt off my bed, almost lunging at the intruder. "The master summons you, human," a dark elf servant says, shuffling on his feet. I frown, my instincts telling me this might be what I've been dreading for a while now. I follow the servant silently. The moment I step inside his bedroom, I know. Something is wrong. Rylan stands near the fire, shoulders tense, his silhouette carved in flickering light. His hands are clenched into fists, his knuckles stark against the dark fabric of his sleeves. On the small table and sofa on the corner, there are papers scattered. Letters. I have an inkling as to what is this about. Rylan stays motionless, not turning around to see me. Doesn't speak, but I feel it. The shift in the air, the weight pressing down on my lungs. He's angry. No. Worse than that. He's suspicious. I inhale slowly, keeping my voice even. "You summoned me?" Again. I don't say the last word, though. The fire crackles. Then he turns, and gods help me. His emerald eyes are dark, unreadable, but there's a fire behind them, something dangerous and restrained, something that looks like a man at war with himself. "Tell me," he says, voice low, too calm, too sharp. "What exactly did Nilian offer you?" The words slam into me like a dagger to the gut. I stiffen. "Excuse me?" He steps forward, slow, deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. "Tell me, little thief," he murmurs, "how much was my head worth?" I stare at him, my pulse hammering, my mind racing. Latina, she did this. Somehow she's poisoned him against me, planted a seed of doubt and watched it take root. This is what she planned all along. And now I'm the one standing in the flames. I lift my chin, refusing to shrink beneath his gaze. "You think I work for Nilian?" He doesn't blink. "I think you're too good at lying." A slow, terrible smirk curves his lips, but it doesn't reach his eyes. It's not amusement, it's a warning. I exhale forcefully, forcing down the frustration clawing up my throat. "You think I nearly got myself killed, risked my life for your goddamn mission, only to be a traitor?" "I think," he murmurs, stepping even closer, "that I don't like coincidences." My jaw tightens. He's close now, too close that I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers twitch, like he's holding himself back from something violent, or something worse. He reaches out, gripping my chin, raising it so that I can't look away. "Tell me the truth," he breathes. "Are you working against me?" I hold his gaze, ignoring the way my heart pounds beneath my ribs, ignoring the way his touch burns. I smile. Slow, defiant. I won't beg. Not for him. Not for anyone. If I were a traitor, I whisper, you'd already be dead. The words hang between us, sharp and deliberate. Rylan's grip tightens. For a single, breathless second, I think he might break me. Then he laughs. It's soft, dark, unforgiving. He releases me suddenly, shoving me back a step. I stumble but catch myself against the tip of the desk, breathless, shaking, but still standing, still whole. The heat of his touch lingers on my skin, even as I try to ignore it, even as I tell myself that none of this should matter. He exhales sharply, dragging a hand through his silver-streaked hair. You expect me to believe that? I lift a brow. You're the one who let me live. His smirk falters. I notice the doubt, the hesitation, the part of him that wants to believe me, but doesn't know how. I step forward, closing the space he created. His breath catches. I see the shift in him, the way his hands flex at his sides, the way his body tenses like he doesn't know if he should push me away or pull me closer. And God's help me. I press the blade deeper. Did she tell you to kill me? I murmur. His expression is blank, but I see the flicker in his eyes. I see the war raging behind them. If I wanted to kill you, he murmurs, voice dark and silken, you wouldn't have seen it coming. I tilt my head. Then why haven't you? A muscle in his jaw ticks. He doesn't answer. That tells me everything. He doesn't trust me, but he doesn't want me dead either. Not yet. Not when something else is growing between us. Something neither of us will name. I exhale, stepping back. You should be careful, Rylan. His lips twitch. Are you threatening me, little thief? I meet his gaze, unflinching. No, I whisper. I'm warning you. Before he can stop me, before he can pull me back into his orbit and drown me in something I'm not ready to feel. I leave. I don't look back. If I do, I might see the way he's still watching me.
Chapter 21. Rylan. I let her go because I have to. Serafina disappears down the hall, her silhouette swallowed by the flickering torchlight. She doesn't look back, not once. And yet I can still feel her. The scent of her lingers in the bedroom. Smoke, blood, and something wilder beneath it. Something sharp, alive, intoxicating. I close my eyes, inhale slowly, and curse myself for letting her in. The firelight flickers against the walls, shadows curling at the edges of my vision. My jaw clenches, my fingers tightening against the armrest of my chair. She was too calm, too unshaken. Most people beg when accused of treachery. They plead, cry, throw themselves at my feet. Not Serafina. She met me head on, her defiance burning through my accusation like steel against flint. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need a blade. She had said it like a promise, like a warning. That's the problem, isn't it? I don't know if she was lying. She got too close, too fast, slipped beneath my defenses like a well-placed dagger. I thought I was the one pulling the strings, thought I was the one setting the rules of this game. But what if I was wrong? What if I've let her play me instead? A slow exhale. I shouldn't care. I should end this now. It would be easy. One order, one command, and she'd be eliminated before sunrise. Before she can do any more damage. Before she can ruin me. I rise from my chair, pacing toward my chair. The parchment Lartina sent me still sits where I left it, the edges slightly curled from where my fingers pressed into them. A message meant to divide. A game she's played before. I know what she wants, to drive a wedge between me and Serafina, and yet I still can't ignore the question festering in my mind. What if she's right? What if Serafina is the trap I never saw coming? I pour myself a drink. The dark elven wine slides down my throat like fire, burning against my resolve, My fingers twitch around the glass. There's only one way to be sure. I have to push her. I have to break her. If Seraphina is truly loyal, then she'll survive whatever I throw at her. And if she isn't, then I'll know exactly what to do. The hours slip by in silence. I try to lose myself in work, in ledgers and coded messages, in the web of secrets and transactions that keep the Midnight Den alive. But my mind keeps circling back to her, with the way she looked at me tonight. Not with fear, not with guilt, with something darker, something hungry. As if she was just as furious as I was, as if she was just as tempted. I don't like it. I don't like that I still feel the ghost of her breath against my skin, the way her lips parted when I grabbed her chin, the way she didn't look away. It should have been fear. Instead, it was a challenge. I down the rest of my drink and slam the glass onto the desk, ignoring the way my pulse refuses to settle. The Midnight Den is never truly silent. Even at this hour, I can hear the faint sounds of movement from the lower halls, the shifting of steel, murmured voices, the rustling of parchment as deals are made in the dark. I should be down there, making sure my network holds steady, ensuring that my world doesn't unravel while I waste time thinking about a human who shouldn't matter. Instead, I find myself moving toward the door. My steps are slow, measured, as if I don't know where I'm going. But I do. Of course I do. My feet carry me toward the hall where she sleeps, the space where I've kept her caged. Mine, but not mine. Owned, but never tamed. I reach her door before I can talk myself out of it. I should leave. I should turn around. The door is slightly ajar. I go still. A moment of hesitation. Before I can think about it, I push it open. She's asleep. Or at least, she was. Her breathing is uneven, her body curled on the too small cot, one arm thrown over her forehead. The dim light of the lantern casts golden shadows across her skin, tracing the bruises she still carries from the mission I sent her on. I should feel satisfied. She survived. She proved herself. But all I feel is restless. All I see is the way her lashes flutter, the way her lips part as she exhales softly. And I know I should not be here. Not like this. Not when I'm still drowning in suspicion, in anger, in the slow, rotting weight of my own desire. I step back slowly. Then another. Then her voice cuts through the silence. Couldn't sleep either. My breath catches. She hasn't moved, hasn't opened her eyes. But she's awake. She's been awake. She knew I was standing here, watching her. I clench my jaw. Go back to sleep, Seraphina. Her lips twitch, the smallest hint of a smirk curving at the edges. Not until you do. A challenge. Like she knows exactly why I'm here. Like she's daring me to cross the line we both know is already ruined. I grip the corner of the door. I should leave. I need to leave. If I don't, if I let this pull between us win, neither of us will walk away unscathed. The silence stretches too long, too charged. Then, I exhale, stepping back into the hall, and this time, I don't look back. If I do, I won't be able to stop myself.
Chapter 22. Seraphina. Latina is a viper dressed in silk, beautiful, deadly, coiled in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And if I don't find a way to strike first, she'll sink her fangs into Rylan and bleed him dry. That thought burns through me as I slip through the lower halls of the Midnight Den, my breath controlled, my steps light. Rylan may doubt me, but I know my instincts. And my instincts tell me that Latina is the real enemy. If I can prove it, if I can uncover something that shatters her hold over him, then maybe, just maybe, I can save him before it's too late. Or maybe I'm just trying to save myself. I know Rylan's world well enough to understand power is only real if no one sees it slipping through your fingers. And Latina, she's been pulling the strings for far too long. I press myself against the cool stone wall outside one of the inner chambers, my heart steady, my ears sharp. Latina is inside, talking, scheming. I catch snippets of the conversation, my body tensing as the words slither through the heavy wooden door. He doesn't trust me yet, but he will. A pause, a low chuckle, and then we'll take everything from him. My nails dig into my palm. I knew it. She's playing him. Using his doubts, his weaknesses, using me. A rustling sound, paper shifting, documents exchanged. I need to see what she's giving them. I move instinctively, slipping through a narrow corridor that leads to a side entrance. It's a gamble, a single mistake, and I'll be the one caught in the trap. But I've played this game before. I've survived worse. The door is slightly ajar, left careless by whoever delivered the documents. I slip inside, silent as a breath. Latina stands near the desk, dressed in black silks that cling to her like a whisper of temptation and poison. Her long, raven-dark hair is pinned up with jewelled combs, her red eyes gleaming in the low light. And in her hands, a letter. She folds it neatly, carefully, as if it's very important. It must be when I see that it's for Nilian, but she's taking it away. She moves to tuck the letter away, but before she can, I step forward. Stealing from your allies now? I ask. Her head snaps up. For a brief moment, something flickers in her gaze. Shock, calculation, something sharp and deadly. She smiles, like she was expecting me all along. I don't move, don't let my expression falter, even as she glides toward me, the scent of expensive perfume curling around her like a veil of deceit. My, she purrs. The little human thinks she's clever. I don't blink. Not clever, just not blind. She laughs, soft and musical, like I've just told her the most amusing thing in the world. Faster than I expect, she closes the distance. Her fingers trace along my shoulder, trailing over my collarbone, a mockery of affection. I fight the instinct to flinch. She's testing me, looking for weakness. I won't give it to her. I can see why he's distracted, she murmurs, her voice like honey laced with venom. You have a certain appeal. Rough, unpolished, but appeal nonetheless. I hold my ground. I didn't come here to play games, Latina. She tilts her head. No? Then why are you here, little thief? My jaw tightens. I let my gaze flick to the desk, where the letter from Nilian still rests. Her smile widens. Ah, she sighs. You're looking for proof, aren't you? I say nothing. I don't need to. She steps away, her expression shifting from amusement to something colder. Something like pity. Rylan won't believe you, she says smoothly. He's already drowning in doubt, and by the time you try to pull him out, I'll have convinced him you were the one holding him under. A sharp twist in my chest. I already knew she was playing a dangerous game, but now I realise I may have already lost. I exhale slowly. You're awfully confident for someone whose lies are about to unravel. She lifts a delicate brow. Lies? Her mask slips, just for a second, but it's enough. I step toward the desk, fingers curling around a letter. I grab it from the table before she notices. You shouldn't have left the door open, I murmur. Her red eyes darken. The air shifts, then she laughs. Long, software infuriating. Oh, little thief, she whispers. You really don't understand, do you? Before I can move, before I can react, she closes the distance again, so fast I barely register the movement. A sharp prick against my throat. I go still. Her dagger glints in the low light, pressed just under my chin. My pulse thuds, but I don't move, don't give her the satisfaction. Her smile is slow, cruel. You think you've won something? She murmurs. You think Rylan will thank you for this? I say nothing. I don't need to. For all her threats, she hasn't cut me. She hasn't silenced me. She won't. She wants me alive. I let her see it in my eyes. That she doesn't scare me. That I've dealt with worse. That she's just another monster in a world full of them. Her jaw tightens. She steps back, lowering the blade, but not before pressing it lightly against my collarbone, just enough to remind me she could have killed me. Just enough to remind me that next time she might. But I don't linger. I turn on my heel, moving toward the door. I have exactly what I need. Now I can finally rip the mask off her pretty, lying face. No matter how much Rylan doubts me, he won't be able to ignore the proof in my hands. I don't look back as I disappear into the hall. But I hear her voice behind me, soft, lilting, full of poisoned amusement. You'll regret this, little thief. I don't answer. She's wrong. She's the one who will regret ever underestimating me.
Chapter 23. Rylan. Lartina moves like a shadow, silent, inevitable, full of sweet promises laced with poison. She stuns the space she's in, the air shifting, the scent of jasmine and embers curling into my lungs. Rylan, she purrs, drawing my name out like a blade unsheathing. I don't turn. I don't need to. I know exactly what she looks like standing there in the doorway, bathed in the low firelight, tall, elegant, lethal. She always knew how to weaponize beauty, how to slide under the skin like a sickness, how to turn a man's hunger into his downfall. And I was weak for her once. Not anymore. I take a slow breath, keeping my voice even. You should leave, Lartina. A soft tisk from behind me. So cold. The door clicks shut, and I know without turning that she's locked it. She moves like she owns the room, like she still owns me. I hear the whisper of silk as she crosses the space between us, her fingertips skimming the edge of my desk as she circles, predator assessing prey. Are you truly sending me away without even a drink? She murmurs, her voice like warm honey, thick with intention. I force a smirk, but it doesn't reach my eyes. Do I seem like I'm in the mood for company? Her laughter is soft, knowing. A trap closing. You're never in the mood, Rylan. A pause. Until you are. I let her come closer. Let her brush the back of her fingers against my jaw. Let her fingertips skim down my chest, featherlight. I need to know why she's really here. What does she truly want? Some part of me is still haunted by the ghost of what she was to me before everything burned. Her breath fans against my skin as she leans in. She smells of smoke and secrets, power and deception. I remember a time, she whispers, when you wouldn't have hesitated. My pulse beats once, hard. She presses a single fingertip to my chest. When you wanted me more than your own breath. I rest my eyes for a beat. That part is true. Once I would have pulled her into me without a second thought, would have let her sink into me like a dagger, let her ruin me in the way she's always wanted. And she knows it. She can see it in the way my fingers flex at my sides, the way my breath catches. She's still inside my head, still knows how to twist the knife. You used to crave me, she murmurs. Do you really think that's gone? She lifts a hand to my neck, tracing along my collarbone, slow, knowing. Or is it just buried? I inhale sharply. Her lips brush the corner of my mouth. A ghost of a touch. I move, fast. My fingers snap around her wrist, crushing her momentum. She freezes with a gasp. I lift my gaze to hers, letting her see it. The anger beneath my skin, the restraint fraying at the edges. Tell me, Lartina, I murmur, voice low. Did you come here to screw me, or to poison me? A slow, curling smile. Would you believe me if I said both? I chuckle, dark and low. That's the problem with you. I twist her wrist just slightly, not enough to break, just enough to remind her who I am. She hisses softly but doesn't pull away. Because this is the game we always played. Twisting pain into pleasure, turning power into seduction. I lean in, my lips ghosting her ear. You think I don't know what you've been doing? A slow inhale from her. What do you mean? I smile against her skin. Nillian. A sharp, violent silence. It's the first time she's faltered. I feel it as her pulse jumps beneath my grip. The way she stills, truly stills, for the first time since she walked into my chambers. You should have covered your tracks better, I murmur. Serafina found your letter. Lartina doesn't move, but I feel the shift in her, the calculations, the immediate reshuffling of whatever game she thought she was playing. I loosen my grip just slightly, just enough to let her think she's regained ground. And then she laughs, soft, amused, infuriating. You trust that human girl, she breathes, shaking her head. Oh, Rylan, you always did have a weakness for the ones who bite back. I say nothing. She's right, but not in the way she thinks. She tilts her head, studying me, and I see it peeking through, uncertainty. She wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting me to resist her. Wasn't expecting me to see through the illusion she so carefully spun. You've lost your touch, I tell her quietly. Her red eyes flicker just for a second. That's how I know. She's afraid. She recovers quickly, smiling, stepping back, severing the heat between us. Believe what you want, darling, she purrs. But in the end, we both know what's coming. I hold her gaze. Do we? She reaches for the door, pausing just before opening it. Then, softly, deliberately, she says, I hope she's worth it, Rylan. When I take everything from you, I want to see the moment you realize you should have chosen me instead. She disappears into the hall, the door clicking shut behind her. And I stand there, my skin still burning from where she touched me. But it's not her that's in my head now. It's Serafina.
Chapter 24. Serafina. Jealousy is an ugly thing. It creeps up the spine, slow and insidious, twisting into something dark and unshakable. And right now, it has its claws in me. Rylan isn't alone. Lartina is with him. I don't know why my feet led me here. Why I turned down the narrow hall where his chambers sit in the quiet of the night. But now that I'm here, I can't walk away. I see them through the high window above the corridor, a narrow pane of glass set into the stone, allowing just enough of the room beyond to be visible. The door is locked. I can't hear them, but I can see everything. Lartina moves with effortless grace, a serpent in silk, weaving her way around him. Rylan stands near the fire, his hands braced against the desk, shoulders tense. She leans in, her lips close to his ear, whispering something I can't hear, something that makes his jaw tighten. She touches his chest, fingers trailing down the fabric of his tunic like she owns him. He doesn't stop her. I go rigid. I don't know why my breath shakes, why my stomach twists at the way she touches him. It shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. I am nothing to him. A temporary nuisance, a debt to be paid, a pawn in whatever game he's playing. But the way she moves, the way she tilts her head like she's already won. It burns, and I hate it. I watch as she leans in closer. Her fingers brush the side of his throat, her lips hovering over his jaw. My nails dig into my palms. She's going to kiss him. He's letting her. Then, sudden movement. Rylan pulls away. His face is unreadable, but his body is stiff, rejecting. Lartina pauses. Her mask doesn't slip, but I see the subtle shift in her posture, the quick flicker of surprise before she schools her features into something softer, something calculating. She reaches for him again. He catches her wrist mid-air, and even though I can't hear his voice, I can see the finality in the way his mouth moves. This is over. Latina doesn't leave immediately. She stands there still, her expression unreadable, but something in her eyes darkens, a silent warning. She says something else, short, sharp. Then she turns. Her movements are slower, measured, too controlled. She walks toward the door, but just before she reaches it, she stops. Her lips curve into something cold, and this time she speaks loud enough for me to hear. I hope she's worth it, Rylan. The words curl through the chamber, sharp as a blade. Rylan doesn't reply. Latina slips out of the room. I don't move. My body is still buzzing with something I can't identify. I hope she's worth it. Who? Me? Why would she say that? Why did Rylan pull away? Why did he let her touch him in the first place? The door swings open. Rylan steps out. He sees me. Neither of us move. His expression is impossible to read, but his gaze locks onto mine. I swallow hard, my heartbeat too loud in my ears. I have no idea about what I was going to say. A lie, a truth, something between the two. But he speaks first. You've been watching me, little thief. The accusation shouldn't make my pulse stutter the way it does. I force a scoff, lifting my chin. You flatter yourself. His smirk is slow, dangerous. Then why are you here? I fold my arms over my chest. I could ask you the same. A pause, a silence so sharp it could cut. Then his smirk deepens. Are you jealous? The words slam into me, unexpected and unbearable. I should laugh. I should scoff and roll my eyes, turn away and end this conversation before it twists into something I can't control. Instead, I say nothing, and his eyes darken. His fingers tilt my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. You think I want her? He murmurs. I don't blink. Don't let him see the truth clawing its way up my throat. I don't care what you want, I say, voice flat. A lie, a lie, a lie. His thumb traces along my jaw, slow, deliberate. I hate how easily he unravels me. I hate that the heat of his skin lingers against mine, even though I should push him away. He exhales sharply. I didn't kiss her, he says, voice lower than before. I swallow. Would you have? A flicker of something in his eyes, a hesitation. I shove his hand away, stepping back before I can do something stupid, before I can let him see how much this has unravelled me. Do what you want, Rylan, I murmur. It doesn't matter to me. A shameless, shaking lie. And from the way his smirk curls, from the way his gaze flickers over me like he's already picked me apart, he knows it too.
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 25. Rylan. I shouldn't go looking for her. Not after that last conversation. Not after the way she looked at me, like my answer actually mattered. Would you have? She asked me twice. Like she needed to be sure. And the truth, the ugly, unshakable truth is that I don't know. I should have shut it down. Should have given her something easy to brush off. But instead, I let her get too close. I let her sink into my head. And now she's all I can think about. Her fire, her anger, The way her breath hitched when she thought I might have wanted Lartina. The way she looked at me like I belonged to her. It's infuriating. So I do something even more infuriating. I go looking for her. I find her exactly where I knew she'd be. Alone, pacing the lower halls like a caged animal. Her arms crossed, shoulders tense as steel. She doesn't hear me at first. I take my time, stepping into the dim torchlight. Watching. I want her to feel it. I want her to know I'm here. She stiffens but doesn't turn. "Can't sleep," I say, voice casual, mocking. She exhales through her nose, slow and measured. "Neither can you." The silence is sharp, thick with all the things we shouldn't be saying, but keeps circling anyway. When she finally turns, her eyes burn. Not just with anger, with something else. Something I don't want to name. She wants to fight. Good, because so do I. I step closer, slow and deliberate. "You're still thinking about it." Her mouth presses into a thin line. "Thinking about what?" I smirk. "Don't play dumb, little thief. We both know you're terrible at it." Her hands curl into fists. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that I watched Lartina throw herself all over you, and you didn't exactly stop her." There it is. I take another step, lowering my voice. "You're jealous." Her eyes flash. "I am not jealous," I finish for her. "Admit it, Serafina. You hated watching her touch me." She scoffs, rolling her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself, Rylan. I couldn't care less who you let put their hands all over you." She's lying, and we both know it. I tilt my head, studying her, letting the silence stretch just long enough for her discomfort to show. Then I smirk. "Funny, that's not what your eyes were saying." Her rage ignites. "Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have clapped for you? Should I have just stood there and applauded while you let her snake her hands all over you?" She was trying to manipulate me. No kidding. She throws up her hands, stepping toward me, close enough that I can feel the heat rolling off her skin. "And you let her. What, was it fun? Did you enjoy watching her squirm? Or were you just seeing how long it would take me to crack?" I don't answer, because she's right. I did let her. I let Lartina play her game, let Serafina watch because I wanted to see what she'd do, because I wanted to know if she'd care. And she does. She's burning with it. "I don't give a damn who you choose to warm your bed," she continues, voice lower now, more dangerous. "But if you're going to stand here and act like you didn't enjoy every second of that, then you can go straight to—" I move. Fast. My mouth crashes against hers. Her breath catches, sharp and startled, but she doesn't pull away. Her fists hit my chest once, maybe to shove me, maybe because she doesn't know what the hell to do with this, but then her fingers twist into my shirt, gripping, pulling. A mistake. Because now she's closer. Now she's mine to ruin. I press her back against the wall, my hands framing her face, my body caging hers in like she might run. She should run. But she doesn't. She kisses me back, fierce and furious, biting at my lower lip like she wants to punish me for this. Good. Because I want to punish her too. For getting under my skin. For making me want this. For making me care. I slide my hand to the back of her neck, deepening the kiss, swallowing the way she gasps against my mouth. She melts. For a second, just a second. Then, footsteps, loud. Rushed. The moment shatters. One of my men bursts into the hall. Serafina and I jerk apart, chests heaving, lips kiss-bruised, the heat between us still burning in the air. The guard freezes at the sight of us, then, wisely, turns his gaze to the floor. "Sir," he says, voice edged with something close to fear. "It's Lartina." Serafina stiffens beside me. I go cold. I already know. But I ask anyway. "What about her?" The guard swallows. "She's gone."
Chapter 26. Serafina. There's no easy way to tell him. Rylan stands across from me, the firelight carving shadows across his sharp, unreadable features. His emerald eyes glint, sharp as a blade, waiting, always waiting. I take a breath, slow and measured, and yet it does nothing to still the storm churning in my chest. Latina is gone. That should be the most important thing right now. She's out there, planning something, moving against us in ways we can't yet see. But instead, this moment stretches between us, taut and brittle, because I am about to speak words that will change everything. The reason why I so desperately want him to take me in. I exhale. This is it. The treasure is real. Rylan doesn't move, doesn't blink. Only his fingers twitch at his side, just slightly, just enough to show me that beneath all that careful calculation, something in him has snapped to attention. He had doubts before. Now he doesn't. Say that again. His voice is low, controlled, but there's a current of something dark beneath it. I swallow hard. The treasure. It exists. A beat of silence. He steps forward, slow and deliberate. His presence presses against me, suffocating, overwhelming. You're sure? I force myself to meet his gaze. Yes. You saw the parchment. It contained information. He exhales, tipping his head back slightly, as if the meaning of those words settles over him like a knife at his throat. His gaze sharpens, turns on me. How do you know? I am the key. My life is the price. But I don't say that. Not yet. Instead, I tell him a fraction of the truth, just enough not to lie. There's a vault. I lie, voice steady. Hidden, protected, meant to be sealed away forever unless the right conditions are met. Rylan watches me too closely. I feel him peeling me apart, layer by layer, searching for weakness. I offer him none. His lips curl. And the catch? My stomach tightens. Here it is, the part that will change everything. There's a cost to opening it, I say. A blood price. The room goes silent. The meaning of those words settles between us, thick, suffocating. His jaw clenches. What kind of price? I hesitate a beat, but he sees it, he feels it. Rylan steps closer until the space between us is nearly non-existent. The heat of him sears through the fabric of my tunic, an unspoken warning. You're keeping something from me, he murmurs. I shake my head, forcing a scoff. Of course I am. That's what we do, isn't it? He doesn't smile. Instead, his fingers come up, tilting my chin up, forcing my eyes to stay on his. And gods, I hate him for knowing me too well, for sinking into me like rot in the marrow of my bones. What aren't you telling me? I swallow. I need to give him something. Whatever is hidden inside that vault, I say, voice quieter now. It's bound by magic. Magic that requires something. In return. He exhales sharply, his grip tightening ever so slightly before releasing me. He paces for a moment, his mind moving, calculations shifting. How much blood? He finally asks, turning back to me. Enough to matter, I say. His gaze darkens. That's not an answer. I cross my arms, feigning impatience. Then ask the right question. A muscle in his jaw ticks. You already know where it is, he accuses. I nod. I have a lead. A slow, dangerous smirk curves his lips. Of course you do. He moves again, circling me like a wolf scenting blood. He's still trying to decide whether to trust me, still trying to determine whether I'm worth the gamble. I'll find out the truth eventually, little thief, he murmurs, pausing behind me. You know that, don't you? My breath hitches, because he's right. When we stand at the threshold of that vault, when the blood price is demanded, when the only life that can open it is mine, he will know. And his choice might not be something I'll like. I exhale, steady. We'll see. His breath ghosts against the back of my neck, and for a single devastating moment, I feel him. All of him. The heat, the power, the pull. Eventually, he steps away, but something in his eyes tells me he won't stop. Not until he has every answer, until he owns every part of me. By then, it will be too late. For him, and for me.
Chapter 27. Rylan, she's lying. I know she's lying. Not lying exactly, but it's still a lie when you get down to the roots. I watch Serafina from across the room, my mind turning over her words like pieces of a puzzle that refuse to fit. The treasure is real. There is a blood price. It all sounds like a perfectly crafted truth, and yet, I don't believe her. She's hiding something, twisting the truth in a way that makes it impossible to tell where the lie begins and the truth ends. That infuriates me. I exhale slowly, feeling the moment pressing into my skull. You expect me to believe that? My voice is deceptively calm, but my fingers curl into fists at my sides. That all this time, this was your grand secret? Serafina doesn't flinch. She holds her ground, arms folded, shoulders stiff. I don't care what you believe, she says. That does irritate me. I step closer. She doesn't move. Don't you? I murmur, lowering my voice to something silken, sharp. You came to me for a reason, little thief. You knew I'd be the only one who could help you, the only one who could protect you. She tilts her chin, but I see the flicker of something in her eyes. Not fear. Something worse. Regret. That alone makes my blood burn hotter. What are you keeping from me, Serafina? I reach for her, fingers catching her wrist before she can step away. I feel her pulse, fast and wild, beneath my grip, a stark contrast to the way she's trying to appear calm. She lets me hold her, but her eyes spark with warning. I told you the truth, she says quietly. I'm no fool, I murmur. You told me a truth, not the whole of it. She exhales sharply, shaking her head. Does it matter? You know now. The treasure is real, and if you want it, you'll have to pay the price. I pull her closer, just enough that the heat of her body sears into mine. And who exactly is supposed to pay it? Her entire body stills. I narrow my eyes, watching the way her throat works through a swallow, the way her body tightens like a coil ready to snap. I see, I say, voice quieter now, her lips pressed together. I can feel her heartbeat racing against my fingers. She twists her wrist free and takes a single step back, putting a fraction of space between us. That should be the end of it. I should let her go, but I don't. I step forward, closing the distance again, forcing her against the edge of my desk. She doesn't retreat any further. She won't run. Not this time. I can see it in her eyes. The war inside her. The unspoken pull that neither of us want to acknowledge. I want to shake her. I want to ruin her. I want the truth. But instead, I do nothing. I let her go. If I don't, I will do something reckless. And we're already standing too close to the edge. Her breath is unsteady as she steps around me, moving toward the door. She hesitates once, just for a second. She leaves. I stand there, staring at the space where she had been, feeling like I just let something slip through my fingers that I may never be able to get back.
Chapter 28. Serafina. Something is wrong. I wake to the feeling of breath on my skin. Too close. The room is pitch black, suffocatingly silent. The only sound is my own breathing, shallow and uneven. Then, a shift in the air. Instinct kicks in. I roll, fast, just as a hand slams down where my throat had been. The mattress dips violently beneath me, and I hit the cold stone floor in a blur of motion, scrambling backward. My pulse shrieks in my ears. There's a figure in the dark, tall, cloaked, moving like a shadow that has finally come to devour me. And then, I see it, the gleam of cold steel. A knife. The world narrows to survival. I lunge for the nearest weapon, fingers closing around the edge of a candle holder on the nightstand. The attacker moves first. Fast. Precise. I duck, twisting, but the blade slices into my arm, a hot, wet bloom of pain. I bite back a cry. No time, no hesitation. I swing the candle holder. Crack. It collides with bone, and the attacker stumbles back, snarling. A voice, low, sharp, male. Not Latina, but hers. Latina is the one that sent this assassin. I'm sure of it. This is her hand, her reach, her plan. I bolt for the door. Another figure emerges from the shadows. 2 of them. One grabs me by the waist, yanking me back. I slam my head backward, hitting something solid. A grunt, a stagger. I twist, kicking wildly, viciously. I don't fight to win. I fight to survive. One of them grabs my wrist, twisting it behind my back. A sharp flare of pain. His breath is hot against my ear. You're coming with us. Alive. Alive. Latina knows. She knows I'm the key. That's why she didn't kill me. That's why I'm still breathing. Latina must have suspected me all along. From that very first moment I stole the parchment. Damn it all to hell. I throw my weight forward, breaking free for a single desperate second. A fist slams into my ribs. The world lurches. Pain explodes through my side. I hit the ground hard, gasping. I taste blood. My vision blurs. The room tilts, shadows flickering in my periphery, boots shifting closer. Hands grab me again. Rough, unyielding. I thrash against them, but it's no use. They're too strong. The night folds in around me, suffocating and final. A blade sings through the air, a gurgling sound. A body hits the floor. The hands on me loosen. I collapse, coughing. The stench of blood fills the air, thick and metallic. I blink through the haze. And there, standing over the fallen body, his dagger dripping with death, is Rylan. For a second, neither of us move. I'm still on the ground, chest heaving, arm bleeding, body trembling. He stands above me, tall and dark and furious, his emerald eyes burning like cold fire. The second attacker tries to flee. Tries. Rylan moves like a shadow, too fast, too precise. One strike, a muffled choke. The second man collapses. Dead. The room is silent, breathless. I push myself up on shaking arms. The pain lances through me, sharp and unbearable. I hiss, gripping my injured arm. Rylan wipes his blade clean, his movements slow, deliberate. Who were they? He asks, voice eerily calm. I force myself to lie, to breathe. I don't know. Rylan crouches in front of me. His gloved fingers tilt my chin up and our gazes meet. His touch is deceptively light. His eyes are not. That's a shame, he murmurs, because they knew exactly who you were.
Chapter 29. Rylan, she thinks she can outlast me. She thinks she can endure. But I have broken men far stronger than her. Serafina stands before me, shoulders squared, chin lifted in that way that makes my blood simmer, defiant even in the face of her own undoing. The stench of blood still clings to the air from the corpses in her room. The assassins Latina sent did not get what they came for. But I did. Proof. They came for her. They wanted her alive. That means something. It means she is valuable in a way she has not admitted. A human slave should not be worth this much trouble. A human slave should not have assassins sent to retrieve her. But Serafina isn't just any human. There must be something here I'm missing. Something dangerous. And I intend to find out what. I don't take her to her quarters. I don't let her clean the blood from her skin or steady herself from the night's terror. Instead, I bring her to the dungeon beneath the midnight den. She knows something is wrong the moment we descend the stone steps. The air grows colder, heavier with the smell of rust and damp rot. The torches lining the walls flicker dimly, casting long, jagged shadows. She doesn't speak, but I feel her hesitation. The way her breath slows, the way her steps stiffen. She isn't afraid of me. Not yet, but she should be. The dungeon is silent when we step inside. At first, then a wet, choked sound. A whimper of agony. Serafina halts mid-step. I smile. Slow, merciless. Surprised? I murmur. She doesn't answer. Her hands twitch at her sides, her breathing controlled. But I see the way her pulse thrums wildly at her throat. Don't look so tense, little thief, I say, circling her. This isn't for you. Not yet. A metal door creaks open. The stench of fresh blood thickens. And then we see him, the thing hanging from the chains. Once a dark elf, now a ruined husk. Flesh flayed open in strips, skin torn and bruised, an unrecognizable mess of pain and suffering. Serafina inhales sharply. She tries to hide it, tries to mask the way her body tightens, the way her fingers curl into fists. But I see it. I always see it. I step past her, picking up the whip hanging from the stone wall. Its leather coils are dark with old blood, glistening in the dim torchlight. I run my fingers over the surface, thoughtful. You see, I murmur, my voice a silken whisper. An information broker like me is an expert in making people talk. I turn toward her, letting the whip drag against the stone floor, slow, deliberate. Serafina's breath stutters, just for a second, but I hear it. I feel the way her muscles coil, the way her body reacts to the danger creeping closer. Good. She should be afraid, because the game we've been playing, it ends tonight. I lift the whip, crack. It snaps against the air, the sound slicing through the dungeon like a sword meeting flesh. Serafina flinches, only slightly, but enough. Enough for me to see that she is not as unshakable as she pretends to be. Enough for me to know that she's imagining it against her own skin. I step closer, brush it against her wrist. Light, barely there, but enough for her to feel, to imagine. Her lips press into a tight line, her breath too controlled. I smile, and then she speaks. Wow, she muses, tilting her head, eyes scanning the whip in my hands. Didn't take you for a whips and chains kind of guy. I pause. The smirk I'd been toying with vanishes. Serafina grins. And God's help me, she even winks. A slow, deliberate thing that sets my blood boiling. My grip tightens around the leather handle. Amusing, I say, voice smooth, even. Does humor help when you're afraid? She shrugs. I don't know. Does a whip help when you're compensating? A breath of silence, my jaw tenses. She's baiting me. Trying to turn fear into something flippant, trying to make me the fool. It almost works, but then I see it, the way she keeps her hands still at her sides. The way her weight shifts subtly to one foot, as if preparing to move. And the tremor, barely there, but real, fear. I smile again, slow and sharp. There it is. I let the whip drag across the floor once more, circling her as if considering her joke. You're amusing, I admit, but humor won't save you. Her lips curl slightly. Who said I was trying to be saved? I cock my head. Is that so? She gestures lazily toward the whip. You're obviously very experienced with that thing. I arch a brow, and her grin widens. If you're looking for a sparring partner, I suppose I could learn how to use it. Unless... She pauses, lowering her voice conspiratorially. You're the kind of guy who prefers being on the receiving end? A slow, creeping heat coils in my chest. I should be angry. I should want to break her for this insolence. But damn her. There is something wicked about the way she looks at me. A glint of something almost teasing. I chuckle, low, dangerous. You think you be the one holding the whip, little thief? She shrugs. You're the one dragging it across my skin like you want me to practice. I exhale through my nose, amused despite myself. Careful, I murmur, trailing the whip's handle along the delicate line of her jaw. You might enjoy it too much. She smirks. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same about you. Gods, and I almost laugh. Almost. I lift the whip again, dragging it along the floor once more, then let it graze her skin. A whisper light touch. She shivers, holds her breath. Her body reacts before her mind can stop it. I see it. I feel it. I lean in, voice a quiet promise. You're stronger than I thought, I murmur. But we both know even steel bends before it breaks. I intend to find exactly where you shatter. Chapter 30. Rylan. The moment we step out of the dungeon, Seraphina heaves. Not a sob, not a cry of fear, but laughter. A breathless, shaking, gasping sort of laughter. The kind that sounds too close to breaking. She staggers forward, bracing herself against the cold stone wall, sucking in ragged breaths like the air itself is poison. Her skin is pale, too pale, her fingers trembling against the rough surface. I should be satisfied, I should be. But instead, I narrow my eyes as she gives a shuddering exhale and mutters, I really thought you were going to ask me to whip you by the end of that. I blink. For a brief moment, I almost wonder if I misheard her. But no, she's grinning. I take a slow, deliberate step forward. Shaken, little thief? My voice is smooth, mocking. You've seen death before. What was different this time? She presses her forehead to the cool stone wall, still catching her breath. Nothing, really. I just have a new fun fact to hold on to. She turns to look at me, teeth flashing and something sharp, something reckless. You definitely get off on power plays. I exhale through my nose, my patience thinning. Careful, Seraphina. She hums. Or what? You'll punish me? Hate to break it to you, but I don't think you're the only one in this building with a thing for pain. She gestures vaguely to the dungeon door behind us. I bite back a chuckle, amused despite myself. Even now, she defies me. Even now, when her body betrays her with its tremors, when her hands shake at her sides, when she is clearly shaken, I step closer. Too close. I press my palm against the stone beside her head, trapping her without touching her. She doesn't shrink away, but her breath hitches. A fraction of a second. But I catch it. Tell me, I murmur, leaning in so only she can hear. How much more can you endure before you shatter? Her lips part, maybe to snap at me, maybe to finally confess the thing she's hiding. Screams! A distant boom shakes the midnight den, rattling the floor beneath our feet. Seraphina jerks back. I snap my head toward the hallway where the air suddenly smells of smoke and steel. Another explosion shakes the walls, followed by the unmistakable sound of shouting, steel clashing against steel. Something is wrong. I move fast. I reach the nearest window. The view from the second level gives me a perfect sight of the horror below. And just as I feared. Assassins, more of them. Dark elves, clad in shadow, pour into the den's entrance, cutting through my men like butchered animals. Damn it. I curse under my breath, my grip tightening against the window ledge. This is precision. This is planned. And I know exactly whose work this is. Latina. I should have killed her. I should have torn her throat out the moment she tried to get into my bed again. Instead, I played my game too carefully, too patiently. I wanted to use her against Nillian. Now she's using me. A mistake I will never make again. The door slams shut behind me. I turn in time to see Serafina backing away, her face pale, her eyes widened with understanding. She knows. She knows that if Lartina's men are here, they're also here for her. She brought this on us. I move fast. Too fast. She barely has time to react before I have my hand wrapped around her wrist, dragging her forward. She stumbles but doesn't fight me. Not yet. This is on you, I snarl, yanking her through the corridors. Whatever you stole from Lartina, whatever you're hiding, it just made you worth starting a war over. She gasps, wrenching against my hold, but I don't let her go. I didn't. I snap my head toward her, fury blazing through my veins like wildfire. Don't lie to me. She swallows hard, but she doesn't try to deny it again. Good. At least she knows better than to insult my intelligence. The screams intensify. Flames lick the outer walls of the den. I don't stop. I drag Serafina toward the passage door, a hidden escape route buried deep within the den's stone foundation. I shove it open with one hand, revealing a narrow, dark tunnel descending into the earth. Serafina hesitates. I yank her forward, forcing her inside. We don't have time for your pride, little thief. My voice is low, dangerous. If you want to stay here and die, be my guest. But I am leaving. She glares at me, eyes flashing with fury. But she doesn't argue. Not when the walls shake again. Not when another violent explosion rocks the upper levels. Not when the sound of boots and steel gets too close. This place is lost, and I will not die here. But when the dust settles, when I finally cut off Lartina's head for this, Serafina and I will finish this conversation. After tonight, one thing is clear. She isn't just a pawn in this game.
Chapter 31. Serafina. The tunnels stink of damp earth and cold stone, the silence between us thick enough to suffocate. Rylan hasn't spoken since we escaped the midnight den. He doesn't have to. His grip on my wrist is iron, dragging me forward without hesitation, his pace ruthless, unyielding. I don't fight him, not because I fear him, but because I have no choice. If I want to live, if I want to see this through, I must stay with him. I must endure. By the time we reach the surface again, my body aches. The tunnels spill us into the outskirts of the city, where the air reeks of sewage and smouldering ash. The attack on the den still lingers in the distance, smoke curling against the night sky, the faint sound of screams carried by the wind. Rylan doesn't even look back. He simply keeps moving. And I follow. I have nowhere else to go. We get out of the tunnel and arrived on the outskirts. Fortunately, I prepared a place for this kind of emergencies, he murmurs as we stand outside a house. The safe house is small, built from black stone and shadow. Rylan shoves the door open, dragging me inside. I barely have time to breathe before he's pushing me against the nearest wall, his hands braced beside my head, caging me in. Start talking. His voice is low, dangerous, a whisper edged with steel. I lift my chin. I already told you. His hand moves. Fast. Not to strike me, but to grab the dagger at his hip and press the cold steel against my throat. My breath catches. He leans in, his emerald eyes dark and seething with suspicion. Do not lie to me, Serafina, he murmurs. Not after what you've just cost me. I swallow against the blade. The way he says my name, it feels like a curse. Like something he'll tear from my lips and crush beneath his boot. I could lie. I could keep twisting the truth, keep burying my secrets beneath carefully chosen words. But he's too close, too sharp, too deadly, and I am running out of time. Slowly, I lift my hand. His eyes track the movement, every muscle in his body coiled like a beast ready to strike. I grab the hem of my tunic and pull it up, exposing the skin along my ribs. His dagger doesn't move. Neither does he, not at first. Then, his gaze drops. What am I looking at? More scars? He scoffs. I don't move, and just let him process it. Let his mind catch up. Rylan frowns as he explodes. Are you playing me? Do you think... Suddenly he stops and gasps, moving closer toward my scars. His breath brushes against my skin. Do you see it now? If you look closely, you'll find a pattern to it. I say softly, my voice shaky at the admission. I watch his expression shift, the realization, the slow, creeping understanding. There it is, the marking etched into my flesh. A map, not drawn, not inked. They're not just ordinary scars. They might look like one at a glance, but if the person knows what it's looking for, it will become obvious. The map is carved into my skin by magic itself. The scars. Rylan steps back, just enough for the dagger to leave my throat. But he doesn't look at me. He stares at the map, as if it is something unholy, something impossible. His breathing slows, measured, calculating. He lifts his eyes to mine, and I feel the shift, the storm rolling in. Explain, he says, voice like ice. I exhale shakily. I was born with it. A flicker of something in his gaze. Rage. Magic doesn't just carve maps onto human flesh, he says coldly. I wet my lips. No. His jaw tightens. Then tell me why. Why? Why? The truth is a noose around my throat, but there is no more room for lies. I pull my tunic down, covering the mark of my fate. I say the words that will change everything. The treasure can't be claimed without me. His dagger slams into the wall beside my head. Rylan presses closer, his body caging mine against the cold stone. His voice is a whisper of raw fury. You mean to tell me, he says slowly, that you are the key? I nod. He laughs, low, dark, utterly devoid of humour. His hand curls around my throat. You let me think you were just a thief, he breathes, his lips inches from mine. You let me drag you through hell, all while hiding this. I meet his eyes. Yes, I whisper. His grip doesn't loosen, neither does his fury. But he doesn't kill me. Now he can't. I see it in his eyes, the war inside him, because killing me now means losing everything. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 32. Rylan. The fire crackles in the hearth, the only sound in the dead silence between us. Serafina doesn't move, and neither do I. But the air between us shifts, like the moment before a blade is driven into flesh, before the pain truly begins. She is the key. She was always meant to be. The revelation settles in my ribs like a slow, sinking weight. I should have known. No, I should have seen. Every piece of the puzzle was laid before me, yet I refused to grasp the full shape of it. I called her a little thief, convinced she had simply stumbled into this war with reckless hands and a hunger for survival. But she didn't stumble. She was placed, marked, chosen, not by accident, not by fate, but by something deeper, something far more dangerous. I turn slowly. She stands near the fire, arms wrapped around herself as if trying to contain the truth she just gave me. She won't meet my eyes. Smart. If she did, if she saw the way I am looking at her now, she would run, and I would chase her. Who knew? I murmur, my voice quiet. She exhales, steady. Knew what? I let my thumb trace her cheek, slow, calculated. Do not toy with me. Her pulse thrums against my fingers. Who put this on you? I press, my voice turning to steel. Who made you the key? Her breath shudders. I feel her throat work through a swallow. I told you I was born with it. A lie. Or a half-truth. I can't tell which, but I can smell deception like I can smell blood. I tilt my head, dragging my gaze down to where the markings are hidden beneath her clothes once more. It's still there. Even covered, I can feel the weight of it. A map. Not just a key, but a curse. A sentence written into her very flesh. If you don't know what you're looking for, you'll only see scars. No human should have something like this burned into them from birth, which means it was never meant for a human. A pulse of something dark coils in my gut. Something like recognition. Like I've seen this before. Felt it before. I release her, stepping back. She watches me carefully, wary of the space I've given her. You were chosen for this, I say, my voice unreadable. She hesitates, then slowly nods. I exhale sharply. I don't know why it makes me want to tear something apart. I should have killed her the first night she came to me. I should have let her die when I had the chance. It would have been easier, cleaner. Instead, she is here, bound to me now by more than just a stolen bargain. What the hell do I do with that? I sink into a chair, my head tipping back, staring at the ceiling. The flames flicker, casting shadows against the stone walls. I feel uncertain, not of what I must do, but of what I want to do. There's a difference, and it kills me. Serafina shifts, watching me, waiting for my next move, for my next command. She thinks I'm in control of this, and maybe for a while I was. But now I feel the strings twisting, and I don't know who is holding them anymore. I don't like it, and yet I can't stop. Not until I get what is mine, and if I have to destroy the world for it, so be it.
Chapter 33. Serafina. The moment I step outside, I feel it. The shift in the air. The way the shadows seem to breathe, curling around the edges of the alleyway like waiting beasts. We're being watched. It hasn't even been 24 hours. I don't say a word, but I know Rylan feels it too. He moves differently, sharper, quieter, more lethal. A predator sensing another hunter closing in. Nillian's men. They've found us, and they're waiting for us to slip. The safe house is already a memory. The stone walls and fire-warmed air abandoned as we weave through the labyrinth of the slums. The city smells of wet earth and filth, of blood lingering in unseen corners. I keep my steps light, my breathing even, but every muscle in my body coils. Rylan walks ahead, his posture loose, but I know better. He's ready to kill. So am I. I clutch the dagger at my hip, my fingers slick with sweat. The silence stretches until it can't any longer. Everything explodes into chaos. A sudden trickle of arrows turns into a wave in a mere second, and I throw myself behind a stack of broken crates, my breath ragged as splinters burst around me. Rylan moves like a shadow in a storm, already reaching for his blades. Figures emerge from the alleys, dark-cloaked, armed with curved daggers and crossbows. Their eyes gleam in the dim torchlight. Dark elves, trained assassins, Nillian's men. There are too many. A voice sneers from the shadows. Found you. A tall, scarred elf steps forward, a cruel smile curling across his lips. Rylan doesn't react. His grip tightens on his daggers. That's unfortunate, he murmurs. The nearest assassin lunges for Rylan. A flash of steel, a grunt. Blood sprays across the alley walls. Two come for me. The first swings a blade for my ribs. I twist, barely dodging, the edge grazing my tunic. The second reaches for my throat. I drive my dagger into his thigh, twisting until he howls in pain. I shove him back, kicking him into the mud. The first one attacks again and I block, barely. His strength outmatches mine, but I am faster. I duck low, slicing his knee. He staggers, leaving himself open for me to drive my dagger straight into his chest. When I turn around, I watch another assassin charge Rylan, but he's only sealing his own death. Rylan grabs him by the throat, drives his dagger under his ribs, and lets the body crumple. His expression is calm, merciless. His emerald eyes burn like cold fire. He barely looks at me before turning to the scarred elf, who I presume to be the leader, Nillian's hound. The elf smirks, unfazed by the bodies littering the ground. You can't run forever, Rylan. Rylan tilts his head. I don't need to. The elf raises a hand, a signal, more footsteps, more men. Rylan curses, his gaze snapping to me. Move. We run. The city blurs around me, shadows and steel flashing in my periphery. I hear the pursuit, boots pounding against stone, voices snarling orders. We twist through back streets, scale walls, vault through ruins. Rylan leads, knowing the streets better than I do. But I keep up. If I don't, I die. We reach the old tunnels beneath the city. Rylan grabs my arm, shoving me inside. I stumble, catching myself against the cold stone. He slams the iron grate shut behind us. The tunnel is silent. Rylan breathes hard, fury radiating off him. He turns to me, eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. This, he breathes, voice low, dangerous, is because of you.
Chapter 34. Rylan. The tunnels stretch before us, winding and endless, filled with the smell of damp stone and stale air. Seraphina's footsteps are too light, too careful, her breathing barely audible. But I hear it, I hear everything. She's tense. So am I. I tell myself it's because of the hunt, because of the bodies left behind. We barely escaped with our lives. But that's a lie, because even now, with blood drying on her skin, with exhaustion pulling at her limbs, I still feel her. Like a heat under my skin, like an ache I can't name. And I hate it. The safe house is nothing more than a crumbling ruin tucked into the cliffs beyond the city's reach. A single room, stone walls cracked with time. It will do. I shove the heavy wooden door shut behind us, locking it with a sharp click. Seraphina stands in the center of the room, her arms wrapped around herself, her tunic torn at the shoulder where a blade nearly found its mark. Her dark hair is a tangled mess. Her skin is streaked with dirt and blood. She looks like she should be shaking, like she should be breaking. But she's not. She's watching me, waiting. She knows something is coming. She just doesn't know what. I move past her, heading for the old basin in the corner. The water inside is murky, but clean enough. I roll up my sleeves, dipping my hands in, watching the red swirl into the dark. Behind me, she exhales. Are you going to keep blaming me? I move my head, meeting her gaze through the reflection in the glass of the broken window. Sapphire eyes, fierce, tired, full of things I don't want to delve into. I turn slowly. Should I not? Her jaw tightens. She's too stubborn to back down. Good. I need her to fight me. If she fights me, she won't see what's truly slipping beneath my skin. Nillian's men came for you, I say, voice low, steady. Yes. She takes a deep breath. And you knew they would. A pause. A breath. Yes. Something in me snaps. I close the distance between us in 2 strides, my hands bracing against the wall behind her, trapping her between my arms. Her breath hitches. The tiny, unintentional sound. It does something to me. I should let them take you, I murmur, my voice a thread of quiet fury. Her chin lifts, defiant. But you won't. I exhale sharply. No, I won't. That's the problem, isn't it? Because this is not just about the treasure, no longer about power or revenge or any of the lies I've told myself since the moment she stepped into my world. It's also about her, and I know what needs to be done. My fingers brush against the bare skin of her throat, trailing down, barely touching, enough to feel the pulse racing beneath. She shudders. I close my eyes, inhaling deeply, forcing myself to stop, to remember what she is, what she's done. But I can't. I open my eyes and all I see is her. All I feel is this thing coiling between us, dark and consuming. A hunger that rivals even the one for revenge. I don't know what the hell you've done to me, I whisper. Her breath stutters, but she doesn't look away. God's help me, I need her to look away. If she doesn't, I might do something I can't take back. Her voice is quiet when she speaks. Low, unsteady. I haven't done anything to you, Rylan. Lie. I know a liar when I see one. She's done everything. And the worst thing is that she's done it without even trying. The air between us snaps like a wire pulled too tight, and I finally step back. She exhales slowly, masking whatever the hell she's feeling behind a carefully neutral expression. I let out a sharp breath, shaking my head. I hate this. I hate her. I hate the way she's seeping into my blood like a slow, creeping poison. I turn toward the door, pressing my palm against the wood. We leave at dawn, I say. She nods. Where will we go next? Somewhere they won't find us. She watches me, unreadable. Are you sure you want to keep running? I grip the door so hard my knuckles ache. No, I want to end this. I want to burn every last piece of this war until there's nothing left but us. But I don't say that. Instead, I give her the only truth I can afford. I'm sure of one thing. She tilts her head. And what's that? I finally look at her, and I let her see. The hunger, the war, the thing I don't understand, the thing I never wanted, that I'm not done with you yet.
Chapter 35. Seraphina. Only the wind moves beyond the crumbling walls, whispering through broken stone, slipping through cracks and settling in the silence between us. The fire has burned low in the hearth, its glow barely reaching the edges of the small room, leaving shadows stretching long and deep. Rylan stands a few feet away, his back half turned, the muscles in his shoulders coiled tight. He hasn't spoken since we stepped inside, hasn't looked at me, but I can feel it, the energy rippling off him, dark and charged and dangerous. This is different from the battles we fight with knives and steel. This is something else. I inhale, steadying myself, but it's no use. My body still hums from the chase, from the kill, from the heat of adrenaline still burning through my veins, from him. He shifts, just slightly. His jaw tightens as he rolls his shoulders, as though shaking off an invisible weight. Then he speaks. This is because of you. His voice is a blade, cutting clean, sharp. I flinch. But I don't look away. I don't cower. I never cower. Instead, I take a step forward. And so does he. Slow, deliberate, like two predators circling each other in the dark. The tension between us is thick, a coil pulled too tight, too frayed at the edges. It should break. I need it to break. If it doesn't, if we keep standing here in this charged, unbearable silence, one of us is going to do something we can't take back. Can I even stop it? I don't know. I meet his gaze. His emerald eyes are dark, storm-ridden, caught between fury and something else, something reckless. I don't think. I don't have time. He's already on me, hands gripping, pinning, shoving me backward until my spine hits the wall with a sharp gasp. His body presses into mine, heat and muscle and something raw, something primal. His breath is harsh, ragged against my skin. You! His voice is low, nearly a growl, fingers curling against my arms, against my wrists. You drive me insane. I tilt my chin up, refusing to shrink beneath his weight, beneath the intensity of him. Good. His grip tightens. I shudder. I hate him. I want him. I want to tear him apart, and I want him to devour me whole. Rylan's lips brush the line of my jaw, not a kiss, not quite, but enough to send a sharp, aching heat down my spine. This isn't a game, Seraphina, he rasps. I laugh, breathless. Isn't it? He snaps. His mouth crushes against mine. I gasp into him, but he swallows it, doesn't let me go, doesn't let me breathe. Good. I don't want to breathe. I don't want to think. I want this. The weight of him. The fury of him.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. We fall together, tangled and breathless, our bodies still trembling with the aftershocks of what we've done, what we've become. And this time, when we fall together. Chapter 36. Seraphina. The surroundings is thick with the stench of sweat, and something darker, something deeper. The fire has long since burned to embers, casting flickering shadows along the stone walls. But I don't feel the cold, not with his warmth still on my skin, not with the weight of his presence still pressing into me, inside me, beneath my ribs, wrapping around my lungs like something dangerous and consuming. If I move, if I let go, even for a moment, I will lose this. I will lose him. I lay beside him, my body still thrumming, my pulse still echoing his name. It feels foreign on my tongue, like a secret I was never meant to say aloud, like something I have been holding inside my chest for far too long. And now, after this, after us, I can't keep it in anymore. I can't lie. We both feel it. I turn to face him. His emerald eyes flicker open, half-lidded and unreadable, but I see the weight behind them, the same war that lingers inside of me. I take a breath, and it feels like the hardest thing I've ever done. My hands tremble as I reach for him, as I brush my palm against his bare chest, feeling the slow, steady beat of his heart beneath my fingers. "Rylan," I whisper. His eyes darken, his body going impossibly still. I swallow. I give him the truth. "I've always known you." I breathe. His brow furrows slightly, but he doesn't interrupt, doesn't move. So I keep going. "I knew your name before I ever met you," I say, my voice shaking. "I knew your face, even when you didn't know mine." A beat of silence. Then his fingers tighten around the sheets. You're lying. I'm not. His jaw tenses. How? I take another breath, but it does nothing to steady me. I brush my forehead against his, eyes fluttering shut, forcing myself to say the words I have buried for too long. I was sent to find you, I whisper. I was meant to help you reclaim what was stolen from you. The wealth, the name, the truth. But that's not why I stayed. I pull back just enough to look at him, to let him see the naked, raw honesty in my eyes. I stayed because I love you. The words hang between us, like a dagger suspended mid-air, waiting to fall and carve something irreparable between our ribs. Rylan doesn't move or breathe. He doesn't even dare to blink. His hands come up slowly, curling around my wrists as if trying to decide if I am something he should keep or something he should destroy. I feel his breath on my lips when he finally speaks. Low, shattered. How long? I shudder, my heart cracking open inside my chest. Since before I knew what love was. Something flickers in his eyes. Something dark, dangerous, desperate. His grip tightens just slightly, as if he wants to hold on to me, but doesn't know if he should. You should have told me, he murmurs. I let out a breathless, broken laugh. You would have killed me. He doesn't deny it. We both know it's true. He closes his eyes, exhaling through his nose, and for a moment, I think he's going to pull away. To bury whatever this is before it consumes us both. But then he kisses me. It's a claim, a war, a fire that has burned for too long and finally consumes everything in its path. I fall into him, into the way his hands grip my face, into the way his lips crush against mine, as if trying to take every piece of me into himself. He breaks away, breathing hard. His forehead presses against mine. You love me, he whispers, as if tasting the words, as if testing their weight in his mouth. I reach for him, dragging my nails down his bare back, feeling the way his muscles tense beneath me. Yes, I whisper back. The word feels like a curse, like a vow I cannot take back, and I don't want to.
Chapter 37. Rylan. She loves me. She has always loved me, but she's lied to me. The words sit like a dagger lodged between my ribs, a wound too deep to pull free, too painful to ignore. I should have seen it. The way she never truly feared me, even when she should have, even when I wanted her to. And now that the words have left her lips, I cannot put them back. I should say something. I should tell her that love is a useless, wretched thing, a chain that binds and weakens, an illusion that fools even the strongest. I should laugh in her face and remind her who I am, what I am. I'm not a man meant for love, yet I have never wanted anything more than I want her. She lays beside me, her body still tangled with mine, her breath warm against my skin. She watches me, waiting, not for an answer, but for a reaction. She knows what this means. She knows what she has just done to me. I force myself to sit up, to put space between us before I lose myself completely. If I stay here, if I let her pull me further into this madness, I won't come back from it. Her voice is soft, careful. Say something. I inhale sharply. I don't want to say anything, because the wrong words will destroy this, and the right words will destroy me. I glance at her, my fingers curling into the sheets. You shouldn't have told me that. She blinks, her lips part, but she doesn't speak. I exhale, pushing to my feet, shoving my hands through my hair as if I can tear the feeling of her away from me. You don't understand what you've done. My voice is low, raw. She sits up slowly, the sheets slipping from her bare skin, exposing the marks I left in the heat of the night. I shouldn't look. I shouldn't want. But I do. Gods help me, I do. Her sapphire eyes search mine, so steady, so open, so damn certain. It infuriates me. Not her confession or the love she protests, but the fact that she meant it. That she isn't afraid of what it means. That she isn't afraid of me. I move almost instinctively. I grab her chin, tilting her face up to mine, forcing her to see the war inside me. You think love is a gift, I whisper. You think it will keep you safe. Her lips part, her breath catching at my touch. I lean in closer to feel the heat of her skin. But love is a curse, Serafina, I murmur, voice sharp as steel. It makes men weak. It makes them blind. It makes them bleed. Her lashes flutter, but she doesn't look away. She should. She should. Instead, she reaches up, her fingers brushing against my jaw. And what does it make you? She whispers. My chest tightens. I don't know. That's the problem. I have lived my life without love, without need, without devotion, without this. I have built walls so high, so unyielding, that I thought nothing could breach them. But she has, and now I can't close the wound. I let her go. I turn away before I do something foolish. Like keep touching her. Like pull her against me and pretend this doesn't terrify me. Like admit that she is already inside me, beneath my skin, burning through me like something unstoppable. I force distance between us. I reach for my clothes, for the armor I should have never let fall away in the first place. I need it now. I need something to stop this feeling from consuming me whole. She watches in silence. She doesn't stop me. She doesn't beg. Gods, I wish she would. It would be easier if she fought, if she gave me an excuse to push her away. But she doesn't. She just waits. She knows. She knows I'm already hers, even if I will never say it. Even if I try to fight it. Even if I already know I've lost. I grab my dagger, spinning it between my fingers, the weight of steel grounding me. We leave soon, I say, my voice cool, distant. She nods but doesn't move from the bed. Doesn't cover herself. Just watches me. Waiting. Always waiting. And I realize with a sick twist of dread that I will never be free of her. I don't want to be, but I cannot let her see that. If she does, she will own me. And I can't afford to be owned, even for her.
Chapter 38. Serafina. Where are we going? I ask, though I already know I won't get an answer I like. Rylan has been quiet. Too quiet. His face is carved from stone, his steps sharp and calculated. To Vial. A name. A single word. He doesn't look at me when he says it, doesn't bother to explain. I cross my arms, pushing for more. Who is he? Rylan doesn't answer. Not even when we stop in front of a small, unassuming house buried in the slums. The air is thick with the scent of aged wood and smouldering embers. The home itself is sturdy, hidden, fortified, not large, not lavish, but safe. Most importantly, Rylan trusts him. I don't. Not yet. Rylan barely has the door shut before Vial is on him, grinning wide, grabbing his forearm in a firm clasp, pulling him into a rough embrace that Rylan does not return. I see it immediately. The tension in Rylan's shoulders, the way his body doesn't relax. He's not sure about Vial anymore. That tells me everything I need to know. Vial is a dark elf. Taller than Rylan, broad-shouldered, lean with the quiet strength of someone who's spent his life barely surviving. His hair is ink black, streaked with silver at his temples, his sharp violet eyes flickering over Rylan with something between relief and suspicion. You're alive, then, Vial muses, stepping back. His voice is deep, edged with wry amusement. Rylan doesn't smile. Disappointed? Vial chuckles. Surprised? His gaze flicks to me, assessing, calculating. And you brought company. I fold my arms, unblinking. I'm not company. I'm leverage. Vial's mouth quirks. Still collecting strays, are we? Rylan tenses. I notice. Viel does too, but his smirk stays firmly in place. Seraphina, Rylan says after a beat, his voice clipped. This is Viel. He hesitates. An old friend. Viel scoffs. You always say that like it's a bad thing. Because it is. Viel just grins. Well, come on in, old friend. Viel pours a drink, leaning against the wooden table, watching Rylan with thinly veiled amusement. You look like hell. He takes a slow sip. Latina really did a number on you, didn't she? Rylan's jaw tightens. You heard about that? Viel shrugs. Word travels fast, and I still have ears in places you don't. He tilts his head, considering. She always was a stubborn one. Never knew when to quit. Rylan doesn't react. That's almost worse. Viel notices. His gaze flicks to me, then back to Rylan. His smirk twitches. He's putting the pieces together. Well, that's interesting. I lean back, lifting a brow. Something funny? Not funny. Viel smiles lazily. Just fascinating. Rylan never lets anyone get close. And yet, he gestures vaguely between us. Here you are. I narrow my eyes. You're awfully talkative for someone who hasn't proven they can be trusted yet. Rylan exhales sharply, rubbing his temples. Can we not do this tonight? Viel lifts his hands in mock surrender. Relax, I'm just making observations. 1 second, Viel is pouring another drink. The next dash, the door bursts open. Shadows, blades, Latina's men. Everything erupts. Rylan moves first, I move second, but not fast enough. A sharp crack against the back of my head sends me reeling. My knees slam into the cold wooden floor. Hands grab me. A cloth presses over my mouth, acrid, sweet, and suffocating. Poison, not to kill, to subdue. I thrash. I fight like hell. But my limbs go weak. The world tilts, blurs, distorts. The last thing I see. Rylan, his dagger plunging into Viel's gut, his mouth open in a furious, broken roar. The last thing I hear. Latina's laughter. Then, nothing. I wake up in chains. The room is dim, lit only by a single candelabra against the far wall. The stench of rot and perfume clings to the air, sickly sweet. Pain lances through my wrists. Iron cuffs, tight, unforgiving. A chair beneath me, cold, unyielding. Well, Latina purrs. That was far too easy. I force myself to focus. She smiles down at me, red lips curving like a blade. I don't respond. Not yet. I won't give her the satisfaction. She tilts her head, eyes flicking over me like she's appraising a piece of rare jewellery. Or a weapon she intends to use. You must be wondering why you're still breathing, she muses. I exhale, slow, controlled. Not really, I murmur. I know what I'm worth. Her smile widens, like she's pleased, like she's been waiting for me to say something clever. A shadow moves beyond the candlelight. A second chair, a second figure. Viel, alive, bloody. Rylan's dagger still sticking out of his stomach. I don't react, not outwardly. But my mind's racing, thinking about why Viel betrayed Rylan. What happened to Rylan? Latina studies me, but I don't show her what I'm thinking or the crack in my armour. I don't give it to her. She smiles. This is just the beginning. Tell me where the treasure is, little thief, Latina murmurs, a hard glint in her eyes. But it's also nice if you don't. We're going to have so much fun.
Chapter 39. Rylan. The stain of betrayal is still fresh in my memory. Vale's blood clings to my skin, dried at the edges of my tunic. The scent, sharp, metallic and infuriating. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. I should have ripped him apart piece by piece before Lartina dragged him away. Should have made him beg for death before she claimed him. But I didn't. Because even in the moment when I drove my dagger into his gut, something in his eyes stopped me. Something I didn't want to see. Regret. Guilt. Vale hadn't smiled. Hadn't fought back. He had let me stab him. Because he knew he deserved it. And yet, when Lartina's men dragged him away, when Serafina was stolen from my grasp, he didn't laugh in victory like a man who had won. He looked broken. I ripped through the wreckage of Vale's home, shoving overturned chairs, smashing bottles against the walls. Nothing. Just blood and emptiness. Damn it! I roar, my fury rolling in waves. I grip the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white, my breath coming in short, violent bursts. This is my fault. I let my guard down. I trusted him. Vale had debts. I knew that. He was always desperate, always playing a losing game in the slums, always looking over his shoulder. But I thought he was stronger than this. I thought he was still my brother. Instead, he handed Serafina over like a debt to be paid. My fingers curl tighter around the wood until it splinters beneath my grip. I need to find her. I need to burn down everything until I do. The slums stink of sweat and filth, but someone knows something. I patrol the alleys, looking for any clues, specifically Vile's men. And if they don't, I will carve the truth from their tongues. I pull one of Vile's old informants from the shadows, slamming him against a crumbling stone wall. He chokes on his own breath, eyes wide, terrified. My dagger is already at his gut, the tip pressing just enough to draw a bead of blood. Where? I snarl. He stammers, shaking his head. I don't... I twist the blade, not deep, just a taste, and he shrieks. Nillian! He gasps. Nillian took them! The name lands like a curse in my chest. Nillian, the bastard who has haunted me since the fall of my family. A man who was supposed to be my father's friend. A man who has been pulling the strings in the dark for far too long. And Vile, my brother in all but blood, had handed Serafina over to him. A new kind of fury surges through me. A cold, unrelenting rage that sharpens every breath, every thought. The informant scrambles for words. He had no choice, he blurts. I still. Slowly, I ease back the blade. Explain. He swallows hard, his pulse hammering against his throat. They're going to take her, he whispers. Voil's sister. A pause. A slow, sickening realization curdles in my stomach. Vile had a sister, a girl he never spoke of, a girl he had spent his entire life protecting. And Nillian had taken her. That's why he did it. That's why he betrayed me. For family. For the only thing that had ever meant anything to him. I exhale through my nose, steadying the storm inside me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. The moment Vile chose to hand Serafina over, he signed his death warrant. Blood will reek. A movement in the shadows. I turn, already reaching for my blade, but I don't need it. The dark elf stepping toward me isn't here to fight. He's here to deliver a message. He grins, sharp teeth flashing in the moonlight. Rylan, he drawls, voice dripping with mockery. You're expected. I don't speak. I let him keep talking. The bastard enjoys it. He pulls a folded parchment from his coat and tosses it at my feet. I don't pick it up immediately. I don't need to. I already know who it's from. Nillian. I unfold the parchment, scanning the elegant, slanted script. A dinner invitation. A taunt, wrapped in silk and civility. Rylan, I assume by now you've realized what you've lost. Shall we discuss the terms of what you will do to get it back? Come to my home. Let's dine together. Your dear Uncle Nillian. The rage in my veins ignites into something lethal. He thinks this is a game. He thinks he's already won. I roll my shoulders, forcing a slow, measured breath. And then I look at the messenger. Still smiling, still breathing. That won't do. The elf doesn't even have time to scream. The blade finds his throat, a clean, brutal slice. A wet gurgle escapes him as he collapses to his knees. I catch him before he falls, gripping his hair, yanking his head back. His lips tremble. I lean in. Message received, I murmur. Then, I sever his head from his shoulders. The alley is silent. Blood pools at my feet. I bend down, picking up the discarded invitation. It's already soaked in red. Perfect. I press the parchment against the severed head, letting the blood seep deeper into the words. A declaration of war. I turn, leaving the body where it is. Let Nelian find it. Let him understand exactly what's coming. I will come, but not to bargain and not to talk. I will come to end this.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 40. Seraphina. The chains bite into my wrists, cold iron cutting into tender flesh. Each movement sends a dull throb through my arms, my body protesting against the rigid position they've forced me into. The dining room is grand, yet decayed, the kind of place that once held elegance, but now reeks of something rotten beneath the surface. Massive chandeliers hang from the vaulted ceiling, their dim candlelight casting long, wavering shadows along the cracked marble floors. The long wooden table is set for a feast, platters of succulent meats, gilded goblets of wine, a decadent display of excess. But beneath the scent of spiced roast and darkened fruit lingers something darker. Blood, old stone, the underlying filth of a kingdom built on decay. Nelian dines like a king, but his castle is a tomb, a place where power thrives and secrets fester. And tonight he is waiting for Rylan. I sit in a high-backed chair beside him, my body aching, bruised but unbroken. He wanted me present, wanted me as part of his stage. Ugur stands behind him now, watching me with the quiet calculation of a predator. Latina is gone. She handed me earlier, so they could play with Rylan, so they could control him. Screw them all. But from my observation, Ugur is worse. He doesn't play with cruelty for the fun of it. He doesn't revel in suffering the way Latina did. No, Ugur is colder, smarter. He does what benefits him, and right now, keeping me alive is part of his plan. The doors swing open with a heavy, shuddering groan, and suddenly, the air is thinner, colder. Rylan. His presence is a razor through the tension, a storm coiled tight beneath his skin. His emerald eyes lock onto me first, sweeping over the bruises, the bloodstains, the iron shackles digging into my wrists. Something inside him fractures. He doesn't speak, not yet. He just watches, calculating, seething. Nelian chuckles from beside me, swirling his goblet of wine lazily, like this is some kind of amusement. His fingers tap against the gilded rim, his amusement curling like smoke in the air. "You're late," he muses. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't come." Rylan steps forward, not toward Nelian, toward me, A silent demand. Let her go. Nilian smiles and tightens his grip on my shoulder. Rylan stops. His eyes flick down to the contact, slowly, methodically, like he's already deciding which bones to break first. Nilian sighs, shaking his head. Must you always be so predictable? The space is thick with unspoken threats. I swallow, my throat dry, but I refuse to look away from Rylan. From the rage barely contained beneath his skin. He wants to rip this place apart. Wants to carve a path through Nilian and every single bastard in this room. But Nilian still has the upper hand. He still has me. And he knows it. He leans back, taking another sip of wine. I assume you have questions. Rylan's voice is low, quiet, more dangerous than a scream. Unchain her. Nilian chuckles. No. Rylan's jaw tightens. I see the barely restrained urge to lunge, to snap Nilian's spine in half. But the older dark elf is patient. He wants something more than blood. He wants to break him. And I know how he's going to do it. Nilian exhales, setting his goblet down. You know, I always did find it amusing how much you clung to your precious truths, Rylan. He gestures to the seat across from us. Sit, let me give you one more. Rylan doesn't move. Nilian smiles, like he enjoys this, like he lives for this. And then he says it. The final truth, the one meant to shatter him. The man you called father killed the man who gave you life. The room plunges into silence. Rylan just stands there, staring, his body rigid as stone, as if his mind refuses to process what he just heard. Then his breath shudders. Faint, almost imperceptible. You're lying. Nilian shrugs. Am I? A flick of his fingers brings a servant forward, placing a sealed letter on the table. The seal is unmistakable. Marcellian's crest. Rylan's father. His non-biological father. A chill crawls up my spine. Nilian leans forward, resting his elbows on the table, watching Rylan like he's a spider toying with a fly caught in his web. He wrote it before his death, Nilian continues. A confession, detailing the truth of your family's fall. Your real father, Argus, he dabbled in magic that should never have been touched. He became something else. Rylan's breath stills. I don't dare move, don't dare speak. I see it, the breaking, the slow splintering of something deep inside him. Marcellian was given a choice. Kill the monster his closest friend had become, or die alongside him. He chose survival. You were the only thing he spared. The words hang in the air, suffocating, smothering. Rylan doesn't move, he doesn't blink, but his fingers tremble. So slight, I almost miss it. Almost. Nilian leans back, gesturing lazily. Now you know, so what will you do with it? I know what Nilian wants. He wants Rylan to break, to become weak with grief, with doubt. But I know Rylan. I know that when he breaks, he doesn't shatter. He burns. And when he finally speaks, his voice is like ice cracking beneath the weight of an impending avalanche. This changes nothing. Nilian's smirk falters, just slightly. Rylan lifts his head, and I see it. Not 1 ounce of grief or desperation. Resolve. Deadly, unforgiving, absolute. You took something from me, he murmurs, stepping forward. The guards in the room tense. Nilian watches him carefully. Rylan tilts his head. You think this will stop me? He smiles. It's not a pleasant smile. It's a promise of violence. Nilian doesn't realise it yet, but he's already lost.
Chapter 41. Rylan. The room is too quiet, a silence that clings to the skin, thick as poison. Nilian sits at the head of the table, fingers lazily tapping against the stem of his goblet. The faintest hint of a smirk lingers on his lips, watching me like he's already won. And beside him sits Seraphina, a little thief. Bruised, bloodied, chained. She's too pale, too still, but her eyes lock onto mine with a defiance that hasn't dimmed. That shouldn't make my breath come sharper, my chest tighten. But it does. I should have gotten here sooner. I should have burned this entire castle to the ground before they ever laid a hand on her. Nilian sighs, swirling the wine in his cup. You have nothing to say, Rylan. I drag my gaze from Seraphina to him. I know what he wants. He wants me to react, to snap, to break. He will not get that. Breaking change nothing. Even if I'm dying inside because of my whole life has been a lie, I can't give him the satisfaction of witnessing it. Not yet. Not until I carve the smirk from his lips. Instead, I keep my voice quiet, controlled, dangerous. You're stalling, I murmur. A slow, pleased chuckle. Am I? You wouldn't have sent your dogs after me if you didn't already know how this ends. I move closer, unhurried, watching him like he's the insect beneath my boot. His guards tense. He lifts a hand, a lazy wave. Stand down. They obey. Fools. Nilian gestures to the seat opposite him. Sit, he says smoothly. I don't move. His smirk deepens. Oh, come now. We're both civilized men, are we not? I let my lips curl at the edges. You're confusing civilization with cowardice. The amusement flickers in his eyes. Good. Let him play his games. I can play them better. I glance at Seraphina. The iron cuffs bite into her wrists, the chain secured to the chair. A calculated move. If he wanted her suffering, he would have had her beaten worse. No, he needs her alive. He needs me to see her like this. To make me weak. He knows she's the key. I exhale slowly, shifting my weight. You went through all this trouble for me. Let's get to the point. Nilian takes a sip of his wine, savoring it. Very well. I assume by now you've accepted the truth. I meet his gaze. That you talk too much. Yes. His laughter is sharp, grating. You're amusing when you're cornered, Rylan. He sets his cup down with a soft clink. But that's all this is. False bravado. You think you're still in control, but I know better. He leans forward, fingers interlacing. You came here expecting a fight. But now you're questioning everything, aren't you? Your precious adoptive father, Marcellian. He wasn't the hero you thought he was. He was a murderer. I tilt my head slightly. And a flicker of something in Nilian's gaze. A pause. Not the reaction he expected. Good. I step closer until I'm nearly at the table. I've accepted the truth, I say. That doesn't mean I care. Seraphina's breath hitches just slightly. Nilian's smirk flickers. I keep going. I always knew Marcellian was a bastard. I continue, voice calm even. He didn't raise me out of kindness. He raised me out of necessity. And he died for it. I smile, mocking, cruel. And now so will you! The shift is instant. Nilian's amusement turns razor sharp, but I see it. The briefest moment of irritation. He wanted me broken. Instead, I am calculating his execution. He exhales, shaking his head. You disappoint me, Rylan. I expected more. I flick my dagger from my coat so fast the guards barely react. The blade sings through the air, embedding itself in the wood of the table, inches from his hand. Nilian doesn't flinch, but Seraphina does. Not from the blade, from the shift. Now, this game is over. I place my hands on the table, leaning forward, voice low. Here's how this works, Nilian. I tip my head, watching the way his fingers twitch slightly. You will unchain her. You will let her walk to me. And if you don't... I drag my second dagger from my belt and place it beside the first. I will slit your throat, 1 inch at a time. The room holds its breath. Seraphina is very, very still. I don't look at her. I can't. If I do, I might not be able to contain what I'm barely holding together. Nilian exhales, slow, measured. In the cruelest, softest tone, he asks, "And if she doesn't want to leave?" The world goes silent. Seraphina's gaze flickers to him, then to me. A moment stretched too thin. A test. A game. Nilian studies me, waiting for the crack in my mask. I let my lips curl. I laugh, soft, amused. I know what he's doing, and I won't let him win. I push the dagger 1 inch deeper into the wood. She does. Seraphina meets my eyes. She says nothing. Nilian hums. "If you say so." Then, he lifts a hand, and in a single casual flick of his fingers, the guards move. I react before thought, a dagger in each hand, a snarl tearing from my throat. I know what's coming. I always knew. This was never a negotiation. This was always a trap.
Chapter 42. Seraphina. The explosion rips through the hall like a beast unleashed. The walls shudder. The chandeliers swing wildly. The wooden beams above groan, dust and debris raining from the ceiling as the world splits apart. I barely have time to react before the second blast detonates, fire and smoke rolling through the air in a thick, suffocating wave. Screams erupt. Guards stumble, some thrown back by the sheer force, others engulfed in flame. And in the chaos, Rylan moves, a blur of black steel and wrath. The moment Nilian's men lunge for me, Rylan's blade is already carving through the first throat. Blood sprays across the table, staining the untouched plates of fine elven cuisine, pooling over the goblets of deep red wine. The next soldier barely lifts his sword before Rylan buries his dagger in his ribs, twisting with a vicious snap. Nilian is yelling something. I can't hear him over the roar of flames, over the ringing in my ears. I don't wait for Rylan. I rip my chains forward, the iron still heavy around my wrists, but I use the weight as leverage. Swinging the first length of chain, I catch a guard across the face. The crunch of breaking bone is almost satisfying. I grab his fallen dagger before he can even hit the ground. Move. The instinct roars through me, louder than the detonations. Rylan shouts my name, his voice cutting through the smoke. I pivot, just as a blade slices for my throat. I drop low, fast, the edge of the steel singing past my ear. I roll, coming up behind my attacker, and slam my stolen dagger into the back of his knee. A howl of agony. A stumble. I grab his sword before he even realizes he's lost it, swinging it wide, cutting through his throat in a clean arc. Rylan is suddenly at my side, gripping my wrist. Come. The room is already collapsing, fire licking up the walls. Another explosion detonates from somewhere deeper in the castle. Rylan, the bastard, planned this. Of course he did. Of course he came prepared. We sprint through the corridors, shadows chasing us, the clash of steel ringing through the air. We don't run blindly. Rylan knows exactly where he's going. Through the bodies, the fire, the ruin. We carve a path through Nilian's men, dodging their desperate, clumsy attacks. They're panicked, disoriented. They clearly weren't expecting war to land inside their own walls. I keep close to Rylan, letting him cut through the worst of it, my own blade a second shadow to his. One guard manages to catch my side with a shallow cut, but I don't feel it yet. The adrenaline is too thick in my blood. Another lunges. I duck, drive my dagger up into his gut. Rylan grips my arm, pulling me forward, urging me to keep moving. We burst through the back entrance just as another explosion detonates behind us. The force throws us forward. I hit the ground hard. The wind rushes from my lungs in a violent gasp. Rylan hauls me up before I can even register the pain. I stumble, dizzy, lightheaded. And then I feel it. A wet warmth spreading down my side. I look down and see the blood. Dark, soaking through my tunic, seeping from a deep wound near my ribs. I hold onto it, my hand shaky and eyes unfocused. Not good. Rylan turns in time to watch me falter. His face darkens. He grabs my chin, forcing my gaze up. His emerald eyes are burning, furious, frantic. "Stay with me," he growls. I try to nod. I think I do, but my vision is already going hazy. The wound is worse than I thought. I sway. His grip tightens, his expression shifts, and for a split second, something cracks beneath all that rage. He scoops me into his arms before I can protest. I try to fight, try to insist that I can still walk, but my body betrays me. Too much blood, too much pain. Rylan mutters a curse under his breath, his hold tightening as he moves. "I should kill you for getting yourself cut," he snarls. I manage a weak smirk. "Wouldn't be much fun if I didn't make you work for it." His jaw clenches. "You're not dying." He says it like a command. Like he can will it into existence. Like he can defy fate itself.
Chapter 43. Rylan. Seraphina's blood is everywhere. It coats my arms, my hands, soaks into my skin like it belongs there, like it's a stain I'll never be rid of. Her body is too still in my arms, her breathing too shallow, and I can't lose her. The night roars around us. Flames devour the remains of Nelian's castle, sending black smoke twisting into the sky like a dying god's final breath. I hear the distant screams of those trapped inside, the clash of swords, the smell of burning flesh. I don't stop. None of it means a damn thing if I don't get her out of here. I cut through the remaining guards like a knife through silk. A dark elf lunges from the left, sword glinting in the firelight. I twist, pivoting just enough to avoid the strike, and slam my dagger into his throat. His breath gurgles, blood spilling over his lips as he drops. I don't watch him die. There's no time. Another comes. I parry, brutal slice to the gut, a scream, a body crumpling to the earth. The real threat is a flash of silver. Her crossbow, pointed directly at me. I can't dodge in time, but I don't have to. Seraphina moves. I don't realize she's awake until she grabs my knife from my belt. Her grip is weak, her body swaying in my arms, but the moment the assassin's finger pulls the trigger, she throws the dagger. The blade buries itself in the bastard's eye. He crumples, dead before he hits the ground. Seraphina shudders against me, breath ragged. "You're awake," I rasp. Her eyes flicker open, glazed, pained. Her smirk is faint, barely there. "Couldn't let you. Take all the credit." A sharp exhale of breath, part relief, part rage. "You're bleeding out," I snap. "You should be unconscious." She laughs, weak and broken. "Still breathing," she whispers. Then her eyes close again. I swear under my breath and move faster. The tunnel entrance is just ahead. Dark, hidden beneath the crumbling remains of Nelian's fortress. The escape route I planned before I ever walked into this death trap. But there are still 2 guards blocking the way, and my grip on Seraphina tightens. She doesn't have time for this. We both don't. I strike first. I move before they can react, before they can register the bloodstained monster charging toward them. The first guard doesn't get the chance to lift his weapon before my sword is through his chest. The second hesitates. That's all I need. I grab his face and slam it against the stone wall. Once, twice, bone cracks. He drops, twitching, then goes still. The path is clear. I don't hesitate. I disappear into the tunnels, Seraphina held tight against my chest. I don't stop running. Not until the fires fade behind us. Not until the screams become nothing but a distant whisper of death. Not until I know we're safe. Only then do I finally collapse to my knees, dragging in breath after breath. And only then do I finally let myself look at her. Seraphina. Her skin is too pale in the dim torchlight. Her breath too slow. My heart beats like a war drum, frantic and racing. No! No! I can't fix this! I hold my hand against her wound, trying to stem the bleeding, trying to keep her here. Her eyelashes flutter. She's barely clinging to consciousness. But she's fighting. She's always fighting. I brush blood-matted hair from her face. She leans into the touch. Barely. But enough. Enough to make something crack open inside me. Something raw. Something terrifying. Something that feels too much like love. I swallow hard. She can't see me like this, can't see me break. So I school my face into steel and force my voice to steady. You're going to be fine, I murmur. Her lips twitch, like she doesn't believe me. Like she knows what I won't say. That I would burn the world for her. That I would tear apart heaven and hell just to keep her breathing. That I have never wanted anything more than I want her to live. I was wrong. I told myself I didn't care. That she was just a pawn, just another piece in my game. But the truth is raw and ugly. The truth is choking me. I am in love with her. And I am going to lose her. No, I won't let that happen. I move my forehead against hers. I'm not letting you go, I whisper, voice hoarse. Do you hear me, little thief? Her breath shudders. So faint I almost don't hear it. A whisper, a promise, a plea. Don't! My grip tightens. I won't. There's no letting go. Chapter 44. Rylan. The tunnels smell of damp earth and death. The walls pulse with a suffocating stillness, broken only by the distant echoes of the fire still raging above. Serafina's breath is too shallow against my chest, her warmth barely clinging to me. I need to get her help. I need to keep moving, but I react before thought, my dagger flashing in the dim torchlight, blade to throat, pressing into flesh. They release a gasp, one that sounds an awful lot like my name. Vile! The sight of him stirs rage so potent it nearly blinds me. The man I trusted, the man who betrayed me, the man I stabbed and left bleeding in the wreckage. And yet here he stands. Ho! I growl, pressing my blade deeper, enjoying the way he flinches. Vile's lips curl in a bitter smirk. You should have aimed higher. I snarl. I should gut him here, let his inside spill across the dirt. But then his gaze drops to Serafina and his smirk vanishes. She's dying. His voice is hoarse, broken. I don't need him to tell me that. I feel her slipping, her body weakening with every second I waste. Vile swallows. I know a place. I don't trust you. I spit violently. But Serafina doesn't have time for my vengeance. My fingers tighten around the hilt of my dagger. Lead me into a trap, I murmur, voice edged with steel, and I'll carve you apart so slowly you'll beg for death. Vile nods once, and I scoop Serafina back into my arms to follow. Not because I forgive him, not because I trust him, but because Serafina's life is worth more than my hatred. The chamber is hidden deep beneath the tunnels, carved into the ruins of a forgotten war. It's old, reinforced, safe. Vile locks the door behind us, sealing us from the outside world. I lower Serafina onto a cot, my hands coated in her blood, her skin paler than I can stand. Vile moves fast, retrieving supplies from a hidden compartment in the wall. He kneels beside her, hands steady, movements practiced. I watch, my fingers itching on the hilt of my sword. He shouldn't be helping her. He shouldn't be touching her. But I let him. She needs this. I need her. Minutes stretch into eternity. Vile works in silence, cleaning her wound, stitching the torn flesh. She doesn't stir. My heart pounds in my ears. I hate this. I hate feeling powerless. I hate that I might still lose her. But slowly, her breathing evens out and the fever in her skin begins to cool. She's not safe, but she's alive. I exhale, the weight in my chest not lifting, but settling. Vile moves to the far wall, pressing his hand against a hidden latch. The stone shifts, revealing a compartment filled with parchment, ledgers, letters. He pulls one out, unfolding it with care. "I didn't just bring you here to save her," he says. His voice is flat, emotionless, but his eyes burn. He hands me the first document. I take it, my fingers tightening as I read. My blood turns to ice. Nelian and Lartina. I know they've been working together, but not to this extent. For years, she had a hand in everything, especially in the destruction of my house. Lartina's truly evil to the roots. The orchestrators of my family's destruction. The ones who set the fire that burned my life to ash. That's not the worst of it, Vile says. He pulls out another letter, unfolding it slowly. I take it. I read. And I go very, very still. Nelian knows where the treasure cave is, but he's kept it from Lartina. They use each other, but they don't trust each other. There's a crack in their foundation. An opening. I lower the letter slowly, feeling something dark and satisfying curl in my gut. I can use this, I murmur. Vile nods. You can break them. I exhale long and slow. For years I thought Lartina had been a passing betrayal, a wound that had healed. But no. She was there from the beginning. She was part of it all. She didn't just help destroy my family, she ensured I would never rise again. I'm still here. And I will tear her down. Piece by piece. I fold the letter. My mind is already calculating. We can pit them against each other. We can turn their weapons inward, and when they're too busy ripping each other apart, I will take everything.
Chapter 45. Seraphina. Pain pulls me from the depths of unconsciousness. A slow, aching pull, dragging me back into the world of the living. My body is leaden, heavy with exhaustion, but the first thing I feel is warmth. It's something else, something solid, steady. Fingers pressing against my wrist, tracing the pulse point there, grounding me. I blink, slowly forcing my eyes open. The light in the chamber is dim, the air thick with the smell of damp stone and dried blood. And beside me is Rylan. His head is bowed, silver-streaked hair falling into his face. His hands are covered in my blood, but still they press against me like they can hold me together. His jaw is tight, his emerald eyes dark with something raw. "You're awake," he murmurs. "Finally." His voice is hoarse, rough, like he's been fighting demons while I was unconscious. I try to move, but pain lances through my ribs. A sharp, unforgiving reminder of the wound splitting me open. A quiet curse escapes me. Rylan's fingers tighten. "Don't," he says. A command, low and edged with warning. I exhale sharply, trying to fight past the haze clouding my thoughts. But then I see the expression on his face, like he's looking at something already half lost. He looks at me like I'm slipping through his fingers. I swallow hard, because I know the truth, and I can't keep it from him any longer. "You shouldn't be doing this," I whisper. His brow furrows. "Doing what?" I shift slightly, ignoring the fresh spike of pain. "Saving me." His eyes flicker, darkening. "You're delirious." "I'm not," I murmur. I turn my gaze to the ceiling, where cracks stretch across the stone like veins beneath the surface of skin. I take a slow breath. "I was meant to die anyway." Silence, heavy, unyielding, then a whisper of movement. Rylan's fingers slide beneath my chin, tilting my face toward his. His grip is gentle, but unrelenting. "Say that again," he murmurs. There's no anger in his voice, no rage, just something far more dangerous. Desperation. I swallow past the tightness in my throat. I have to tell him. He deserves to know. I was always meant to die for the treasure. The words leave my lips like a final breath, like something I was never supposed to say aloud. His fingers drop from my chin, his hands clenching into fists. "No," he says. Just one word, low, lethal. He stands abruptly, his breath coming hard and fast as he turns away. His hands press into the stone wall, knuckles white with tension. His entire body coiled with fury. "Rylan!" "No." I flinch from the sheer force of his refusal. "You don't understand," I press, shifting despite the pain. "This has always been the plan, from the beginning." He whirls, his expression thunderous. "Whose plan?" His voice is sharp, bitter. "Who decided this for you?" I hesitate. The truth is complicated and cruel. I touch my shaking hand, pulling my tunic, afraid that he'll see it. The tattooed map on my skin glows faintly in the dim light, etched into me by magic older than any of us. My body is the key, and keys are only useful when they unlock something. He stares at it, jaw clenching, his breathing uneven. "You think I'm going to let you do this?" he murmurs. I close my eyes. I knew this would be his reaction. "I have to." His fingers tighten at his sides. "No, Seraphina." He steps closer, his voice dropping to something dark and broken. "You don't have to do anything." He grips my wrist, tracing the inked lines with his thumb. The way he looks at me. It's not just fury. It's fear. It's grief, sharp and bleeding. "I refuse," he says, voice quieter now, but no less certain. "There must be another way." The door to the chamber creaks open. Vile steps inside, his expression unreadable. Rylan turns on him. "If you're here to tell me to let her die, I will slit your throat where you stand." Vile exhales sharply, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Believe me, I don't want her dead either because she's clearly important to you," Vile mutters. "But I do know we need to move. Now." I push myself up, ignoring the fire in my ribs. Rylan's hand immediately presses against my shoulder, holding me down. "You're not going anywhere." I grit my teeth. "Neither are you if you don't listen." Vile sighs, shaking his head. "Nillian's men will be looking for us. They won't stop." "Let them come," Rylan snarls. Vile laughs, humorless. "You're angry, not stupid. You know as well as I do that we can't stay here. We need to move, we need to run." "No, I can't run. Not when everything is at stake." Rylan stiffens beside me, reading my thoughts before I even say them. "Don't," he warns. I hold his gaze. "We can't run, Rylan." His nostrils flare, his jaw tightening. "We don't have another choice," Vael cuts in. "We do," I say firmly. "We end this." His fingers tighten on my wrist, thumb brushing over my pulse. He doesn't look at Vael when he speaks. He only looks at me. "Then we fight," he murmurs. I nod, even as a shiver runs through me. There is no turning back now. This will end in blood. I just hope it won't be ours. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 46. Rylan. Seraphina is too damn stubborn. even bleeding, even weak from wounds that should have kept her bedridden for weeks. She still looks at me with fire in her eyes and defiance etched into every inch of her bruised skin. I should have known this would be a fight. "You are not coming with me," I say, voice low, firm. She doesn't even hesitate. "Try and stop me." I exhale sharply, jaw clenching. This woman is going to be the death of me. I press a hand to my temple, trying to rein in the storm raging inside me. Vile mutters from the corner, arms crossed. "If you're going to argue all night, I'll just go slit my own throat now and save Nilly the trouble." Serafina glares at him. "Then do it quietly." I almost smirk. Almost. But there's too much at stake for humor. She winces as she shifts on the cot, and I catch her before she can fall forward. I feel the sharp breath she takes, the way her body trembles against mine. She's too weak. She knows it. I know it. And yet, she still fights me on this. I cup her face, forcing her to meet my gaze. "You can't do this, little thief." A beat of silence. Her fingers curl into my shirt. I have to. Fury, frustration, love. I brush my forehead against hers, my breath hot, uneven. "You'll slow us down," I say. "You'll die before we even get there." She exhales. "Then we wait. One night, one day. Let me recover, and we go together." I hate that I consider it. Hate that I can't say no to her. I pull back slightly, searching her face. Her pulse flutters beneath my fingertips. She looks exhausted. Hurt. But determined. I should refuse. I should leave her behind. But I can't. The thought of going there without her is worse than anything else. I close my eyes, jaw tight. "Fine." Her fingers loosen against my shirt. I can feel her relief. She sags slightly against me, as if she wasn't sure I'd agree. I lift her carefully, easing her back onto the cot. "One night," I murmur. "That's all you get." The chamber is silent, save for our breathing. Vile muttered something about checking the tunnels and left us alone, leaving only the flickering candlelight between us. Serafina shifts closer, her body pressed against mine beneath the thin blanket. She's so warm, so small. Her head rests against my chest and I breathe her in. Now there is no running, no fighting, no blood spilled. Just this. Her heart beating softly, her fingers tracing idle patterns against my skin. She sighs, slow and deep. "You smell like fire," she murmurs. I smirk, pressing a kiss to her hair. "And you smell like blood." She lets out a tired laugh, and gods, it's a beautiful sound. I tilt her chin up, running my fingers along her jaw. She watches me, eyes half-lidded, lips slightly parted. I should let her rest, but I can't stop myself from kissing her. It's slow, lingering, a stolen moment before the war we're about to walk into. She sighs into me, fingers sliding into my hair, tugging me closer. I groan softly, shifting until she's pinned beneath me, my weight careful, mindful of her injuries. Her breath catches as I trail my lips down her throat, as I trace the inked lines on her skin with my fingertips. She shudders beneath me. "Rylan," she whispers. I rest my forehead against hers. I don't know what this is. I never loved anyone. What will I become with her? I tilt her chin up, kissing her deeply, slow and consuming. She melts into me, and for one night I let myself forget everything else. By nightfall we leave. Serafina moves slower than usual, but she's stronger than before. Vile leads the way, his expression grim. We take the hidden route, the one Serafina never wanted anyone else to know. But it doesn't matter. We don't make it far because they were waiting. Shadows shift along the cavern walls. Figures step into the path, blocking our exit. I hear Serafina curse under her breath. Vile tenses beside me. Well, well, Lartina purrs, stepping into the dim torchlight. She smiles, her red lips curving like a blade. You didn't really think I'd let you leave so easily, did you? My fingers twitch around the hilt of my dagger. Serafina stiffens beside me. Lartina's eyes flick to her. The smile widens. This should be fun. Chapter 47. Rylan, Lartina stands before me, a viper in silk, all teeth and venom. The torchlight flickers over her dark skin, illuminating the cruel curve of her lips, the glint of something dangerous in her blood-red eyes. She blocks the only path forward, her men flanking her on either side, blades drawn, bodies poised for the inevitable violence. But I only see her, the woman who betrayed me. The one who whispered lies into my ear while plunging a dagger into my back. I should have killed her a long time ago. And tonight I will. She tilts her head, studying me like a creature she intends to dissect. Rylan, she purrs, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. You look terrible, darling. Has she been keeping you up at night? Her gaze flicks to Serafina, and I see the way she lingers on her. The way her lips curve in something hungry, cruel. Serafina doesn't flinch, though I feel the tension in her body beside me. She meets Lartina's gaze with steel and fire. Good. She's not afraid. But Lartina doesn't need her to be afraid. She just needs her gone. And I will not let that happen. You should have run when you had the chance, I say, voice calm, cold. Lartina laughs. Run. She gestures around us to the cavern walls that echo with her amusement. This is my domain, Rylan. I'm the spider in the web. And you are the fool who walked straight into my trap. I roll my shoulders, grip steady on my dagger. If this is your trap, you should have set a better one. A flicker of irritation crosses her face, gone as fast as it came. She closes the distance between us, moving like silk, like smoke. Too close. I smell the perfume she used to wear when she laid beside me. The one she wore when she whispered lies into my mouth like promises. She lifts a hand, reaching for me, and I let her, just long enough for her fingers to brush against my jaw. You still want me, she murmurs. Her touch is cold. Not even in death, I whisper back. She moves fast, dodging the first blow, but I don't stop. I drive forward, our blades clashing in a storm of steel and fury. She's as deadly as ever. Every movement calculated, sharp, precise. But so am I, and I have more to lose. We circle each other, blades cutting through the air, feet moving over damp stone. She lunges. I twist. A near miss. She smiles. You still fight like a noble, I snarl. And you still fight like a tramp. Her eyes flash. And then she comes for me. The world narrows to the chaos of the fight. She is quick, cruel, merciless. But she's also angry. And anger makes you sloppy. I feint left, she falls for it. I twist, my blade sinking into her side. A sharp gasp. A stumble. She looks down at the blood spreading across her gown. And then she laughs. You think you've won? She breathes. Her voice is weaker now. She presses a hand to her wound, staggering slightly. But she still smiles. She always has one last move. Her eyes lock onto mine, fierce, alight with something unreadable. I didn't want the treasure, Rylan, she murmurs, voice soft now, edged with something cruel. Not the gold, not the riches. Do you really think Nelian is that simple? Something in my heart goes cold. What are you talking about? Her smile widens. Your father's magic, she whispers. That's the real treasure. The world tilts. The air goes razor sharp. I feel Serafina tense beside me. Lartina's breath comes in shallow gasps now. She sways slightly, but still, she smirks. He was trying to cheat death, she breathes, and Nilian wants his secrets. No, I don't want to listen to this. I don't want it to be true. But it makes sense. Too much sense. My real father. The forbidden magic. The reason he was killed. The reason my family was destroyed. The reason why Markellian killed him. Nilian doesn't just want the treasure. He wants what my father left behind. Lartina laughs softly, blood slipping from her lips. You always underestimated me, Rylan, she murmurs. I watch as the light begins to fade from her eyes. Goodbye, Lartina, I whisper. Then I drive my dagger into her throat. She gasps, a sharp, wet sound. Her body goes slack. She crumples. And finally, Lartina is dead. Silence. There's no more noise. It's the finality of Lartina's life. Her body lies still on the cavern floor, her blood pooling into the cracks of the stone. I watch it spread, a part of me waiting for her to rise again, for her to laugh, to whisper one last taunt. But she doesn't. She is gone. And yet the taste of victory is bitter. Now, I know the truth. This was never about gold. It was never about power, or land, or wealth. It was about magic. My father's magic. And Nilian is one step ahead of us. I turn to Serafina. She's pale, still recovering, but her eyes are sharp with understanding. She knows what this means. We have to move, she says. Vile arrives, bloodied. He took care of Lartina's soldiers. I look at him and walk toward him as he crumbled to the ground. Brother, I call out, his eyes widen with tears. Stay. Take care of your family. He holds my hand. Take care and come back, brother. He chokes. I step away and look at Serafina. I grip my bloodied blade. No more running. No more waiting. Nilian thinks he can take everything from me. He thinks he can claim my father's power, take the one person left in this world who means something to me. But he's wrong. I will find him. I will end him. I will take back what is mine, no matter the consequences.
Chapter 48. Serafina. The cave looms before us like a gaping wound in the earth. Dark, breathing. It calls to me. The inked map on my skin burns, thrumming with unseen energy, as if the cave itself recognizes me. As if it knows why I've come. As if it knows what I was made for. Rylan moves beside me, his blade stained with Lartina's blood, his breath slow and controlled. But I know better. I feel the tension rolling off him in waves, the fury still coiling in his muscles, waiting to be unleashed. He hasn't spoken since he killed her, since she whispered the truth that changed everything, that this was never about gold, that his father's magic is the real treasure. I know that knowledge is tearing him apart inside, but there's no time to unravel it now. Nilian is waiting. The moment we step inside, the air shifts. It's thick, too thick, curling against my skin like smoke, whispering in the silence. The ruins stretch before us, endless, columns of black stone reaching toward the heavens, walls carved with forgotten symbols. This place is ancient. I shudder. Something watches us from the dark. I feel it. It's not just Nilian. The moment my foot touches the first step toward the altar, the glowing begins. At first, I think it's just the cave, a trick of the torchlight, a reflection of the blue fire licking at the torches embedded in the walls. But no, it's me. The ink etched into my skin ignites, shifting, moving beneath my flesh like living threads of light. I inhale sharply, fingers twitching. The pull is relentless, dragging me forward toward the altar. Serafina, Rylan murmurs. His voice is sharp, urgent. What the hell is happening? I can't answer. I don't know. My steps, resistant, somehow quicken. The closer I get, the stronger it becomes. the pulse beneath my skin, the whisper in my bones. This place knows me. It has always known me. I was made for this. To open the door, to complete what was started long before I ever drew breath. The altar rises before me, monolithic, carved from the same obsidian stone as the cave. It's cracked, split down the centre like a wound that never healed, and behind it, a door, a massive slab of stone carved with sigils I don't recognise. Rylan grips my arm. "Seraphina!" he demands. "What is this?" My breath shudders. I move my arm, the ink shifting, twisting, aligning with the carvings before me. This isn't a map. It's a key. A sound, low and mocking, echoing through the cavern. "Ah, here it is," a voice drawls. "The moment we've all been waiting for." Rylan and I whirl in unison. A figure steps from the shadows. Tall, imposing. A scar runs from his brow to his jaw, carving through his dark elven skin like a cruel brand. His eyes are like voids, bottomless, unreadable. Nilian. He smiles. He is not alone. His men emerge, dark shapes bleeding into the cavern walls, slipping into position like vipers preparing to strike. We are surrounded. Rylan's grip on his blade tightens. I feel his fury, his desperation. I should be afraid. But I'm not. This was always how it was meant to end. I am the key. The door must open.
Chapter 49, Rylan. The air is overflowing with the scent of ancient dust, blood, and something darker, something old, something watching. Seraphina stands before the altar, her breath uneven, her skin pulsing with eerie blue light. The sigils carved into the stone door behind her respond, shimmering as if they are alive, waiting for her. I know this is wrong. I know this place wants something. And then Nilian steps forward, his smile dripping with malice. You can feel it, can't you? He murmurs, voice slithering through the cavern. The price that must be paid. My blood runs cold. Seraphina stiffens beside me, but she doesn't speak. She already knows. Nilian circles the room, hands clasped behind his back, like this is all just a game to him. This is not just a cave, he continues, his voice rich with satisfaction. This is a tomb, a place built on sacrifice, on blood and bone. He pauses, head tilting toward Seraphina, and the door will not open without it. I move, fast, faster than thought, than reason. My dagger is in my hand, my body lunging forward to sever his throat. But my limbs lock. My vision darkens at the edges. A force slams into me, invisible and crushing, locking me in place. Magic. Dark, twisted magic. Nilian turns, watching my struggle with an almost bored expression. You should have known, Rylan, he murmurs. Did you think I wouldn't study the same magic your father wielded? I was disappointed, though. I learned only a fraction of it. I snarl, trying to push past the weight crushing my limbs. But my body is bound. Magic hums through my veins, pulling me down, locking me out of reach. And Seraphina, she stands too still. Her hands are clenched, but she does not struggle. Nilian smiles at her. You knew, didn't you? He asks, almost amused. That your life was never yours to keep. She doesn't speak. She doesn't look at me. You are the key, Nilian continues, stepping closer. The price, the sacrifice. No, I snarl, my voice a growl of pure rage. You will not touch her. But Seraphina, she exhales, and then she nods. I thrash against the magic. My vision is red, blinding. Seraphina. Rylan, she says softly, and in her eyes I see it. There's no regret or fear. Acceptance. No, 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 no! I won't let this happen. I can't. I will burn the world before I lose her. Nelian moves like lightning. A dagger flashes in his hand. I shout, fight, struggle. But the magic tightens around my throat, my chest, holding me in place. The blade sinks into her flesh. Deep, precise, straight into her stomach. Seraphina gasps, a sharp, soft sound, and the world shatters. No! The sound tears itself from my throat, burning like fire. I feel the blood before I see it. It spills from the wound in her abdomen, staining the front of her tunic, slipping through Nilian's fingers as he wrenches the blade free. Her body trembles, sways, and then she falls. I lose myself. The magic binding me snaps as my rage obliterates reason. I lunge. I don't think. I don't plan. I kill. Nilian's men barely have time to react before I tear through them. I rip my blade across a throat, feel the hot splash of blood coat my hands. I want them all dead. I want them to suffer. But Nilian... He's already stepping back, slipping into the darkness. You're too late, he murmurs, his voice almost soft, mocking. I drop to my knees beside her. Blood seeps into the stone beneath her, pooling, spreading toward the altar like an offering. I press my hands to the wound, desperate, frantic. Seraphina, I whisper. Her lashes flutter, and she smiles. She smiles like it's okay, like she doesn't regret this, like I won't die from this. I choke on my breath. Stay with me. Her fingers twitch, but she is slipping. The light is fading from her eyes, and I am losing her. No, I will not let this happen. I will not let her die. I don't care what it costs. I turn my head, staring at the ancient altar. The blood has reached its base. It soaks into the stone. The sigils glow brighter, pulsing. Seraphina gasps softly, her body shuddering in my arms. I can't lose her. I won't. And so I make a choice. A choice that will damn me. A choice that will change everything. Chapter 50. Rylan. The cave trembles as I stand. My pulse is rage, raw and untamed. The darkness is making me lose my senses. Only rage. The shadows flicker as I lunge, a predator locked onto its kill. Nilian turns, his lips curling into something between a sneer and a snarl. He knows he's lost. Still, the bastard raises his blade, stance sharp, desperate. You don't, he begins, but he never finishes. I'm already on him. My dagger sinks into his gut. The sickening wet crunch of steel through flesh echoes in the cavern. I twist. He chokes, gurgles, body seizing, but I'm not done. I rip the dagger free and slam him back against the ancient altar. His blood splatters across the stone. A fitting place for him to die, at the feet of something greater, something far beyond him. Nilian wheezes, his hands clawing at my arms. Rylan, he rasps. His breath stinks of rot and old lies. Wait! I don't wait. I drive my blade into his throat, cutting the words from his tongue before he can spew more filth. His body shudders, twitches, then stills. His lifeless eyes stare at the ceiling, empty, finally. It's over. So quick. So simple. Empty. The silence that follows is thick and unnatural. The cave groans, as if it has witnessed something it was always meant to see. The blood on the stone seeps into the cracks, sinking deep, as if the cavern itself is drinking it. A shift, a pull, something opens. The altar shudders and splits apart. Dust erupts into the air as a hidden chamber is revealed behind it, a narrow archway leading into a place that should not exist, a place built by my father. My breath catches. Something calls to me, not in words, in need. I step forward, my boots echoing against the stone. Beyond the archway, a room waits, not like the cave. This place is preserved, untouched by ruin, by decay. The walls are carved with symbols I don't recognize, etched in silver, pulsating faintly. And at the very center, atop a raised pedestal of obsidian and bone, a book. It is massive, bound in something dark and ancient, not leather, something worse. The edges of its pages gleam with silver runes, shifting, changing, breathing. I know what it is. I know what my father was searching for. A way to break death, a way to undo the final price. An unfinished ritual. I reach out, my fingers hovering over the worn cover. The air around it is thick, charged, waiting. A single drop of blood from my fingertips falls onto the surface. The book shudders. The runes flare brighter. And the whispers begin. They slither through my mind. 1,000 voices, 1,000 promises. A spell meant to cheat death. This is what Lartina meant. A spell meant to bring back the lost. Seraphina. I swallow hard, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I still feel her blood on my hands, her warmth fading, her breath gone. But if this book is what I think it is, if it holds the power my father died searching for, then maybe I can bring her back. Chapter 51, Rylan. The book breathes. The moment my blood touched its surface, something woke up. Something ancient. Something hungry. The whispers twist through my skull, curling around my thoughts, pressing into the edges of my mind like smoke seeking cracks. I hear them all at once, 1,000 voices, 1,000 warnings, 1,000 promises. But none of them matter. Seraphina is still lying lifeless on the stone, and I will not let her go. I step back into the main cavern, the book heavy in my arms. The moment I cross the threshold, the air tightens, the cave itself reacting to what I carry. The treasure glows, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. Gold and jewels spill from the open vault, but none of it matters. This place was never about wealth. It was always about power. And power has a price. Seraphina is still where I left her. She got so pale. Her blood has soaked into the altar, into the stone, into this cursed place. The runes carved into the walls glow brighter now, feeding off the sacrifice made. But she's not gone. Not yet. The whispers told me so. You are running out of time. The gate is closing. Bring her back. I fall to my knees beside her, placing the book in front of me, my breath ragged. I press my palm to her chest. There is no heartbeat. Not yet. But there will be. The spell is already inside me. The moment I touched the book, I understood. I saw my father's hands on these same pages. I felt his desperation, his need, his failure. But I will not fail. I crack the book open, fingers shaking. The pages shift beneath my touch. The ink glows silver and black, shifting, curling, moving as if alive. The words aren't written in just one language. They are written in many. Some I know, some I was never meant to understand. And yet, as I read, the meaning burns into me. To break the veil, one must give. Not blood. Not bone. Something greater. I grit my teeth. I already knew that. My father knew it too, but he wasn't willing to pay the price. I am. I inhale sharply, my chest tightening. Speak the name of the lost. Call them from the void. My voice comes out hoarse, rough, breaking. Seraphina! The cave shudders. The treasure shines. The runes flicker like dying stars, and the book demands more. Pain lances through me. Not physical, deeper, like something inside me is unraveling, being picked apart strand by strand. A life was taken. A life must be given. I freeze. It doesn't mean blood. It means something worse. It means me. Not my body and not my life. My soul. The book waits for my answer. The whispers coil around me. Do you accept? Do you give? I stare down at her. At the woman who stole my secrets. At the woman who made me want something more. At the woman who is mine. I've spent my life trading information, selling lies, dealing in power. But I have never given anything. Not until now. Yes. I let it take me. The world splits open. My body locks, shakes, burns. Something inside me is being carved away. The pain is unlike anything I've ever known. I want to scream, but my voice is gone. I feel my memories unraveling, something slipping from my grasp. In that moment, Serafina breathes. Her body jerks. Her mouth parts on a silent gasp, her fingers twitching against the stone. The blue light that once pulsed from her skin flares again, brighter, stronger. Her body arches as if being pulled between worlds. And then, she opens her eyes.
Chapter 52. Serafina. I wake with a gasp. The world slams into me all at once. Cold air burns my lungs. My chest heaves, struggling to contain a breath that feels too large, too deep, too unnatural. My pulse thrums slow, sluggish, wrong. My body feels light, too light, and yet heavy. I am here. I am alive. But something inside me whispers, not quite. The cave around me is glowing. The treasure pulses like a living thing, casting fractured light across the jagged walls. Shadows dance wildly, twisting in eerie patterns. Rylan is slumped beside me, his chest rising and falling in ragged, uneven breaths. His skin is paler than I've ever seen it, his face drawn, exhausted, haunted. The book lies beside him, its pages ashen, smouldering. I remember. The whispers, the void, the pain. I lift a trembling hand and press it to my chest. My heart beats, but it is slower. Too slow. My skin feels colder. The air moves differently around me. I swallow hard, trying to push the sensation away, trying to tell myself that I am still me. But I don't know if that's entirely true. A low groan rumbles beside me. Rylan stirs, his body shaking. His head lifts, his eyes meet mine. Serafina. My name shatters from his lips, hoarse and wrecked, as if he's choking on it. Before I can move, before I can make sense of anything, he's on me. His hands are fisted in my hair, in my clothes, pulling me against him so hard that I can barely breathe. His body is shaking from something raw and primal and desperate. His forehead collides with mine, his breath hot and uneven against my lips. "You're here," he murmurs, voice rough, unbelieving. His fingers trail over my jaw, skimming down my throat. A touch meant to confirm that I am real, that I am solid beneath his hands, that he didn't lose me, that I didn't slip away. Then he kisses me, hard, brutal, possessive. His lips crash into mine, teeth clashing, breath stolen, fire and ruin and relief all bleeding into one. It is not careful, it is not soft. It is wild, uncontrollable, unhinged. It is a claim, a vow, a desperate wordless scream that I am his, that I belong here, that I will never leave him again. I don't hesitate. I kiss him back with just as much fury, just as much hunger. My hands grip his shoulders, my nails digging into his skin. His tongue sweeps against mine, demanding, consuming, taking everything I offer and demanding more. It should be too much. It should be overwhelming, too sudden, too intense. But all I can think is I am alive. And I want him to feel it. I want him to know that I came back for him. He pulls away just enough to breathe, but his lips still hover over mine, his forehead still pressed to mine. His eyes burn like emerald fire, wide and wild, filled with something raw and open and real. Something I have never seen in him before. A tremor lingers in his fingers as he cups my face. "You stopped breathing," he whispers, voice ragged. "You..." He swallows, his throat working. "I felt you go cold." I reach up, pressing my palm over his chest. feeling the erratic thump of his heart. I came back, I murmur. I don't tell him about the whispers. I don't tell him about the price, not yet. In this moment, none of that matters. Only this, only him. His hands slide down to my waist, his grip tightening, grounding. "You scared the hell out of me, little thief," he mutters, pressing a rough kiss against my temple. I smile, just slightly. Good. But even as I say it, something in me stirs. A slow, creeping sensation in my veins, like cold fire curling beneath my skin. Not pain, not quite. Just different, like something inside me has been rewritten. I have no idea what I am. But when Rylan kisses me again, his lips still trembling against mine, I realise I don't care. Not as long as he's here. Not as long as I'm still his. Chapter 53. Seraphina. The weight of the cavern, the flickering of dying magic, the whispers of something ancient still lingering in the air, all of it fades into nothing. Only this remains. Only him. Rylan's hands are rough, gripping, pulling, claiming, as though he's afraid I'll vanish between his fingers, as if I'll slip away like smoke if he doesn't hold tight enough. His breath is ragged, his body shaking against mine. This isn't just hunger, it's desperation, it's relief and ruin wrapped into one. "You almost..." His voice is hoarse, breaking against my lips. "I thought you were gone." I drag him closer, tearing at the fabric between us, needing to feel him, to remind him that I am here, that I am not a ghost.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
The world settles. The only sound left is our uneven breaths, the crash of our hearts, the lingering heat between us. He doesn't move. Neither do I. His forehead rests against the back of my shoulder, his hands still gripping my hips, his breath ghosting over my skin. I feel his heartbeat, still too fast, still echoing mine, as if we are still one. I let out a slow breath, my fingers relaxing, the tension in my body slowly unwinding. But Rylan, he doesn't relax. Not fully. His grip on my hips softens, but his hands don't leave me. His lips press against the curve of my neck, my shoulder, soft now, lingering. "I thought I lost you," he murmurs, barely a whisper, his voice raw, broken. I close my eyes, my heart twisting. I turn in his arms, my fingers brushing his cheek, my forehead pressing against his. "You didn't," I whisper. But even as I say it, something cold and unknown lingers in my veins. Do I mean? I don't even know if I came back as me. But right now, I don't care. I kiss him again, slow this time, deep. I let him own me for just a little longer.
Chapter 54, Rylan. Seraphina is still asleep when I wake, or at least, I think she is. Her body is curled against mine, her bare skin cool beneath my fingertips. Too cool. My heart pounds as I stare at her, memorizing every breath, every faint movement, every slow rise and fall of her chest. She is here. She is alive. And yet, something inside me twists, unsettled. This isn't the same woman I brought into this cave. She's something else now. Something different. The book is still beside me, still blackened, burned, lifeless, as if the magic within it has been spent, drained, consumed. I don't know what the price was, not fully, but I can feel it, the empty space in my chest where something used to be, something I can never get back. Seraphina stirs. Her fingers twitch against my ribs. A breath escapes her lips, slow, uneven. She turns toward me, blinking too slowly, her lashes heavy as she wakes. And when she looks at me, I see it, the change. Her eyes are the same, but not quite. A shade darker, deeper, like there is something else beneath them, something ancient, something lingering. Her lips part, her voice low, husky. You're staring. I don't answer. I can't. My chest is too tight, my mind racing too fast. I realize she isn't breathing. A second passes, then another. Still, no inhale, no rise in her chest, no sound of breath pulling into her lungs, then a slow exhale, as if she had been holding it for too long for any normal human. My blood turns to ice. Seraphina, I say, my voice rough, almost unwilling to ask the question, clawing at the edges of my mind. Her head tilts slightly, a small crease forming between her brows. Yes? I press a hand to her chest, right over her heart. It beats far too slow. Like she isn't fully alive, or like she is something else now. Something in between. She watches me carefully, then smiles, soft, small, as if nothing is wrong, as if everything isn't wrong. I shift, propping myself up on one elbow. The shadows stretch across the cave walls, flickering over the treasure that still waits in the ruined chamber beyond us. The gold is untouched, or the riches we nearly died for gleam in the dim light. But it doesn't matter. She is different, and I can't shake the feeling that I did this to her. She reaches for me, pressing a palm to my cheek. Her fingers are cold, colder than before, and yet her touch is the same. Her eyes search mine, something knowing and quiet in her expression. You're afraid, she whispers. I don't deny it. You're different, I murmur. She doesn't blink. I'm still me, she says softly. I swallow hard. Are you? I don't ask it out loud. I don't think I can bear the answer. The cave rumbles, a warning. It's collapsing. The magic is unstable, breaking apart, unraveling. We can't stay. I push the thoughts away, force myself to focus. The treasure, I mutter, shifting off the stone floor. Seraphina sits up slowly, the sheet sliding from her bare skin, her hair tumbling over her shoulder in wild waves. She glances at the mountain of wealth glimmering beyond the altar. Then, back at me. We don't need all of it, she murmurs. A ghost of a smile flickers at the edge of my lips. No, but I want what's mine. My adoptive father always told me stories about this treasure. I never knew it holds so much secret. Then let's take it and leave before we die for real this time. I gather what I can. The heirlooms, the things that matter to my father, the wealth that will rebuild my house. Seraphina moves beside me, her movements fluid, too smooth, too quiet. I pretend not to notice, but the unease settles deeper in my bones. The cave shudders, the ceiling begins to crack. We don't have much time. I grab her wrist, pulling her toward the exit. She doesn't resist. We run, the firelight behind us flickering, the shadows swallowing the remains of the magic, the treasure, the past. I don't dare look back.
Chapter 55. Seraphina. The night air hits me like a blade. Cold, sharp, unforgiving. I gasp, my body trembling as we step out of the collapsing cave and into the open world again. Everything feels too bright, too loud, too alive. The stars above are unmoving, staring, watching. Rylan's hand is tight around mine, pulling me forward, away from the wreckage, away from the past. We move through the jagged cliffs, the scent of smoke and earth and ancient dust clinging to my skin. The treasure is heavy on our backs, gold and artifacts strapped in sacks, enough to buy empires, to start wars, to rebuild dynasties. It should feel like victory. But I can feel it now. The weight of something else. Something odd. Rylan stops near a stream, his breath ragged, his body tense, every muscle coiled like a predator still expecting the next fight. He turns to me, his eyes shadowed, searching. "We should rest," he says, but it's not a question. I nod, though I don't feel tired. Not anymore. Not the way I should. He gestures toward the water. Wash the blood off. That's when I notice I should be aching. I took a dagger to my ribs. I felt death itself press against my skin. But there is no pain. There is no blood. There is nothing. I step forward, my feet unsteady as I approach the water's edge. Kneel, lean forward, and that's when I see her. Not me, her. The woman in the reflection is not the same one who walked into that cave. She has my hair, long, dark, unbound. She has my lips, parted, trembling. She has my eyes, but they are wrong, they glow. A faint silver light pulses from within them, as if something else is staring back at me. The scars on my arms, the ones that should be etched deep from years of chains and fights and survival. Gone. I inhale sharply, my hands shaking as I touch my own skin. Smooth, too smooth. I don't even feel the cold anymore. What am I? The ground shifts, not beneath me, behind me. A presence. Rylan. I see him in the reflection too, watching, silent, unreadable. "You see it now," he murmurs. I close my eyes. I already knew. His voice is quiet, edged in something I don't recognize. "Do you?" My fingers curl into fists. I don't. Not really. Because this isn't just magic. This is something worse, something permanent. How can I undo it? I'm clueless. The wind shifts, a rustling, not from the trees, from the rocks, the shadows. I feel it before Rylan does. The last remnants of Nillian's men, probably waiting for their master to return. Tough luck. I don't even think. The world blurs around me as I rise to my feet, spinning just as the first blade comes hurtling toward my throat. I catch it. My fingers close around the steel before it reaches me, before it can even graze my skin. I blink. The dark elf in front of me hesitates, his breath hitching. He didn't expect that. Neither did I. Then chaos. More of them. 5, 6. Rylan is already moving, blade in hand, fluid, fast, brutal. But I am faster. I don't have a weapon. I don't need one. The first soldier lunges. I duck beneath his swing, my body moving too easily, too precisely. Instinct guides me. No, something deeper than instinct. I strike, my fingers curling around his wrist, snapping the bone like it's nothing. He screams. The second comes from behind. I spin, grabbing his cloak, twisting, yanking. I use less force than I should. But he goes flying. Flying. His body crashes into the jagged rocks with a sickening crack. Rylan slams his dagger into another's throat, but he is watching me now. I can feel it. The last soldier hesitates. He knows. He sees it. The way my body moves, the way I don't breathe, don't sweat, don't flinch. I step toward him. He runs. I should let him go. I don't. I move faster than thought. 1 second he's there. The next I have him by the throat. His body thrashes, legs kicking. He is taller than me, stronger, but I hold him without effort. The realization hits me like ice. I am not weak anymore. Not human, not entirely. I am something else. I tighten my grip. He chokes, claws at my wrist. Rylan's voice is low, steady. Seraphina. It is not a warning. It is a call. A reminder. I release the soldier. He crumples, gasping, coughing, scrambling away like a wounded animal before fleeing into the night. Silence. Rylan steps forward, his gaze dark, sharp, filled with something I can't describe. I swallow hard. I feel the way the bones broke under my hands, and the weightlessness of my own body, the effortless speed, the unnatural strength. I don't look at him. I don't want to see what's in his eyes. I already see it in my reflection. I've changed and I'm clueless as to who I am. Can I go back to the person I was? Power is a heady drug. If this can help Rylan, I'll willingly become more than a human. Chapter 56. Seraphina. 3 months have passed. 3 months since we crawled from the ruins of that cursed cave, clutching Rylan's inheritance in blood-stained hands. 3 months since I died, since I was reborn. And now we stand at the top. Rylan is no longer a man hiding in the underbelly of the dark elf city. He is the underbelly, no longer hunted, no longer a whisper in the dark. Now he rules. Without Lartina and Nilian constantly thwarting his every move, nothing can stand in his way. And I stand beside him. The estate is vast, an ancient fortress built into the towering cliffs, overlooking the territory like a god watching over its domain. It once belonged to another noble house, one that no longer exists. Rylan has reclaimed his legacy, rebuilt his name, carved his place into the bones of this empire, this clan. And I have become something else. I rose from the dead, someone who is not entirely human. Tales about me have spread. Some call me a Vrakan. I can be if needed. But I can be anything I want to be. A creature breed by magic. I feel the power inside me, coiling beneath my skin like a serpent waiting to strike. It is alive. I feed on the other side. I'm not entirely sure what am I, but all I know is I control myself. I am powerful. It hums in my blood, in the marrow of my bones, in the way my breath never catches, the way my muscles never tire. At night, when the city is silent and Rylan sleeps beside me, I stare at my hands, flexing my fingers, feeling the current of something otherworldly thrumming through them. I have tried to ignore it. I have tried not to want it. But power is intoxicating, and it is mine. I could break a man with nothing but a thought. I could level a building if I willed it. I do not know the full extent of what I have become, but I know this. I will wield it for him, for Rylan, for his clan, for our empire, for the man who gave me everything when the world only sought to take. I move through the halls of our fortress, silent as a shadow, the scent of burning torches and aged stone thick in the air. I pass soldiers, our soldiers, men who once feared Rylan's name now bow to it. Women who once cursed him now whisper it in awe. I see the way they look at him, at us, at me. It is not the look they give a noble's woman. It is the look of something more, something other, something they cannot define. That is exactly how I want it. Rylan waits in the war room. His broad frame is draped in black and silver, his hair loose over his shoulders, his presence absolute. He no longer hides in shadows. He is the shadow. Maps are spread across the polished obsidian table, detailing trade routes, military movements, the shifting balance of power in the city. He looks up as I enter, his emerald gaze sharp, assessing. Then it softens. Just for me. Where have you been? His voice is low, possessive. I step closer, trailing my fingers along the table's edge, my eyes flicking over the markings before settling on him. Among the people. His brow lifts. And what did you find? I tilt my head. that they are afraid, that they are loyal, that they will follow you anywhere. A smirk tugs at his lips. And you? I pause, feeling the implications of the answer before I speak. They will follow me too. The smirk fades, replaced by something deeper, something more dangerous. Rylan knows what I am, and power in this world is both a gift and a curse. He pushes away from the table, crossing the room in slow, deliberate steps. I do not move, especially when he reaches me, when his fingers trail up my arm, ghosting over perfect, unmarked skin that should not exist, and when he grips my chin, tilting my face, forcing me to meet his eyes head-on. You don't flinch anymore, he murmurs. I hold his stare. Do you want me to? His lips curl, but it is not amusement. It is hunger, possession. Never. He kisses me. I let him pull me under, let him take, let him consume. In this moment, he is not thinking about the power that hums beneath my skin. He is not thinking about what I am. Only who I am. His, and God's help me, I am. When we pull apart, his breathing is uneven. His thumb drags over my lower lip, smearing the taste of him there. I feel something dangerous and warm coil inside me. He exhales, stepping back, reclaiming the space between us. He straightens, returning to the table, his hands pressing against the map once more. His mind is already on the next move. I do the same. We are not finished. Not yet. The clan is ours. The territory is ours. But I know one truth above all others. Power never rests. Neither will we.
Chapter 57. Rylan. The grand hall hums with life. Laughter, the clink of goblets, the sound of dark elven nobility whispering behind gilded masks. They never expected this. Never expected me to rise from the ashes. Not after they buried my name, after they reduced me to nothing. But now, they stand in my house, drinking my wine, bowing their heads as they acknowledge my power. Tonight is mine, and yet somehow none of it matters. Even the wealth, the land, or the restoration of my family name. She is the only thing I see, draped in black silk, the fabric a perfect contrast against her sun-kissed skin, her dark hair braided with silver threads. She stands at my side, unaware of the storm brewing within me, unaware that tonight will mark her as mine. The celebration is in full force, nobles raising their glasses, offering their false words of admiration. I don't care for them. I never have. But I play the game because I know how to win. Serafina is quiet beside me. She's never one for crowds, never one for the empty grandeur of nobility, but she endures. For me, and I see it, the way she stands taller, shoulders squared, chin lifted. She's no longer the human slave they would have ignored. She is something else, something greater. And soon they will all know it. I raise my goblet, cutting through the murmurs with a single gesture. The room stills. Anticipation crackles in the air. Every eye turns to me, waiting. I could say anything. I could speak of victory, of power, of vengeance fulfilled. My people, I begin, my voice carrying through the hall rich with command. There are those who would have seen me dead. Those who believed House Vranas was finished. A ripple of tension moves through the crowd. I smirk. They never imagined that I'll be standing here to raise my family's flag, to once again rebuild and bring glory to House Vranas. Marshalian might not be my real father, and he had a hand in destroying my blood family, but his house is the closest to belongingness I've ever had. I made a promise to myself, and I must honor it. And yet, here we stand. Murmurs of approval, goblets lifted, but I am not finished. I shift my gaze, locking onto her. Serafina's sapphire eyes widen slightly as I reach for her hand. I lace my fingers through hers, turning to the gathered nobility. I would not be here without this woman. A pause. Sharp inhales, some curious, some horrified. I let them stew in it, let them choke on their assumptions. Seraphina, I say, my voice softer now, just for her. You are more than a survivor, more than a warrior. You are the reason I stand here today. Her lips part, her breath catches. Good. I want her breathless. I want her to know what comes next. I release her hand, only to cup her jaw, my thumb brushing against her lower lip. I turn back to the crowd, my voice like iron and fire. She is my mate. Silence. A crack of ice in a frozen lake. And then the explosion. Gasps, murmurs, disbelief rippling through the room like wildfire. The noble Lord Rylan Vranas, the newly risen power of the Dark Elf Court, had just declared a human, his mate. Seraphina's eyes widen in shock. There is no doubt in my mind. She is mine. And I am hers. The nobility stare, whispering, scandalized. Some of them, I'm sure, are already plotting. Already thinking of ways to undo this. But I do not care. I have rebuilt my house. I have secured my throne. I've shattered the enemies that sought to destroy me. And none of it is more important than her. Seraphina swallows hard, her eyes searching mine. There is no hesitation in my gaze. Only certainty. Only want. Only love. Her lips tremble slightly, her hands clenching at her sides. In a voice barely above a whisper, she answers, "Yes." A single word. A single life-altering word. The meaning of it crashes into me, stronger than the tide, stronger than any battle I've ever fought. She chooses me, not because she has to, but because she wants to. I don't give the crowd a chance to react. I claim her. My hand slides to the nape of her neck as I pull her forward, my mouth crashing into hers. Gasps echo around us. But I don't care. I devour her. Her lips are soft and strong and perfect. I kiss her like a man who has fought death itself for this moment. I have. She melts into me, gripping the front of my tunic, pulling me closer. I let her. I drown in her. When I pull away, she is breathless. So am I. The hall is in chaos, but my voice is a blade that cuts through the noise. She is mine, I declare, my gaze sweeping over the gathered nobility. I let them feel it. The power. The finality. I look down at Seraphina, brushing my knuckles against her cheek, softer now, intimate. And I would burn the world for her. She is the greatest treasure I have ever won. There's no way I'll give up on her.
Chapter 58. Seraphina. The moon hangs high in the sky, a pale silver eye watching over us. The ceremonial grounds are bathed in a ghostly glow, the black stone beneath my bare feet warm with magic. Rylan stands before me, clad in the darkest silk, obsidian embroidery twisting like vines over his broad shoulders. His silver hair is loose, falling past his sharp cheekbones, his emerald eyes burning only for me. A king in his own right. A conqueror who has taken power, vengeance and fate into his own hands. And tonight, he takes me. The air hums with something ancient, a magic older than time, woven into the foundations of the dark elf nobility, of the mate bond that will bind us in life, death, and whatever comes after. The high priest stands between us, his face hidden behind an ivory mask, his robes a deep, endless red. Behind him, the great pyre burns, casting our shadows long against the stone. This is not a human ceremony. This is something darker, deeper, something final. Because mating in dark elven tradition is not just a vow. It is a binding of souls. It is the promise that one does not live without the other. He's binding to me what remains of his soul after the magic consumed it. I'm binding what's left of mine to his as well. Together we're one. Rylan takes a step closer, his fingers brushing over my wrist, barely a whisper of contact, yet it burns. I sway, he notices, his lips curve. "My little thief," he murmurs. "You're nervous." A small, sharp breath escapes me. I am not. Lies, because this is forever. There is no turning back, no undoing this bond. It is not marriage. It is something more dangerous, more permanent, more real. It is a mating, a tethering of body, mind, and soul. The priest raises his staff, the silver inlay pulsing with crimson light. He speaks in the old tongue, his voice echoing through the ceremonial grounds. I don't understand all the words, but I feel them. They settle into my bones, into my blood, seeping into the parts of me that are no longer just human. A bond that does not simply tie, it fuses. A golden dagger is placed in Rylan's palm. I watch as he lifts it without hesitation. The blade gleams as he presses it against his palm, slicing into his flesh. Dark elven blood, rich and powerful, drips into the sacred basin before us. The priest nods, turning to me. And I do not falter. I take the blade. Steel kisses my skin, and I watch as my own blood, different now, darker, laced with magic, falls to meet his. Our blood mingles, our souls entwine. Rylan's breath catches. I feel it, the shift in the air, the way something inside of me pulls toward him, reaching, grasping. He shudders, his eyes wild. He feels it too. The priest dips his fingers into the basin, painting the symbols of the old gods across Rylan's forehead. Then mine. A binding spell, a mark that cannot be erased. And then the final words, the ones that will seal this. Rylan grips my hand, hard, his fingers slick with blood. His voice is low, rough, raw. I vow to you, Seraphina, before gods and shadows, before blood and fire. My throat tightens. His emerald gaze pins me in place. You are mine. His voice trembles. You will always be mine. The magic tightens, and when I speak, when I let the words fall from my lips, I feel them carve themselves into my very being. And you are mine. A rush of power, heat, sensation. The night erupts. The fire blazes brighter. The bond snaps into place. Rylan moves. 1 second, he is before me, hands shaking from the implications what we've done. The next dash, his mouth claims mine. The kiss is fire, ruin, devotion. He presses me back against the altar, his hands tangled in my hair, his body pressing me into the stone. The crowd watches, but we do not care. Because this is our moment. Because this is our eternity. We belong to each other. Chapter 59. Seraphina. The bond settles between us like a second heartbeat. Thick, pulsing, alive. I feel it in my bones, beneath my skin, in the slow, curling heat winding through my veins. It is not a chain. It is a fire. A searing, perfect weight pressing into every part of me, into him, tying us together in body, in soul, in eternity. Rylan's breath is ragged, his forehead pressed against mine, his fingers still laced with our blood, gripping me like I might still slip away, like he still doesn't quite believe I'm his. The crowd watches, waiting, for us to step away from the altar, to return to the great hall, to drink and feast and celebrate the night. But Rylan doesn't move. Neither do I. Because this is not over. Not yet. The bond is not complete. Not until I feel every part of him. Not until he stains himself into me. Until there is no part of me that is not his. The magic demands it. We demand it. Rylan's eyes burn as he looks at me. Raw, hungry, filled with a storm that has nowhere left to go. He lifts me in one swift movement, my legs wrapping around his waist on instinct, my breath catching as he turns from the altar. A door stands at the edge of the ceremonial grounds, leading into our chambers, into the night that is meant only for us. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. I feel it through the bond. His need, his claim, his war, and I want it all. The door barely closes before Rylan has me against it, his body pinning me, his breath a curse against my lips. His hands tremble, but it is not hesitation. It is barely restrained control. "Seraphina," he rasps, his voice dark, wrecked. I shudder, tighter, deeper, rawer than before. My name on his lips is no longer just a name. It is a vow, a command, a prayer. "You feel it, don't you?" I whisper, threading my fingers through his silver hair, pulling him closer, pressing myself against him until there is nothing between us but heat. He exhales sharply, his hands roaming, dragging up my thighs, over my hips, gripping my waist as if to hold me still. "You belong to me now," he murmurs, his lips brushing my throat. A slow, aching burn spreads through me at his words. I do. I always have. But so does he. I tilt my head back, exposing my neck to him, an offering, feeling the sharp inhale of his breath as he presses his lips against my pulse. "Forever, Rylan," I moan, my voice thick with need. A guttural growl rumbles in his chest, possessive and raw, before his teeth graze the sensitive skin of my neck. I gasp, a sharp, desperate sound escaping me as his lips trail lower, lower, the heat of his mouth a brand searing a path to my aching core. The warmth becomes a consuming fire, a slow descent into madness. I arch into him, my body already ablaze, wrecked and wanting, the power of our bond pulling, pushing, demanding more. And gods, I crave so much more. His hands are everywhere, tearing at the remnants of silk clinging to my body, his breath ragged as he bears me to him, to the hunger in his eyes, the possessiveness of his touch. "You are beautiful," he murmurs, his voice rough against my skin. A dark, hungry smirk curves my lips. His control shatters. Rylan lifts me, carrying me to the massive bed that dominates the chamber. The cool silk sheets brush against my back, a fleeting sensation lost in the inferno of his touch. I barely register it.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. It is not just pleasure. It is completion. It is forever. Gods help anyone who ever tries to take this away from us.